Round 3 of the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships here in St. Louis. It was a battle of the favorites as all the top players were paired against each other in both sections. Young Jeffrey Zhang drew comfortably against Hikaru Nakamura, while Wesley So extended his unbeaten streak to 59 games against his arch-rival Fabiano Caruana. On the women's side, Irina Krush won a smooth game to take sole possession of first, while Anna Zatonski needed 129 moves and over 6 hours to defeat reigning champion Nazi Paikidze. The excitement continues to build in a race for the title. Round 4 action coming up next.
Welcome to the 4th round of the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championship here, live from St. Louis. Behind me, the giant chess king in front of the World Chess Hall of Fame is celebrating the partnership between the St. Louis Chess Campus and the Cardinals baseball team, a partnership that has strengthened here the community in St. Louis. The races are very tight in both tournaments, as in the open section, it's only a +1 that has the leader with both Wesley So, Alexander Onischuk, and tied for with many others. Today, we have a couple of special commentators taking over the job instead of Jen, Yas, and Maurice. Bienvenidos al Club de Ajedrez de San Luis, donde estamos en la 4ª ronda del Campeonato de Estados Unidos y Campeonato Femenil de Estados Unidos. Soy el gran maestro Alejandro Ramírez, aquí con la maestra internacional Lili Fuentes en directo. Lili, ¿qué te ha parecido el torneo?
Bueno, ha sido un torneo muy interesante. Hemos visto partidas de todo un poco. Ayer tuvimos una sorpresa con la partida de Nazi, pero bueno, seguimos esperando mucho más de este torneo.
Bueno, just kidding, April Fools.
Well, we had plenty of ideals meal yesterday with that insane endgame that Lily referred to.
Right. What a drama that was. My goodness, I'm still recovering, Jennifer.
Ideals meal.
Yeah, okay.
And I am Jennifer Shahade, and I'm with Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley for the rest of the day.
Yes. And round 4, what an exciting round we have in store.
That's right. And round 3 ended in a big logjam at the top of the U.S. Championship standings with 5 players with 2 out of 3. That's because nobody is in the running for the Fisher Prize. Nobody's even in the running for the +2 prize right now, right? The highest we have is 1 win and 2 draws. And Nakamura, So, Onischuk, Zarabuk, and Naroditsky are all in that position. Meanwhile, our defending champ, Fabiano Caruana, just a half point behind. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, a different situation. We have a clear leader who's also playing great. If you look at yesterday's game, especially. Irina Krush, 2.5 out of 3. At her heels, Anna Zatonski, Apurva Verkud, and Sabina Hoyser. And let's take a look at the pairings for today. A big game, Caruana versus Zhang. Zhang getting black against 2 of the big 3 2 rounds in a go. Can Fabi do better against him than Naka? We'll see. Naka is playing against Kamsky, and now a few years ago, this would have been the big game of the championship.
And it was a few years ago the big game. It decided the championship.
That's right, but in this case, it's actually one of the players in the bottom of the standings playing against one in the top. But of course, you can't count Gata out. He is such a legend of chess, and he might just turn it on and shake off the rest today. We'll see.
And exactly. And Wesley So and Alexander Onischuk in the early lead playing each other in round 4.
Another huge game indeed. Now in the women's championship, at this point, every game that Irina Krush is involved in is big. Can she continue her winning ways against one of the lower-rated players in the event, Jennifer Yu? That's on our mind. Also, Olympic teammates, Katerina Nemtsova and Anna Zatonski, 2 amazing fighters in this championship. Nemtsova fighting yesterday to a draw, and Anna Zatonski, the 129-move victory. I mean, that is just an inspiration for fighters and never give up.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for some info on streaks and what to watch for in round 4.
Well, you know, we all love to see winners do their thing, and especially when they start pumping up those numbers, to see a person in their prime just executing at just a high level. But all good things must come to an end, and streaks do end, as the Yukon women found out last night, as their 111-game winning streak came to an end when Morgan Williams hit that big shot. Morgan Williams hit that big shot to send Mississippi State into the finals, the women's finals of the NCAA championships. Also, Nazi Paikidze had her own streak. She had never lost a single game in the U.S. Women's Championship since she started. But yesterday, 129 moves she had to suffer and lost right at the buzzer against Anna Zatonsky. And now she has to try to get herself back together. But Wesley So is saying, hey, I got 59 games without a loss. Why can't the streak continue? And he will try to do that today in his matchup, as he is about to face off against Alexander Onishchuk, who has won this title before. Wesley still seeking his very first championship title. This will be a tough matchup. Both of them tied for first in the tournament, so this will be a great game, maybe a decider who goes and pushes ahead of everyone else. But this player knows a thing or two about streaks. Fabiano Caruana, he famously won 7 games in a row in the Singfield Cup a few years ago. He will try to win a game finally against Jeffrey Zhang in this tournament, looking so solid. He made Nakamura just look like he was doing nothing at all, as Jeffrey easily equalized the world junior champion, looking to win a game himself. On the ladies' side, well, it's all about Anna Zatonsky. Katerina Nemtsova will have a thing or two to say about that. She herself is a tough player, super solid. Anna Zatonsky, though, I don't know what kind of lucky star is over her head. The way she managed to win, then throw away the win, then finally win the game after 129 moves. Yesterday, she kept us all on the edges of our seats and enthralled in the action. We'll see if some of that magic can happen again today. And a lady who had a streak going of 4 U.S. championships, Irina Krush. She had won 4 in a row before getting her streak stopped last year by Nazi Paikidze. But if any indication, yesterday's any indication, the way she played like a pure GM, she handled Tatev Abrahamyan in fine style. Well, Jennifer Yu, the youngster, will look to see if she can slow down Irina Krush's excellence. It should be some dynamic matchups all over the tournament hall today in round 4 of the U.S. Championships.
Thank you, Maurice. And where would we like to get started? What game is really getting your attention today?
The games haven't begun quite yet, but as the players arrive, we can speculate on some of the openings.
Right.
You know, I love to do that. So let's speculate on Wesley So against Alexander Onishchuk, and also Fabiano Caruana Zhang. Those are 2 games where the opening might determine quite a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Now, in the case of Wesley, he's been dabbling mostly in C4, D4, Knight F3 openings as well as E4 openings. It's tough. It's tough against Alex Onishchuk. He's very solid in King Pawn openings and equally as solid in Queen Pawn openings. If I was going to play against Alex, I would think that his most vulnerable points might be in the E4 systems.
But that's another double king pawn.
Yes.
So you think we might get that on the agenda?
Yes.
And that might be more of a non-Berlin Roy Lopez.
Right,
like
exactly.
some kind of anti-Marshall, perhaps.
That kind of thing.
So we'll see. We'll keep a close eye on that game. And another question about Roy Lopez or not, to Roy Lopez or not, is Caruana. Is that gonna be a Lopez game against Zhang? Because yesterday we saw that joke of piano where Hikaru didn't end up getting much, and actually it was Jeffrey who had
something at the very end, right?
A bit too slim, but
and Knight F3 by Wesley So, not the E4 systems, and I'm expecting D5 Queen Pawn defenses by Alex. A guy who's kind of sneaking up on us a little bit, Daniel Naroditsky. He's sharing the lead, +1, and he pulled out with that H4. He got past a very key rival of his, Varakobian, yesterday, and he's got a little wind in his sails. A very fine young man, and he can he has something to say about this tournament. Is he playing Ray
Yeah,
Robson.
you like Daniel Nardes.
Very
you
much.
guys have a friendship as
Oh
well.
yeah, very much.
Yeah, and it's great to see him doing well, and maybe even shaking off the rust as he got that save with the H4 the other day against Yarrow, who could actually, if you think about it, I mean, that's crazy. Yarrow could be +2. He could be leading the whole tournament clear if he had won that game.
Indeed.
And
it looks like an open Sicilian going on in the game of Robson and Danya.
So if Maurice and I have something to say about it, we're going to be paying close attention, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We
another...
could see an H4 move dropped out. He told us that this line is something that he worked out, and here it goes. Knight F6. We see Knight C3, A6. There's Knight C3. Will A6 appear on the board, and will we see H4 again?
Yes, no.
Yes, no.
Good answer.
And I see in the legendary matchup of Kamsky-Nakamura, Gada's trotted out his pet London system, so that'll be an interesting game to keep an eye on as well.
And it's funny about Robson, sometimes players get confused. I don't think this would happen to Robson, but sometimes, they're looking at their databases, but they're not actually always looking at the games from the tournament itself.
He just played A6.
The tournament hasn't updated yet with, their databases haven't updated with like the first couple games of the tournament. Now, Ray, A6 has been played, so let's go see if Daniel's going to do it or if he's going to switch to something else.
He switched. He backed down.
What did he play?
Knight B3.
Knight B3.
What an unusual move. That's still another unusual move in this position.
This is the move.
That's the opposite of H4. I feel like Knight B3 and H4 are total opposites, right?
Indeed.
But still a shocker. Who plays Knight B3 in this position? There's no reason for you to commit your knight on this square. If you had, for example, played the move E6, there's no reason for your knight to move at all.
Yeah.
So what's the point of Knight B3? It gives black tremendous flexibility. For example, a dragon is on tap. You don't have to worry about the Yugoslav attack anymore. If he decides to play G6, you go into some kind of Dragendorf, if you will. That's an interesting move. But all the other systems come into play. There's so much flexibility for black right now. Is that what Danya's going for? It's like you have so many moves, you don't know which one to pick from. That's a fascinating move, Knight B3. I mean, I say fascinating. He did H4. At least it's not H4, because H4 is wild. And maybe anti-positional, and he looks like he doesn't believe it because he didn't play it again.
But at least H4 discourages G6. I love your G6.
But Knight B3 is just as confusing, if you will, in this position. Not as confusing. It's not bold. It's just a quiet move that almost throws away any advantage. I'm going to have to check the database to see how often this move has been played.
But over/under on how many minutes Ray Robson thinks at this point? Or in the next 3 moves?
Oh, it could be 45 minutes easy. Next 3 moves, 45 minutes.
It could be a minute to 40.
And that could be the reason that Danya shows us this.
I would agree. But by the way,
the
big board. I'm on the big board, and we're actually going to come to the board itself, to the smaller screen, where I'm going to show you a game where we did get our H4. Check it out. Move 5, in fact, in this one. Not even move 6. Sam Shanklin in this Grunfeld type structure in the English. Yaz, you've been in this kind of position before. H4, not an old move. This move I have seen, but still a super aggressive thrust. We get to see it this early in the game.
Maurice, I got to draw your attention, to the game of Gada Kamsky and Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow.
Because that just blew up.
Wow, look at that one.
A pawn sacrifice right out of the opening by Gada Kamsky. Whoa. That is something special. Now, we saw this, I think, from the London Classic, right, between Anish Giri and Wesley So, where Wesley essayed this very early idea of knight h5 and bishop d6 to take control over the f4 square. g4, oops, sorry, knight e5. I got to do this again. Knight e5, g6, defending the knight from the queen on d1. g4, driving the knight to a lesser square, knight g7. And now the shocking move, h4. Whoa. Not even capturing the knight on c6, but h4 right away, and knight takes e5, d takes e5, bishop takes e5, and what has Gada got for his pawn? I'm
Keep
assuming.
going, yes. Keep going. You're going to see some stuff.
Okay, what happened next? I'm assuming h5. If I h5 with the threat of h7, h6, trapping the knight on g7, castles, making room for the knight. So in case of h6, this knight could step back to the e8 square. Then, after castles, what happened next? I haven't got it.
D4.
Updated. No, castles by black, white to
Queen
play.
D2.
Queen where?
D2.
No, I got a
we
knight.
have
sorry.
knight f3, and knight f3 is played before h5.
What was played before?
Knight f3. Before, so after
your
bishop
board
e5,
is not correct,
after
yeah.
bishop e5, knight f3, bishop f6, then h5.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. So knight f3, bishop f6, h5, castles,
And now queen d2.
and queen d2.
And d4.
And d4.
Instantly.
Instantly. Wow. d5, d4. And the
Just another day
players-
at the park.
Wow, this is crazy. This is an amazing game. What's going on? Help me out here.
So I
I'm
guess
as confused as
we're trying to
the-
play e5 to play bishop takes g4.
Yeah, so the idea is if we recapture with the knight, for example, then, as you say, Jennifer, then he's got e5. My mouse isn't actually working very well. With the idea of attacking both the pawn on g4, there we go, as well as the knight on d4. So
Similar
knight
thing
takes...
if bishop takes d4, but that's why white took with the pawn.
Right.
And now we see that Nakamura was hoping to activate his light squared bishop with the move b6, embarrassing white.
Along the long diagonal.
Yeah, so that's the idea.
Whoa. Okay, and obviously with this h5, Gata is hoping that he's going to get a queen h6 at a key moment.
Right.
And pounce on black's king. Now,
It's interesting that if after g5 we're forced to go back to e7, but the
Right.
nice thing about going back to e7 is we've now clogged the way for white to play like bishop h6. So it's kind of a sweet little defensive configuration. So maybe instead of pawn to g5, what about bishop g5?
right, I'm still getting the zen of the position myself. What a way of starting the round with a bang. Bishop g5.
Bishop
well,
b7
I'll
is the
go
problem,
bishop
right?
b7. Yeah.
And then if I take on g6, you might even have time to just take on f3 right away. Yeah.
So take on.
But there's also nothing wrong with just some other move like f takes
Well-
g6 or something.
Wow, yes, f takes g6 looks like a very decent response. Black is crashing through very quickly
Yeah.
on the long diagonal. Bishop
That's a
g5
horrible
seems
move. Yeah.
well
Bishop
horrible.
G5.
It's no. I mean, it's one of those things that it's a very forced sequence of moves. So
That's why we
you
look
have
at
to
it.
calculate
Yeah.
it. Absolutely, you've got to calculate those types of moves. The problem is, for white, the bishop on e3 is simply in the way. He needs to
Right,
get
that
it out
is
of the way,
funny.
so queen h6.
We'll play d5. I'm
And-
just kidding. We
and-
can't, d5 is not going to be
Yeah,
good
yeah, right.
because of queen d5. But it would be funny if if it worked in some weird line.
Exactly,
But
Maurice.
Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, obviously, all of us are stunned by this position that just appeared so quickly on the board. I did some research with the database and I went into ChessBase to look to see when this has been played. This position has appeared in the database so far 6 times. This one at G6. No one, at least as far as 6 million game online database is concerned, played this move, G4. This is completely new. Now, of course, this move is something that Black would have to look at if he's studying this position to play. The way Nakamura handled himself so instantly versus all these moves, this shows some deep analysis. For one thing, how did he know this was coming?
Right.
He must have studied this somehow and said, wait a minute, let's just look at the sharpest lines. And that's what the top players do. They said, let's look at the sharpest lines. What happens if the person just goes for it? But look how the game transpired. In the game, g4, knight g7, he would have to guess h4, the most aggressive looking move, a straight pawn sacrifice. Here the Indians don't even want to take the knight. The Indians are saying, don't touch this knight right now. There's better moves like h5 or f6 or queen c7, according to the Indians. So he had to make a conscious decision to not agree, or maybe this engine is not as good as the super-duper engines these guys use, but still, the question was, is this knight takeable? And then taking the free pawn, and then instantly after knight f3, to guess knight f3 as a top move, to play the bishop to f6, not the first candidate of this engine, bishop c7 was, guess h5 to know you can castle into it, to guess this move as well, or at least to know everything about every other move, and then be prepared with d4 instantly. I mean, the kind of preparation, this is 5 moves now away from the novelty g4, then after the capture, b6 on the board. It is scary, not just what these guys know, but what they prepare, what they anticipate. When you sit down to play against a world-class player like Hikaru Nakamura, you know there are missiles everywhere you look. And you're almost afraid to pick up the wrong pawn because he's prepared every which way. And Gadakomsky might have thought he was surprising Hikaru with this line. I haven't been able to find anything, Yaz. Maybe there's some analysis somewhere that was published that these guys saw, but Nakamura showing that his knowledge of chess is encyclopedic.
That's remarkable to be prepared when your opponent pulls off this big novel idea and answer instantly with d4 and b6. I'm still mesmerized by the position, and I'm sure I'm going to make a mistake here in how I would want to attack Black's position. How about Goddess trying knight e5, Maurice, and then bishop b7, rook h3, with the idea of f4, maybe sliding your queen over to the h2.
You mean in the current?
Yes.
Well, the current position actually has gone one move further. He took on g6 in the game,
right,
and Hikaru took with the f pawn,
right,
not giving natural attack down this line. So this is the current position on the board, and he's walking around. The Indians give knight e5 and rook h3 just because this diagonal is about to blow up, as you can clearly see.
Right.
Black is fine. Actually, the Indians, you know what they're saying.
Yeah. But,
triple zeros all around. Triple zero, triple zero, triple zero.
But now 95 is what you're saying.
But now 95,
with the
bishop
idea
b7, rook h3 was the intent that I had.
But yes, what is the attack? I mean...
Oh, no, it's just I'm building up. I'm playing against the knight on g7. I want to go f4, and on a very good day, slide my queen over to the h2 square.
What about rook
to
c8?
Let's toss out bishop d3 then. So just menacing some cool ideas of a sacrifice on g6.
And you're going to chill with the king
right now,
too?
Right now, the Indians are saying that Black is much better
believe it.
by a move that I don't like at all, but it's being really specific in the position. It's trying to play the move bishop to g2. Which who plays that? I mean, completely ridiculous. I know, completely ridiculous. Never guess that move. That's just so stupid. But the point is, after this, when you look at this line, after rook to h2, to play the move queen to d5, and test your position and see if you can improve it. I mean, bishop e4 is coming.
That's
a really weird.
That's a
funny line.
You're talking about the fianchetto bishop, the fianchetto knight on g7, and the reverse fianchetto bishop on g2. Forget it. I mean, it's crazy. But that king on e1, that rook on a1, and you're not mating him. And bishop e5 is coming at some point. The d line is going to open up.
Wow.
Bishop e4 is coming. That's a bizarre maneuver. But right now, the Indians saying better for Black.
Wow, what an explosive start to round 4. And what about in the ladies section? What's going on in those key matchups that we spoke about at the start of the show?
Let's take a look. Well, Irina Krush has a trademark d4 opening.
Let's take it from the top. So against her young opponent, Jennifer.
Who's played the Slav.
Who's played the Slav. Knight f3. These are all very standard opening moves. And e2, e3. This is Anatoly Karpov's treatment when I played my match with Anatoly here in St. Louis. This is what he always played against me, and I played the Schlechter Slav just like Jennifer as well. I wonder if she... but I didn't play the move b6. I did play bishop to g4 in order to get rid of what I think is a passive bishop. And I eventually played e7, e6, and I traded my bishop for this knight on f3. That was not Jennifer's treatment. b6, and then a strange move by Irina Krush. She played h2, h3 to stop bishop g4 when Jennifer's clearly indicating that she has no intentions of playing bishop g4. Intriguing. Maurice.
It's the pawn rush day. I love it. Love it. Pawns just flying down the board. Take a look here. We saw Sam Shanklin play h4, and after h4, bishop g7 by Zerabuk, and h5. The pawn now sitting there without any of those positional weaknesses that might go along with it. It's just sitting on that square. And now knight c6, and now g3. No need to make some direct attack. He's just decided to fianchetto his bishop and continue the game. So we already have an h-pawn in 2 moves, 2 of the 7 moves played already on h5. That's one game. Let's go to Naroditsky. We saw him play h4 before. We were wondering, this silent treatment, knight b3, looks a little bit boring. Knight c6, bishop b3, just developing pieces, e6. G4, hello, no reason to hold back. He knew he wanted to push a pawn. The H-pawn we know is unusual. To see the G-pawn now down the board is more common. Looking to play G5. What did it get? The nuance in the opening to play this move, knight B3, instead of leaving the knight on D4 to get this G4. Well, maybe he's tricked Ray into putting this pawn on E6 so that G4 can happen. And this Najdorf type setup is going to look more like a Scheveningen type formation with the knight on C6 and this G4 carries attack type position. So really interesting stuff happening here. Very nuanced opening play. And brute force, typical of the Gioco Piano, Fabiano Caruana. Look at all those pawn moves as well already in the opening, storming down the board. He's waiting for something like A5 to happen, of course, so that he can play the move B5 and chase this knight out of the middle. Let's put it on a square so that you can see this bishop jumping to the A3 square, and already white has a nice initiative. So lots of rambunctious pawn moves being played early on in the championship on the open side. The women are being very quiet right now. They're just like relaxing. It seems like it's the men who decided they want us part of the attention as well, as we've been riveted by the action on the ladies' side.
Well, I'm sure they'll make it interesting on move 129. But indeed, that G4 move by Danya Naroditsky, it's funny because, you know, H4 didn't work out so well, but let's try G4 this game.
Well, the carries attack has a lot of practitioners, but not when you put the bishop on E3 so early. So I'm wondering, how is Danya going to meet the move H7, H5? Well, you don't want to play H3 for obvious reasons. You don't want to play F3 for obvious reasons. You're basically forced to continue the line G4, G5. And now the point of H5 is that I want to play knight. Well, my mouse is not cooperating. Knight F6 to G4, grabbing this tempo against the bishop, forcing it to move again. Let's say bishop F4. So the knight will eventually end up posting it. The knight will end up posting itself nicely back on the E5 square when it gets chased away. Let me start with a move like G7, G6.
Yeah, so that you stop me from playing G6 in some line.
Precisely. And at a certain moment, I'm going to put my bishop on G7. And if we just continue this line for a moment, I don't really see how Danya is going to...
I don't really like this. I wonder if after H5, instead of G5, maybe just like take on H5.
Ooh, that's a totally different line.
Because I don't like losing all those tempos after G5, knight G4. As you pointed out, that dark squared bishop, it's too strong to give up for the knight on G4.
Exactly.
So we need to move it, but we just move the bishop. So
right.
To me, this is a bit more logical because we could play like bishop E2 and try to castle queenside, and at least our configuration makes more logical sense.
In this particular position, Queen H4 is, could be a little needlesome, trying to take over the F4 square.
And then if I play Queen D2?
Exactly. So we have some, let's just put some moves on the board for a second so we can share with the viewers our human approach to this position. Queen H4. Now your move Queen D2 menaces Bishop G5. So I'll take away that option, if you will. Bishop E7. This is...
And now when I castle?
Yes, this is an interesting game going on here. I'm not sure. Maybe Baka's overextended. Maurice.
Well, it's fascinating to understand how these players prepare and why they choose certain lines, because the math on this one is awful for white. Now take a look at this position. After a6, of course, lots of moves have been played here by black, and I'm just pulling up this database here. Lots of moves have been played here by white. After a6, here I'm just going to give you some numbers. Bishop g5 has been played, according to the online database, 65,000 times, over 65,000. Bishop e3, 61,000 times. Bishop e2, 45,000 times. Knight b3, we've got to go all the way down to about number 14 on the list, maybe number 12, 230 times. I mean, 230 compared to 65,000. So you see how rare this move, knight b3, is. So let me pull it up. Knight b3 is played, and now Ray played knight c6. Now e6 is the normal move, or a more popular move, when these players have been surprised by knight b3. Ray played knight to c6, and now the move bishop to e3, 29 times, and now the move e6. And now we're in this position, and this most popular move in this position, by a long way, having been played 11 times, is the move g4. So this position has been seen, and has been seen by transposition actually now 12 times. Now, out of the 12 times that this position has been played, you can't see it right here, but I'm going to tell you the number. Black has won 8. White has only won twice. This position, 8 wins for black, 2 for white, and Daniel Naroditsky has simply blitzed into this position. So you got to wonder, why would he play this line when black has simply dominated in terms of numbers in this position? As you said, Yaz, you felt a little uncomfortable with that bishop on e3. Now, nobody has played h5. Nobody has tried that line. But the common move here to deal with g4 is a typical b5 idea, as you would normally see in the Sicilians when g4 gets played. I remember a game I famously played against Emery Tate, who we all remember, of course, his past, and his great book is out, and the game he and I played is in the book. We played a Donnybrook of a game where we finally drew, and he played this wild sacrifice where with g4, my right move was b5. I learned that counter many years ago. Typical idea here to play b5 and test white's position with this move and get your counterplay going with the bishop to b7. Is Ray going to see this move and play it? We will find out in a moment, as he thinks, or maybe in many moments, given Ray's tendency to think for a while. But why is Naroditsky in this position? That is fascinating.
True, and
Ray did move b5.
b5.
b5 is on the board.
And so it could transpose into a Kara's attack with g5. How would that go, Maurice? b5, you were saying, is the right counter move, and g5, knight d7. Any games from this exact position?
No, still very few games because the knight's sitting on b3.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
very
what's
unusual.
Like, why did you move your knight? This is the strange thing. Nobody's going to have this knight. By the way, the knight's on d4. You can't play b5.
Right. Because
of knight takes just a straight knight. So this move has just relieved so much pressure from black's position. It's a tempo loss. Usually you want speed of your attack on this side. So it's very unusual to try to understand, what is this guy doing on this square when you should be spending tempi getting everything going here? I think Carries and Kasparov and a lot of dynamic Sicilian players would be going, I don't think so. You can't combine these moves.
Well, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila over at the St. Louis Chess Club begs to differ. He says that he has some inside info in knight b3.
Okay.
He's from San Francisco, so maybe the inside info he's referring to is truly classified.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but he says that white has some very interesting attacking prospects depending on black's answer. So, if you want to hear Cristian's thoughts on these games, follow the St. Louis Chess Club and get another perspective. Speaking of other perspectives, we opened the show with Spanish language commentary, and that wasn't purely a joke. Like all good jokes, it was partly true, right? Didn't Freud say that?
Right.
And of course, you can follow the Spanish language commentary. Go to uschessgems.com, and there should be a link right there at the top, which if you actually speak Spanish, you'll certainly be able to read. It says "Haga aquí." And you click that, and you can listen to Alejandra and Lily comment in these games in the mellifluous Spanish.
Excellent, excellent. And we did see, by the way, the move we expected, knight e5 by Gadakamsky in his matchup. We were looking at a line. It was a pretty weird line.
Yeah.
It went bishop b7, rook pulls, it's not exactly a rover, but it goes up to the third rank, rook h3.
And then we played rook c8 to stop you from castling.
Exactly.
If you were even thinking of it.
Right, and here I played bishop d3, and this fantastic maneuver, bishop to g2, was a real surprise.
That's so weird. I mean, even Nakamura, if it's not prepared, that's not going to, I don't feel like bishop g2, queen d5 is like the first move on his mind.
Right.
I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it's like a elite player who also is very creative, but it does have the feel of like
computer-esque, yeah? Yeah. But the problem is if I go f4 to prevent bishop g2 and now threatening, in quote marks, bishop d3 and queen h2, there's this move bishop e4, which is really annoying, and pardon me, Hikaru's got this nice counterplay based on ideas like rook c2, and the bishop on e4 stands in the middle of the board, both protecting the pawn on g6, so I can't, maneuver to make a sacrifice against that pawn, as well as rook to c2. Gada doesn't want that rook to show up on c2. So
I mean, you could play bishop d3 here.
Yeah, but it's an awkward defense. Bishop d3, queen d5.
Yeah, queen d5 now, and you really don't want to let us sit with that beautiful queen on e4. I mean, that's just like such an unassailable, lovely queen, right?
Yeah, that queen on d5. My whole idea was to go queen h2, followed by rook takes h7, and I'm just going to face bad things in the center with my king on e1.
I can even just try to be greedy and play bishop b5 and bishop takes d3.
Yes.
So I mean, I guess you could interpose bishop takes e4. No, yeah, it looks very dangerous indeed. And
for white, though.
The funny thing is, if you start looking at these variations with bishop e4 and queen d5, then it's easier to find the weird-looking bishop g2, right?
Yeah.
That's how you find creative ideas in chess, by the way. You look at a normal variation.
If you don't like it,
or you
come back to something unusual, right?
Or you find a slightly odd move in a normal variation, and then you're like, oh wait, maybe I could just start with that odd move.
Right.
Yeah.
The problem to me with this position is actually that White's attack doesn't look that good.
No, it's not
I'm
harmony.
I mean,
not
if
harmonized.
I were castled queenside already, even if my king were still sitting on c1 and you got a tempo check to push me onto b1, then I'd feel differently. But the moment bishop b7, rook h3, not harmonized as well, because you'd rather the queen be in front, and then you play rook c8, and now I have to look at my pieces, even without f4, I look at my pieces and say, okay, so what is the way I should be attacking here? You normally play something like bishop h6, take on g7, put your queen in on h6, if you could pull that off, except the thing on g7 is a stupid knight, so that's not going to work. And even if you got your queen over to h2, let's say you played f4, and I play f4 in this position, and I play some random move. I'll play, I don't know, queen d5. And then you played, after queen d5, queen h2. What are you threatening? I mean, yes, you could take on h7, but where's the mate?
h8.
Well, I mean, I can always kill your knight. That's the point. So I can always destroy your knight. But if you can't castle, if you're not getting out of the position, if my counterplay comes from any direction at all, then you're going to fall apart. I mean, let's say, for example, if I take your knight and put my queen on e4, for example, in that position, just as an experiment, if we can get back to that position in the analysis, as Nakamura clearly is thinking about a lot of things. He's probably going to play bishop b7. Yeah, so in this position, I let you get this far, and now I took on e5, and now I play queen e4. What are you going to do? I'm hitting e3. I'm stopping bishop d3. Bishop g2 is not on tap. Rook h7 leads nowhere. Rook c2 is threatened. I didn't even do anything. I just made, and all my moves are just random. I said, go ahead and attack. And when the attack came, I just made sure I killed the knight, and look at this position, completely winning for black, completely winning. So I don't trust White's position at all. I don't think this position leads anywhere. Gada cannot play hyper-aggressively anyway. But what does his pawn structure say right now? When you look at that position, what does his pawn structure say? It says ugly.
Well, maybe F4 is exacerbating our problems.
Right.
Because if that move is not good, then it's bad. It's one of those moves.
Deep thoughts.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's not good, it's bad.
It could be very weakening.
April
you know?
Fools.
No, but there are moves like that where it's like if it doesn't work
Sure.
tactically or for some concrete reason,
Yeah.
then it's very weakening, and you can see that in some of these variations.
I didn't like F4. The move that I liked was Bishop D3, and I
Yeah.
liked it for a different reason, which was I wanted to stop Bishop E4, but equally I wanted to at least menace ideas like, I don't know, Bishop G6, Knight G6. But this move, Bishop G2, was a real
G2 is not the only move,
annoying.
though. I mean, what do you do against Bishop E5? I think Bishop E5 is the biggest threat, actually. I know it seems weird, but Queen D5 again.
Queen D5 again. Well,
To me, that change of the knight, Bishop takes knight, I'll keep talking about it forever. But Bishop takes knight is always a threat. The light squares are going to be dominated now, and White looks like he has a great bishop, but for how long? I mean, that bishop we're talking about on E3,
Right.
and the knight on G7 will get in the game very fast. Knight E8, Knight C7, Knight D5. It's not out the game completely.
Well,
but
let's just continue the line here, Maurice. You went Queen D5 with the purpose of winning my E5 pawn with a check. Yes?
no, I didn't even see the pawn.
Oh, sorry. That's a different matter altogether.
I didn't even see the pawn, Yaz. You know me, I'm not a pawn grubber like you.
Okay.
I guess I could take the pawn, but I'm not interested in giving you any play at all. I'll play Rook F7.
Or you can play Rook F3 too.
Rook F3 is there too. I don't want to trade anything up. Rook F3 actually, that doesn't look bad. I think I got a lot of moves.
Yeah, this does look
I got a lot
kind
of
of, it's
moves.
looking very disconnected for White
Yeah,
with
there's
the
not
king.
a lot of harmony.
The
I'll
king
agree with
on
it.
E1.
Yeah. No, if my king were on A1, then we'd be happy camper.
By the way, even that I wouldn't be that happy about your position.
That's a bad sign.
That's a very bad sign.
Because what
About it on G1, Maurice?
No.
Maybe I'll be happier then. For me.
The game is over, guys. But Rook H3 has been played, so now we're waiting to see if Nakamura...
Bishop B7, Rook E3.
he's played... Yeah, and now we're waiting on...
Rook C8. Well, Rook C8 is
Rook
just
C8
begging.
seems pretty...
Straightforward, grabbing the
Exactly.
open file, stopping White's king from going anywhere, and asking White how he intends to continue his attack. It's very difficult for White to coordinate his pieces here. God has got to have something special in mind because he went into this very sharp line very quickly, right out of the opening.
That's right. We got 3 super sharp games going on in the championship with the Shanklin-Zarabek game and the Gadakensky-Nakamura game and the Naroditsky-Robson game. So our eyes are going to be really peeled to some of those games as we see whether anyone gets mated, right? Meanwhile, we have got a phone call, so keep them coming to our number and also the hashtag US Chess Champs. So welcome our first caller of the day.
Hello, my name is David. I wanted to ask you a question. It was really physically painful to watch Gadakonsky lose in the second round to Akabayan when he overlooked basically one move. You're often talking about preparing for an opponent for the next round, but how do the professionals overcome the psychological devastation of losing in the previous round?
Thank you for the question, David. We suffer. We suffer. We internalize it. We go over the game constantly in our minds. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What caused us to make that mistake? And we just internalize it and then think like any diver who's wiped out on the diving board. We come back the next day and we try to be as in an optimistic mood as we possibly can. I mean,
It's a long tournament. You
Yes.
can't. You have no other choice.
Right.
I mean, the other choice is just to keep bombing. And most of these players are here because they are champions. That's why they've qualified for the tournament. So they tend to have a championship attitude that they come back the next day and ready to play.
Well, I remember Anna Zatansky starting the tournament with this horrible blunder against Jennifer, and she bounced back with 2 wins in a row. I mean, and
smooth victories.
Yeah, so to speak.
One was smooth. The first one was smooth.
And I think that's what champions do. They just recover. They get back on the horse when they fall off.
And sometimes there are specific techniques that people use, like Anna mentioned wine and exercise. Those are on opposite poles, but sometimes you can use them together, apparently.
Right.
And here she's actually used 30 minutes for 3 moves. So that's a technique we don't recommend.
That's ridiculous.
If you make a blunder or you have a terrible game or a really tough game like Anna had, even though she won, you don't go into the next game and use an absurd amount of time, because that's going to get you into the same type of situation she just got in. And my trouble here is that yesterday, in a strange sense, she was rewarded for her time pressure. I do believe that, in a sense, that that little tactic that Anna found with Queen A4 might not have been missed by Nazi if Anna had a normal amount of time. So in a weird way, she did get rewarded.
Yeah, I know Walter Brown, Victor Korchnoi, others would disturb their opponents in the sense that Victor got into time trouble, Walter got into time trouble, and their opponents were thrown off. They're used to their own time trouble pressures, and opponents would try to blitz them or do things that they normally wouldn't do.
Or underestimate them. Like, this is a clever idea, but she has no time on the clock. How's she finding that?
Exactly.
And then even on a practical sense, Nazi can only think on her time, not on Anna's time, so you're used to this kind of flow.
Right.
I think, you move, I think, and the flow is disrupted.
Absolutely.
So I think Nazi's such a strong player, and even though the tactic was cute, I feel like she would have seen it if it was a normal amount of time. So Anna ended up winning the game because of that, although there were many acts to that game. That was a 3-act game indeed.
Indeed. Sam Shanklin versus Yaroslav. Yaroslav, one of the 5 players tied for first in the open section. He just played a provocative move. Bishop on C8 to F5. Not a normal Grunfeld move, to be sure. Bishop F5, encouraging Sam to continue with whatever attacking ideas he wants to do on the king side. What do you think of that move, Jen? You're a Grunfeld player. How many times have you played Bishop F5 in a Grunfeld?
Well, there is no pawn on c5
That
here.
is true.
But I see what you're saying. White has a big center, and now we're sticking on a bishop on f5. It looks really bizarre.
Yeah.
Because that bishop on f5 doesn't even have a retreat square on g6 or h7.
Right.
So it's an odd bird for sure, and it's all about the concrete lines here, that e4 fails to knight c3 and bishop takes c4.
Right.
And other ways of achieving e4, like capturing on d5 first.
Just a second. Knight takes c3, and the pawn on e4 is just going to be captured. That's clear. And knight takes d5 first.
So if we were to try to play knight d5, the pawn on the e4 square is really well defended. And I guess if bishop g2 or
maybe d3.
Threatening e4.
Even ideas like knight d4 suddenly.
It's very concrete indeed.
Right.
But yeah, we should look at that. Yeah, d3, knight d4.
I would start, if I was Sam, with the move bishop g2. After all, we did play g3 for a reason, hoping for an ambush with knight d5, and when allure your queen to d5 and I'll make a discovered attack against your queen.
Well, maybe the idea now, I mean, I would like to, for instance, take on c3 and then really control the light squares with the bishop e4, but the problem is with the idea that you can't just play d3 because there's a bishop c3 lurking.
Right.
So we kind of occupy the beautiful diagonal that white's trying to occupy.
Exactly.
And since you've already pushed your pawn to h5, you might not be as comfortable with the castle.
True that. But no, I'm keeping the option of h5 takes g6, and we may have a trade of rooks in the position that black always has to be aware of. Intriguing
Queen b3
game.
is also lurking in the in with ideas of knight g5 and
Yes.
e7 hang. It's just it could actually be a very wild game. You know, it's not all the e4 games that are wild.
Exactly. Maurice.
Chess is wild. What he's talking about, this game is so mystifyingly complicated. And we have a novelty alert in the game between Caruana and Jeffrey Zhang. Really interesting, and at least my sense is that Fabi prepared this very deeply. This position occurred in the game, and Jeffrey played D5, not the most popular move in this position. Let's get to that position, D5. This move is not seen as often as castles. So the game continued with takes, and bishop c4, and queen d6, and then b4, and then bishop to b6. And in this moment, never been seen, which is surprising since the idea, of course, has been seen quite a bit, is in this specific position, the move a4 shows up in none of the databases. No one has gone into this line as yet. Seems like it could easily have happened, but maybe there was a reason, because Jeffrey Jean played the move e4 very quickly, and after pawn takes, actually, he didn't, my apologies, he did not play that move very quickly. He played this after some thought. It's White who's been playing very fast, but Jeffrey, taking his time, played this line, and after this takes, he played knight takes e4. Now this, of course, you just look at it and you say, there's a nice pin on this line. Why can't he just simply exploit it? Turns out that after rook to e1, looking for something, bishop f5, and this moment, you cannot exploit this pin because castles with check is about to happen and the king will not be there anymore. So this was the point of his maneuver, to go for this, why he could take on e4. So did he trick Fabi? Fabi has used less than 2 minutes on the clock. Well, he's been getting 30-second increments. He's got 1:28 left on the clock. Jeffrey's down, already having used over 30 minutes on his clock to get this position. And Fabi instantly played king to c2. And as you can see there, got a little drink to relax, to say, I know this position. This is preparation. And I decided to go down the line a little bit with the engines to take a look at what might happen after king c2. So if we look at this position here, after king to c2, now the natural move seems to be bishop f5. Like, what are you doing on this diagonal? Well, now White can play knight h4. So I'm going to try to guess at Fabi's preparation. This bishop is not secure along this diagonal, but the engines give this as a line. And now after rook to e1, f5, f3, trying to win a piece, not quite. Bishop f2, now taking advantage of this situation on the diagonal, capture, a capture, a capture, a check, and now the bishop has to go back to e7. And this position here, the engines are saying slightly better for White, but not even that. It's a smidgen better. But if you look at it, it looked like White was going to have some trouble for a second. If he plays something like bishop to e6, for example, or even moves his king, what a weird endgame. I mean, just weird. He already has this little bit of energy on this side. None of these pieces developed as yet. Black should be okay in this line, though. It seems like it's just, what is wrong with Black's position other than a couple of maybe a little threats, b5, bishop a3, but he should be able to neutralize that according to the engines. So an interesting bit of analysis here, but you know that this has been full preparation. And instead of playing bishop f5, he's removed his knight to d6. Did Jeffrey. Now those three minor pieces sitting abreast on the third rank, not usually a great situation for you to see in a chess game. That looks weird. That one here, that looks unusual. He's attacking the bishop. The engines give rook e1 check as the right move here. But I'm not sure about this constellation, guys. That bishop on b6 also, it's just one tempo. It saves itself with bishop f2. But a5 is threatening to win it as well. Did Jeffrey play this correctly after what was clearly preparation by Caruana?
Wow, thank you, Maurice. And we have another phone call.
Yes, welcome to the show. Let us know your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Vignesh. I'm 12 years old, and I'm calling from Washington. And my question was, I'm interested in playing the Pan American World Youth Championship, so I wanted to know, like, the rating requirements or tournament qualification requirements. And P.S., your commentary is awesome, and I really love Maurice's enthusiasm to all the positions that he gives.
Well, thank you for the question, and Maurice will be delighted to know that his commentary is appreciated. Now,
absolutely,
to your question about what are the qualifications, I don't have a sheet in front of me. I don't know the answers, but I'm sure on the websites for the Pan American Championship that you want to go to, you'll find all of that information there. You've gone to some of these big scholastic events around the world. What is the general qualification? I thought that they were open events.
The Pan American Youth, a lot of the times it's a little complicated because what happens is there's an official representative.
Each federation having an official representative.
And sometimes more if you have former medalists and whatnot. And those official representatives also often get a combination of free room and board.
I see.
But usually in many of them you can also go if you have a certain rating. So it really depends on the event. But Vignesh, thank you for listening. We appreciate your comments and we hope that you qualify. And with that, we will take a couple-minute break before we get back to more exciting action from round 4.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second-guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Here, Tom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 4 of the 2017 U.S. Championships here from a sunny, beautiful St. Louis Central West End.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great day to watch the U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's here in St. Louis. Gorgeous weather.
And happy April Fools. We've got some really amazing games to start this round, just across the board, some really interesting chess. I'm looking at this game of Sam Shankland and Yaroslav, where we see this crazy move, knight b4, trying to take advantage of the poor coordination of Sam's pieces. The game between Naroditsky and Ray Robson, well, what to say? Knight b3 to d2 might be the best move. And I'm telling you, this is a wow, Jen. A lot of Gadakamsky's game with Hikaru Nakamura. Some crazy things are happening in this round already.
Indeed, it is a big day, and let's take a look at some of the tweets that we're getting. We've got official Twitter job done by Cristian Chirila for the St. Louis Chess Club, so you should follow that. And we've also got a lot of Spanish tweets coming in.
Love the sunglasses there by Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura is wearing sunglasses. Actually, I think he's actually just taking them off in that particular shot.
Okay.
And
well, let's just jump into this game of Daniel Naroditsky for a second, and also we have this. We have to mention Anna Zatansky spending 30 minutes for 3 moves. Like, what is up with that? We saw this very aggressive counter, knight e5 by Ray, provoking g5, and after knight d7, basically what Ray is saying is, I'm just going to do my Sicilian development. I'm going to play bishop b7, but I've got a big strategic threat of just occupying this beautiful outpost, a Sicilian player's dream outpost. The knight comes from e5 to c4, hitting the pawn on b2 as well as the bishop on e3. I'm looking at this position and I'm going, well, I don't want to have to face that. I feel compelled, but it looks like such a strange move to play. What a maneuver, knight g1 to f3 to d4 to b3, only to come back to d2. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time jumping with my knight around the board, and I don't know what I'm accomplishing.
Maybe you could do something else, like let the knight on c4, play bishop d4.
Okay, immediately you can castle or queen e2, I don't know.
Yeah, we could give up the bishop on e3 in this spot. I mean, it's not something I normally want to do, but sometimes maybe after knight c4, queen e2, and let them take on e3. And
so I'll just toss out a tempo, h4. I actually wanted to play bishop b7 before I played knight c4.
To stop any kind of e5 business.
Yeah, I just don't want to give some tactical operation. But in any case, so knight c4, queen e2, and you're saying...
Well, you can stick in bishop b7, queen e2 then. Just...
Well, it's okay. I'm still having a little trouble with my mouse. Sorry. Queen e2. All right, bishop b7. I'll do it. And this is, I don't know. This looks really double-edged.
You don't hate it for white. I mean,
no, I don't hate it for white.
Suppose I castle now, and it seems like in general, I don't like giving up that dark squared bishop, but sometimes you just have to do it. And after knight e3, well,
I'm not going to take it.
But no, I want you to take it.
You want to take? Okay.
For illustrative purposes more. That it's not like the end of the world here.
I'll fall for it, Jennifer. I'll take your bishop.
Yeah. Now, just after knight e3, queen takes e3. Yes. In a dragon-type position, this is very unpleasant, but that bishop on f8 is not...
Yeah, I tell you.
The bishop on f8 is not on the g7 diagonal yet, and here, we have a lot of faster development, right? I mean, black's still 2 moves from castling, and we can play f4 and f5, and yeah, this is very promising for white, whereas black doesn't have to take on e3 immediately, just kind of leave the tension there a bit, as you pointed out. Very double-edged.
Well, this one has been the tale of the dancing knights all the way through. First of all, we saw this move very early on. Here you have 2 knights developed. He plays the move knight b3. That's just not logical or common anyway. Knight to c6, bishop e3. Okay, the bishop is moved. So let's track these pieces as they move. e6, g4, b5, bishop to g2. So now he's got 2 bishops that he's moved. So white started with this 1 knight expression, moving his knight back. Now it's black's turn. I'm not going to move my bishops. Play knight to e5, g5. Okay, got to move my knight. Now knight to d2. Another knight move to stop the move knight to c4, which would harass his bishop on e3. Knight b6. Yet another knight move, intending the follow-up, which would be another knight move to this square. The engine's giving f4, attacking this knight. Knight to c4, knight takes, and now bishop c1 as the correct move. What kind of chess is this? I mean, makes no sense. Of course, we know why it's all been played, understandably, from Carey's attack type positions. But man, black has moved 1 knight in the game. 1 knight, it looks like now, and it's going to happen. f4 is on the board. The knight's going to go to c4. We're going to see that position with the bishop going back to c1. What kind of chess position? Craziness there, not logical. And let's go to another position where there's a lot of knight prancing going on as well. This one, we saw this h-pawn going down the board, g3, bishop f5, bishop g2, and now knight to b4 with the beginner's threat of knight to c2 check. And after castles, knight takes on c3 in this position, trading off and looking to get into c2 and possibly get some kind of perpetual action going. For example, if you take this way, well, this is actually a little bit funny to have to face bishop c2 in this position. So maybe you might have to take like this, in which case he could now trade, takes, knight to c2, rook to b1, knight a3, and we see a repetition of moves because this rook is under attack and simply has to get out of the way. And again, the knight dancing once more. It's very strange games going on all around the playing hall with these funny pawn moves and knight moves.
Yeah, knight b4. That's not a move that I would have expected. I like recapturing with the b pawn, by the way, Maurice. And going back to the game of Gadakamsky versus Hikaru, we're having trouble knitting together the right sort of piece development that Gada wants. He played the move bishop f1 to e2, developing his bishop. Bishop d3 had drawbacks. He's played this move bishop e2, and I kind of am sympathetic to it, as you're keeping option, you're taking control of the f3 square. We were looking at some positions where there was a rook f8 to f3 maneuver, which was really annoying. So I like this move, but...
And even these queen d5 ideas, now you can play just bishop f3, winning a piece.
Exactly.
Whereas with the bishop pawn on d3, queen d5 was definitely a move.
Right.
Or bishop takes d5 followed by queen d5.
Definitely queen d5 walking into this bishop f3 move would be ill-advised. And Maurice, back to you.
Well, we're going to see a quick draw. We're going to see a very quick draw, as a matter of fact, in this game. He did take with the b pawn, did Sam Shanklin. After bishop to c2, queen was forced to go to e1, bishop back to e4. You can't touch the knight because the rook's hanging on b1, unless you have some kind of spectacular sacrifice in mind. Meantime, the threat of knight c2 is clearly ferocious. Knight c2 is coming next. The only reasonable move, queen to d1, bishop back to c2, queen back, bishop here. I mean, there's this idea maybe to try to sacrifice after bishop takes on f3, bishop takes f3, knight c2. This could be interesting. Maybe this is the way to avoid playing for a draw, playing to the draw line. Yes, he's got the bishop. Is this the kind of line you were looking at when you thought queen b takes c3?
Absolutely. Just right on point there, Maurice. I thought that this exchange sacrifice for white had some real consideration for it. If you continue that line that that the position that you have exactly at the moment, queen d2, I think, knight takes a1, bishop takes b7. The knight on a1 is going to be recaptured, we hope, after bishop a3. But in the meanwhile, I want to tickle you just a little bit with the move bishop c6 check before I play bishop a3. So, you know, this is the type of sacrifice white will have to make, as you're pointing out,
to avoid. The only way to keep it going.
Exactly.
But we should point out that after d3, the engines also say, well, maybe you don't take here now. Just play knight here, queen d2, and then take on a1 immediately.
Oh, really?
And if you if you take on e4, of course, you run into queen takes d2, and bishop takes d2, knight c2, and the knight's getting out. It looks like, anyway, on this square, and it's not the same. I mean, you're down in exchange.
Not the same compensation
that
I wanted.
This is not a position you want. And so that looks forcing. So this may not be a line that's worth it. If the knight goes to c2, queen d2, knight a1, it looks like you have to take some. I mean, you could play h6 and try to figure out what this bishop wants to do. Bishop f8 is being given as best, so as not to fall into some kind of e5 line. And now keep the queens on with this move, going after the knight. But bishop c6.
Nah, don't believe this.
No, that's different. And the engine's like black in this game, though white does have some compensation. Will he go for this? Here he is, Sam Shanklin, having to think about that. That's a really highly unusual position.
Definitely. You don't see a repetition like that very often. Bishop c2, back to e4, back to c2. And Sam Shanklin thinking, do I want to keep this game going?
And we'll watch him puzzle it out. Meanwhile, we've got some comments coming to our hashtag US Chess Champs. Cress Wainscott says that it's great that it takes a rating of around 2620 to qualify for the U.S. Championship by rating a new golden age of American chess indeed. Agreed, Chris. And it's going to get hotter and hotter as some of these young players like Jeffrey Zhang are qualifying by rating, not by winning the U.S. Junior. You know, he might be joined by players like Rufang Li, Wander Liang, Sam Sevian.
A lot of...
Who am I missing there? I missed someone there.
Kate and Troth. I mean, the names just keep coming. I mean, they're really, really, really strong juniors. And there we have a graphic of how these players in the U.S. Championship stack up in the world rankings. Look at that, 2, 3, 6. 71, 80, 84, 85, 99. We've got how many players in the top 100? That's a lot of players.
99, that's a cool.
8 players in the top 100 and 10 in the top 120.
And I'm telling you, Daniel Naroditsky, he's going to get in that top 100. He may be doing it after this tournament. I wonder what the live rating looks like.
Poor Gadakamsky, I mean,
he was number 2 in the world at one time. Look at
right,
that.
And he's dropping out of the top 100 right now. So great point, Chris. And we've got
just
another
getting stronger and stronger.
We've got another request from the Pythons Chess Club, and he asks if we can take a look at the Yip game, because the young lady is from the Boston area, and I guess this is a Boston area chess club. It's Python.
But he's right. That game features some stuff that we want to look at too.
Yeah.
Another pawn
versus
demonstration.
Emily, yeah.
So
okay, Maurice,
Sicilian.
what do we got? What do we got in that? That's another crazy Sicilian.
Yes, and in fact, we'll just go back to what was somewhat of a normal Sicilian, this Taimanov setup. Well, the knight c6, a6, e6, queen f3, knight f6, and castles, right? So now we're here. Bishop to b4, trying to pin this knight, destroy this knight, and wreck the pawn structure. Sorry, you're not going to get that. Castles, and now g4. You know this move. You know Rex Sinkfield loves this move, and Jennifer, you always tell him don't play it, except everybody plays it. He may not know how to handle it, but everybody else loves it.
Tell you when it's good. That's what I tell him.
G5, knight d7, queen g3, knight c e5, and again the dancing knights. Look at those knights floating around in a Sicilian and king b1. So this game has both the themes we've been looking at, the advanced pawns and the knight maneuvers. It's going to be impossible to tell that youngster who called earlier that he should be developing his pieces first and not throwing pawns down the board and moving the same piece twice, because the best players in the country keep moving their pieces around for very specific strategic reasons, of course, that modern chess understands. That if you can get something secure in the position that your opponent can't handle, then it's okay to move your piece twice, or sometimes 3 times.
And there she goes, knight hopping into c4.
And I'm sure Carissa is about to drop her bishop back, which
immediately. She wants to keep that bishop on the board.
Now, both of you, you love these Sicilian positions for both sides, actually.
Yes, I do.
Take us through, Jennifer. Would you rather play white in this exact position that Carissa has, or would you rather play black, and what would attract? And Maurice, same questions for you.
Because chocolate and vanilla, I like all the desserts. But here it's like,
you got some toppings
I mean, generally, I guess I really like both sides, because it's very similar in a sense, right? You're trying to play h4, h5, and go for the attack, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, black
wants b5 and goes for the attack against your
b5, knight b6, bishop b7, rook c8.
Right.
And generally, I guess if I had to pick in this specific situation, I'll go ahead and take black.
What?
Wow.
What?
Okay, Maurice.
White.
Wow. We got dissension here.
I mean, wow. After bishop c1,
yeah.
Black has this bishop out here, a little pinky sticking out, but totally controlled. H4, H5, G6, or name it, it's coming quickly, and white has secured this position in cement. I don't see this attack rolling very quickly. I see it's coming, but I don't see it as fast as what's going to happen on this side. Maybe Kasparov would disagree, given how good he is in the Najdorf, but I feel like it's white that has the security here in this position. I would definitely play some blitz games against you in this position later, Jen, if you'd like.
Well, take us through it. Play some moves. B5, let's go. Come on.
All right,
B5.
well, we're going to play H4.
Bishop B7, what Jennifer said.
Well, you're going to just go with H5?
Okay, let's take that knight and go B4.
We're trying to win your e4 pawn.
B4.
You are?
Yeah, baby.
Okay, that was not nice.
We're going to play rough.
Yeah, that wasn't
Maybe
very...
just take a timeout move and play bishop d3 somewhere.
Right here.
We got to
I'm backing up.
Bishop
Backing
G2
up. I just played quickly.
Victory.
We were playing blitz, remember? We were playing blitz. Now let's analyze. All right, we'll play a natural move.
Jennifer, it's on you. Which rook comes to c8, or what are we doing? What do you like?
Yeah, sure. Let's play Rook F to C8.
Rook F C8, keeping everybody in the party over there.
All right, well, we're going to do it now if you're not winning any material.
We got a knight A3 check when he's not looking.
Well, this is the kind of position.
Well, you both love them. I mean,
this is where we're going. This is where we're headed. And B5 has already been played, so this is exciting.
Yes.
This is exciting stuff for sure.
Yeah, we got bishop C3, B4, and your C2 pawn. This is going to be a lot of fun. And this is the youngest battle of the tournament. 13 years old versus 14 years old.
I wanted to get to another position. Bishop C1 also has been played in the the Daniel Naroditsky game. So we're waiting. Did she play? Yeah, she did play Bishop C1. So we got some twins happening here.
Right.
Bishop C1 happened in this position virtually, I mean, the same pawn structure.
Right.
Everything about it is the exact same with F4 coming. Just he needs some more moves, does White, to get his attack going if possible. With Black, it's just about the same thing, the same formation, so that's great to see. There was another game that saw an early 95. This one right here, same deal, but 95 in this position, looking to challenge this knight, queen e2, bishop c5, rook ed1 in the game between Wesley So and Onischuk, and the Indians are giving White a very slight edge as well. Another game with the knight, this quick knight move is this one, and this one with Kamsky and Nakamura. Again, the Indians give the best move, bishop g2. Will he find this move? He's been sitting for quite some time after bishop to e2. He might see it. He might see it and not want to play it. He just might see it and not want to play it because it's so weird. But rook g3 is possible. Rook h2. He could also now play bishop e4. Remember we saw the queen go to d5? Yes. He could just mess up that coordination by forcing the rook to move. And now you have no idea of queen over to h2. So that all that's just off the table. But now his bishop has the e4 square with the threat of rook to c2. That makes bishop g2 not such a weird maneuver. It just kicks the rook away, and he has to decide whether or not that's the right thing to do. And that's actually much, much simpler to find that sequence.
One of the things I find so remarkable about Hikaru Nakamura is he does tend to think out of the box quite often, especially when I watch him playing bullet and blitz chess. He finds very unusual tactics and difficult strategic moves almost at a glance. He's a remarkable player, and there you see ranked number 6 in the world, number 3 nationally, and he's even been higher ranked. He's one of those very, very rare players in the world to get into the 2800 club, we call it. I think there's 12 only in the history of the world of chess that have gotten that high, and Hikaru is one of them.
Now, speaking of high-rated, Wesley So, he's our number 2 player in the world, today battling against one of the other leaders in the tournament, Alexander Onischuk.
Both tied for first.
There's always that dark horse because, he seems like to be the player who never bombs, right?
Yes, his consistency is legendary. He very, very rarely loses, maybe 1 or 2 at the most, but he gets in his victories, and he's always in the top of the field.
And a super classy guy as well, who's also a coach at the Texas Tech University, and I know he's got a lot of fans, but I'm a fan of Wesley So's position in this game. Definitely a little something for White, certainly a lot more than he got against Fabiano Caruana yesterday.
Yes, that is for sure. And we have a very special guest in our studio, Jennifer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was waiting for Jennifer to throw it to me, and it was thrown to me. Well, we're with Steve Sanger, who's the St. Louis County Executive. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Now, you've been the county executive since 2015, I believe it is.
January 1st.
What has been the challenge of being the big dog?
Well, there are many challenges, many opportunities. But really bringing everyone together is, I think, the greatest opportunity that we've had is bringing everyone together and moving upward together, economically and, in every aspect.
Well, you're here at the world-famous St. Louis Chess Club. What has been the partnership with the club in bringing international tournaments? And let me actually ask first about the economic impact of having these kind of sterling tournaments going on here in St. Louis.
It's really incredible. We estimate that this tournament has about, in excess of $1 million of economic impact for the region, which is incredible.
That's pretty cool.
City and county.
Am I sharing in some of that?
I don't know. I don't know how we could arrange that, but
you're the big dog, man. You're supposed to make that happen. Come on. All right, I won't get you in any trouble. What about chess? We have a lot of chess going on with the kids in the city. Is expanding to the counties. Yeah. How is that partnership benefiting you?
It really teaches some valuable skills for our youth. You know, when you talk about just the analytical side of chess, the planning ahead and the discipline that it requires, not to mention just the intellectual engagement. I think it's really, it's just a great thing for kids to take part in.
Do you see it expanding?
Oh, I do. Sure, absolutely. You know, and you know, just the other evening I was talking with my staff, and I was meeting with some chess folks, and we were talking about ways that we could bring chess even more into the county. So
awesome.
We're working on those things right now.
Are you a chess player?
You know, you could say I am, sort of. You know, politics is sort of a chess game. I try to stay about 5 moves ahead, and you know, so in that respect, yes.
It's dangerous calling yourself a chess player in this place. You know
I know. That? Well, you know, I'm not quite to this.
You'll be challenged instantly. There's like 15 people who are like, I want to beat that guy.
No, I understand. Yeah.
And I was reading here. It was intriguing me while I was waiting for Jen to throw it to me that you share something in common with the founder of Rex Singfield. And also Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter.
Sure.
What do you know what that is?
I'll bet I know. It's Bishop DeBerg. We went to high school in the same place.
Pretty amazing that the high school is producing such sterling people in the world.
Well, you know, I'm not at the caliber of those individuals, but I will tell you that it was a great school, great education.
It's fantastic.
We had a chess club.
You did?
We did.
Did you play?
I did not play, but we did have one.
Okay. Well, those guys are special today, too.
I know.
Sure.
I know Rex played on the chess
Rex
club.
did play. Well, thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you
for coming and
Thanks
joining
for having me. I really appreciate it.
And good luck with all the work you're doing, the great work you're doing.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your support. This is great.
Right. He was at the opening ceremony that we had here at the Bouquet Club.
Yes, absolutely.
Talking about all the players that have relocated to St. Louis.
Really nice comments that he made at that opening ceremony, and it's so wonderful to have the political support of the city as well as the council. So again,
more politicians need to get into chess. Not the playing, but just like the supporting of it.
And by the way, guess who found Bishop G2?
No surprise.
Well,
Bishop G2 we were talking about against Bishop D3, but it also a decent maneuver here because it stops. Now when we play Queen D5, there's no Bishop F3 winning a whole piece.
That is for sure.
Which would be a kind of ugly April Fool's present.
Right, and Maurice, you were about to elucidate why that maneuver Bishop G2 tickling that rook on H3 and bringing it back to H2 interferes with White's attacking plans.
Before I get to my statement, though, did you see Gadakomsky just now? The look on his face? Yeah, he had that same look that he had the last couple of times, almost as though he blundered, and he didn't blunder. I mean, it's not, this position is still fairly equal-ish according to the engines. But this move, Bishop G2, is one of those very specific type moves, nuanced move that says, you know what, chess is all about coordination. And on the high level, it's especially about coordination. Nobody's just going to give you weak squares, weak pawns, or maybe these days they do and they don't care. But the main thing is, if your pieces are not finely coordinated, then you could get into trouble much easier. And these crazy tacticians, they'll either find a way to win material or find a way to start squeezing you, and then suddenly your position just starts to erode. And he just noticed this move, Bishop G2. He was trying to paint a picture, if we can now look at this position. He's trying to paint a picture somehow. He knows his pawn doesn't belong here, and the pawn on D4, it's held up for now, but there's always going to be this exchange on E5. The position's going to change, and he doesn't have too much control over the pawn structure. He's not the one who's going to change the pawn structure. It's Nakamura who has the grandmaster exchange of bishop takes knight. So he wants to have coordination. He'd love to be castled. Forget about it. That ain't going to happen today. He'd love to have his rooks doubled. He'd love to have his queen somewhere leading the charge. He's getting none of it. And now his rook is going to have to go somewhere. He's a big decision between this square or this one. He's not going down here for sure. But this one or this one. And either one messes up the coordination of his pieces. He wanted to keep the flow going, but with his rook on H2, his queen can't get there. With his rook on G3, he can't get along the file. So that's a big decision for him. Either decision he makes to attack this bishop, let's put it on H2, this bishop's going to drop back. He could also play queen D5, by the way, still could Nakamura. But the very natural bishop to e4 is also in the position, and that threatens rook c2, and white can talk all he wants. He's not attacking. He's not pretending to attack. He has no dreams of attack anymore. He's trying to think about, how do I stabilize this thing? How do I tamp this down? Because this guy keeps coming after me every single move. And so it's clearly, what's interesting is the engines are saying triple zeros. But it doesn't feel like it because the way the game is going, white made this big demonstration. Remember G4, H4, H5, go get him, sacrifice a pawn. And now you're looking at a position going, I got no attack. Yeah. He sacked a pawn right back with D4, how instructive that was. And now there's nothing going for white except how to defend this exact position.
Thank you, Maurice. No, I just find this move, bishop G2, such a disruptive move because bishop E4 immediately, instead of bishop G2, Gata would have embraced that move because as a big a threat as rook C2 is, the move F2, F3 supported, well, my mouse is not cooperating, F2, F3 supported by the rook on H3. Rook C2, I can just drop back with the queen, and lots of pieces are on pre after that. And I think white is happy, maybe not so happy, this bishop H4 check. I think white would have embraced this, but the point is bishop G2 really disrupted the whole plan. Maurice.
Yes, and I'd like to show a couple of instances when this happens, and it's funny because for absolutely no reason, I was thinking about that this morning. I woke up like 5 this morning, and I had a flashback from like 15 years ago. This game I played against Etienne Bacrot. Why did I have the flashback? I don't know. It was out of a reverie. Anyway, the game, I had white against him, and we played this position. I played D4, he took, and I took, and there's moves, bishop C5, queen F6. He played bishop B4, which is usually just like a silly check. Like, what are you doing this for? And his point was he was testing me, like, which piece do you want to move? Where do you want to put a bishop on D2? Do you want to play C3? Are you ready to play knight C3 and allow takes? Which one do you want to? It's just normally it's bishop C5 or queen F6, but let's say it's bishop C5. He played this move, and when I gained the tempo, now he went back. And he's like, okay, now your pawn's on C3, you know? Are you happy with this position? So it's that kind of funny moves that can throw spanner in the works. And something's going on right now. The board between Zerabuk and Sam Shanklin
looks like a draw.
Is it just a draw? It looks like it's just been drawn by a repetition of moves, whatever
three-move repetition.
That this discussion's about. They are done. That was a quick draw. Nothing much happening there. So
yeah, Sam was looking to see if he wanted to go for those lines that we were demonstrating.
That exchange sacrifice didn't feel so good in the second version. The first version would have been good for white, but the other where you take on E4.
And he was also looking at ways maybe to throw on H6, and if there's anything there. I mean, think about it. He has all the time in the world. He knows that Yarrow is going to go for this variation.
Right.
And so he wants to
white.
think it over for 20 minutes. He's
away white.
Certainly not thrilled with the outcome there. But we've got another update.
Just another point about this maneuver. I just, again, reflected on this bishop maneuver, the disrupting bishop maneuver. In this variation of the Queen's Indian, another line I play with black, bishop A6 is played, and after the move B3, the most popular move here is bishop to B4 check. Same bishop check along this diagonal. White does not want to play moves like knight D2 because of the C3 square, but he could play bishop D2, and then black drops back. And your argument is that this bishop is misplaced, again, on this D2 square, and white might have to move it again to gain a tempo. Usually white will put it on C3 and put the knight here. White could also play knight C3. The point is, it's not unusual to play a bishop attack and then bring it back. And so if we now go to the Nakamura game that we have this position with bishop to G2, it's just a common idea to disrupt the coordination a little bit. And he's done so in this game. Play bishop to G2, chase this piece, which is now moved to G3, and now, almost without question, you're going to see the move bishop to E4 appear on the board with the idea of rook to C2. So he's caused this rook to not be on the happy file.
Right.
Certainly the H file is the happy file, the one you want to mate on. He's now on the G file. I don't know what you might call that one, the good file. In this case, it might be the good for nothing file.
Good for nothing indeed. Jennifer, yesterday was one of the most dramatic games we've ever witnessed in any of the U.S. championships.
Absolutely.
In the game between Naji and Anna.
Naji Paikidze and Anna Zitansky. We had our four-time champion versus our reigning champion. And
That theoretical ending of rook and bishop versus rook.
That's right. Somehow, Anna Zatonski, after the time pressure flurry, ended up with a totally winning endgame, and she was technically converting it. She had an easier win, but understandably she was in time pressure, so she traded the queens, still winning. Nazi found a tactic that Anna had missed to trade into a rook and bishop versus rook.
A theoretical draw.
The clock starts to tick. There's a second clock now. There's 50 moves. If Nazi can make those 50 moves, it's a draw.
Without losing a rook or getting checkmated.
Exactly. And so Anna Zatonski, it looks like she's not finding her way. She's not even getting the king to the corner or the edge.
Right.
And then somehow, just at the last minute, Nazi made a mistake and allowed Anna to net her rook and checkmating threats together. And it was, guess what move? Move 48.
Yes.
48. So Nazi only had to make two more moves without losing a rook or checkmate, and the game would have been drawn. Just like one of the most spectacular finishes in terms of excitement that I've seen in an endgame.
We were on the edge of our seat.
I got to tell you, it was pretty dull before it started to be like crazy. Because remember, when Anna was just going around in circles, it was like, okay, she's screwing this up. She can't figure out how to win, how to even push the king to the side. She spent like 35. That was the thing that was so shocking. She spent like 35 moves, wasted moves, or was it really like 39 moves probably that were a complete waste. We were watching and just like, okay, this is definitely a draw. That's what really was so funny. It's like we were watching and the whole time going, this is just a draw. This is just a draw. And then all of a sudden, all heck broke loose. It's like, oh my God, rook a8, and suddenly the mate and the just making it in time, the 50 moves, and then we were just completely riveted and stunned by what we were seeing. To me, it was the shock of that really made it so entertaining.
So what we're going to do is, as we go on break, we're going to show the last 10 minutes of our round 3 coverage from yesterday.
Let's relive the excitement.
Enjoy. Even were she to get a winning position that Naji could fall into potentially, she won't have enough moves.
Definitely won't. This is not a winning position.
Not yet, no, but it's creeping there. It's creeping towards it.
I mean, rook a3. Sorry, rook a6.
Rook a6. Very good. Yes, that absolutely is excellent. Cutting my king from. I want to give rook h7 check, obviously, and then approach king versus. Ooh.
Okay.
Rook
a8.
Okay. Okay.
Rook a8 is losing, but it's a mate in 22.
You see? That's the point.
What the heck is rook h?
Rook a8.
A rook a8. That is, the computer has announced mate in 14.
Uh-oh.
In 14 moves.
Right.
Wow.
That was a terrible move.
But it's a move 122. She only got 8 moves. That means she could have had this position earlier.
Right.
She might have won the game.
Absolutely.
Look at this critical error.
So let's see that mate in 8. Or wait, you said 14, right?
It's 14 right now. I'm waiting to the engine to prove its evaluation. But rook h7 is the right first move. King, and it has been played.
And what's the best defense then?
The best defense that allows. The engine just reduced it. The engine is not a table base right now that I'm using. So So it should be it's analyzing everything as opposed to a table base. We should update it with a table base. I can grab my phone and get on a site to do that right now. But the move king a6 is made in 11.
So 81, it's actually move 131.
And she's played king
so
a6.
We're really close.
Checkmate in 11.
Yes.
Wait, so and she needs to make it to 131. So it's cutting.
The worst part about this, is that she's going to realize she's losing.
King c4.
King c4 is correct.
Bravo. And very quickly, by the way, king a5 was played.
And now the next move is Zugzwang, is to move the rook. See if she finds it. Is just to move the rook along the rank to test that rook of whites.
And that's what you meant by the whole Zugzwang position, because then you force it into the worst a6 square, and that's when you shift the rook front and checkmate in the other direction.
But you know, but hold on a second. It doesn't matter that it's mate. The mate is happening because the rook is being lost. The rook is being lost on move 129.
No.
The rook is being lost on move 129.
Wait, so let's show that variation then.
So
after king c4, king a5.
Rook a5, rook e7, just wait it out.
Yes.
And when you play king a6,
yes,
king b4.
So rook a6 loses to what, like just like rook e1 or something?
Yes.
Because you can no
Rook
longer...
Right, because you have no, that's right. Let me get back.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness, she's losing the game. Rook a8 was a critical blunder, and it looks like she's going to lose. King c4, king
but
a5.
Anna's played rook a3. I'm sorry, she's played rook h6.
Rook h6 is incorrect and extends the game past the move 130.
No.
That's right. Now she will not win the rook. Wait a minute. Even here, she's winning the rook on move 129. Sorry. Move 129, she's picking up the rook in the best line.
So similar lines.
What is the best
rook a6
line?
is still leading to rook h1.
Yeah,
Same
the
idea.
game is lost. The game is lost. It's unbelievable. Rook c8, rook h3, king a6, and this beautiful move, rook back to h7, and now rook a8, king b4, rook b8 check, king a4, and now
you lose the rook.
Rook, look at this, Zugzwang, the bishop just moves, and you have no move. And this is a move 129 with the next move.
Oh my goodness.
Unreal.
Is she going to get to this position?
Oh my goodness, it's here. It's like
got rook c8. So
rook c8, move 125. How did she play rook a8? How did she play rook a8 instead of rook a6? That's incredible that she did that.
Because rook a6 is so Philidor-esque.
Rook a6 just stops the king from coming in. You draw with ease. Why would you put your rook in the corner?
42 seconds for Anna. Will she find the winning line and make it just underneath the 50 move
So as
mark?
it turns out, there were a lot of moves that won in that particular position. Rook e7, rook h6.
Yes, there's tons of moves, all at that 129 mark.
Wow.
And right now, she has a win in her pocket, but she only has 23 seconds left
to find it.
Unreal. She should play rook down to
anywhere, h3, h2, h1.
Exactly. Bring the rook down, and she has played the first version of it.
Rook h1 has been played.
King a6 is forced,
which
she
played.
Which you played,
and she
found the move, and she's winning now. Look at this.
And,
oh gosh.
And Nazi is in a noose.
The mate threat on a7
she found
forces rook a8
is
king b4.
King b4.
Winning.
Ooh.
So rook a8.
Winning. Here it comes. Rook a8, and Nazi knows something is really wrong right now.
Now's the time to keep her poker face. She does leave in Vegas, because just in case Anna hasn't seen that king b4 key,
right,
Nazi's got to show she doesn't see it either.
Right.
Oh my goodness. King b4 and
but
king
her
a4.
face is turning red. I think she sees it. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
The shock. How could she not play rook
But a buzzer finish. Just
right
the
at the move, right at the 50th move.
Right. I mean, this is insane.
Whoa. Rook a8.
And guys, I might be right about the game ending on move 129.
I
win all the
match.
And she knows she's winning now.
Done it.
And she knows she's winning. Look at this finish.
Because now rook b8 check, that's nothing but a spike check.
Rook b8
king
is
a4,
the only
rook
move.
a8, and then a bishop
and
move.
then a bishop move
on the diagonal.
And it's mate.
And it's just mate. And
it's
look
mate.
at Anna looking at her score sheet, making sure she has enough moves. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
This is surreal.
King b4.
This is surreal. How can you do it on the 50th move? This is absolutely shocking beyond belief.
Wow.
This is just devastating.
So she's going to play rook b8 check. Anna's quickly going to play king a4.
Yes.
And then after rook a8.
I might go to the arbiter and say, my intention is to play the move rook a8.
And say it's a draw? What's the rule?
I'm claiming the 50 move rule just to be... Yeah, check. Here you go. King a4.
You got king a4.
Instantly.
And now it could be a bishop move or a rook move.
Wait a minute. She played king takes f6 on move 81. So she actually has 2 more moves.
Yeah, 131.
She has 131.
Yeah,
of course she's winning. This is over. This is over.
Yeah, 131. That's what you guys were betting. 131. I bet the game ended at 129. You guys bet the game ended at 131.
That is true.
And we'll see how it goes.
Rook A8. Any bishop move, any rook move.
Any rook, I mean, it doesn't have to be a bishop move, yeah.
Right.
So this is,
And
as long as she doesn't.
It's Zugzwang.
It's Zugzwang.
And Anna loves her endgame studies, so.
And the move is on the board, and it's now mate in
and
2.
She's done the most
Rook
aesthetic
G7.
of them. Rook G7.
That's it. And Anna is going to win this game. It feels like a game that she's won 3 times. Once when she played the move Queen A4. Once when she was about to play the move King D3. And now the 3rd time.
129.
Whoa.
The game is over.
Yeah.
And I win the bet. The most important thing.
That's the most important part for you, Jay. You on the bench, just like a poker player. And the resignation has occurred.
Brutal.
Wow.
Devastating, incredible, unbelievable finish to this game.
So dramatic. That had us really on the edge of our seats.
I'm sorry. I wasn't on the edge of my seat at all. Rook A6 was such an easy draw. There was no reason to play Rook 8. Why would you play Rook 8?
But I was on the edge of my seat for the last 8
I
moves.
was riveted.
At the end,
was incredible.
Well, at the end, it was shocking.
This was
Yeah.
incredible.
That was
finish.
just...
And under all that pressure, Anna
Wow.
finding that correct sequence. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, she blew it under pressure, but then under even more pressure, she made it through and showed us why she's a champion. Let's take a look at our tournament standings to remind you guys where we stand in both tournaments. In the U.S. Championship, we've got a logjam at the top, and one of the players in that logjam has just drawn. So Yaroslav Zherevuk standing on +1. Will anybody join the +2 club today? That's the big question. Well, Nakamura seems to have a very promising configuration against Gadakansky, so will he be the guy to do it? That won't be too surprising. I liked Wesley So's game against Alexander Onishuk too. We didn't get a chance to dig too deep into that because, you know, there's so many super exciting games today, and one of them is from another member of the club, Daniel Naroditsky. He's got
Ray Robson.
a very exciting Sicilian going on there.
Right.
Meanwhile, in the women's championship, the U.S. Championship games are in such fire today that we haven't spent as much time on the women's, but Irina Krush, the front leader in this tournament so far, with both her score and her play.
Well, as she had the wind in her sails against Sabina Poyser, Sabina had that winning position, ended up turning it around in Irina's favor, and Irina is now 2 wins and 1 draw to lead the women's championship.
And yesterday she played a Yasser-approved victory.
It was a beautiful game that Irina played yesterday, a real masterclass.
Yeah, she does have that positional class that makes her the one grandmaster in the field. And here we see symmetrical poses here of Irina Krush and Jennifer Yu. Both their head in their hands. We should take a look at that game. Well, actually, do you want to look at the So ownership game since we didn't really get a chance to?
Because you had mentioned it, and I am sure a lot of our viewers were asking a question. Didn't Wesley just drop his knight, this knight on D4, under attack from this black queen on D8? And Wesley played the move Queen E2. You can't capture the knight right away because there's this discovered attack with knight D5, hitting the queen on D4, hitting the knight on E5, hitting the bishop on E7. the queen drops back, we have moves like b4, rook c1, as well as simply recapturing our sacrifice piece like this. So,
with a beautiful position with the two bishops.
Exactly. Very
Although maybe
favorable
there's even better.
Very favorable for white. So Alex said, well, I can't capture the knight now, but I really want that knight to move. He played the move bishop c5, hoping to dislodge this knight. For example, a move like knight d3 would allow very complicated play either with knight d3 or knight g4. That would have been a good line for black. Wesley defended the knight. Queen e7. So,
now my concern here is that after Queen e7,
well, I was once again, I was just going to point out that after bishop takes d4, if we move our knight, where do we want to move our knight? Knight a4, for example. Bishop takes b2, rook takes d8, bishop takes a1. The problem for black is he's doing very well. He's got two minor pieces and a rook for the queen, but unfortunately it's the bishop on a1 that finds itself trapped after the retreat. Rook a1 attacking the bishop, and white will win back one of those minor pieces. So that was why we saw the move queen e7.
Knight a4 wasn't so accidental.
Yeah, exactly.
But hey, maybe we play knight a4 anyway and just hunt down that bishop on that dark squared bishop so that we can grab the two bishops for ourselves. The idea being that if you play bishop d6, we can continually harass you with knights at b5, and you're forced to play bishop b8 because you can't play rook d8. Then I can take on d6, followed by taking on e5. And playing your bishop all the way to b8.
That just feels like you're going in the wrong direction, doesn't it? Ideas of f4 and e5 really look good.
And the thing is, you don't even really want to play a6 because it's weakening your b6 pawn.
Right, and I just point out the tactical sequence that would go after bishop a6, rook takes d6. If you take with the queen, at the end of the day, it's the knight on e5 that is hanging. Oops.
And these two pieces for a rook are very good pieces. Yeah,
exactly. That would be huge for. And if you take the knight, and I'll take your bishop. Now you take the rook. Same.
Even worse. With the queens on the board, it's even worse because now we're going to get your king too.
Good point. So, tactical misbehaving is working out very nicely for Wesley as he's pressing Alex Onyshuk, and this again a featured matchup of two of the players who are tied for first going into round 4.
And that's why instead of retreating the bishop after knight a4, he acquiesced the two bishops advantage to Wesley So. Not something you want to do in this wide open position against the number 2 player in the world, but you got to do what you have to do. That bishop on b8 looked ugly.
Right.
So Onyshuk decided better to give him the two bishops and play knight c6, see if we can defend this position. But I know you're probably licking your lips, Yasser, at having the two bishops here.
Well, yes and no, because I do, of course, in an open position, 4 pawns are off the board. I'd also give this capture on f6 serious thought. The idea is that if you recapture with the queen, so keep your pawn structure intact, there is this tempo-gaining, space-gaining move, e4, e5, and again, this bishop on g2, thanks to that pin that is occurring, the pawn on e5 is untouchable, and after a retreat, let's say queen e7, try to leverage my control of the d6 square to play a move like rook d6.
This looks promising for white, but in that variation, I wonder if rook d7 could be
also even stronger.
Yeah, because now if you try to do something like rook b8, I even have a move. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm hanging.
But rook d7 is an idea that you really want to do.
I want to play e5.
Yeah, rook c1 as a preparatory move for rook d7.
Yeah.
Now,
too bad I don't have the other rook on a d1 in that position, because I was thinking if rook d7, I could play rook b7 and e5, switch the move order. But Wesley chose none of the above. He wanted to keep the two bishops on the board, which is very understandable if he didn't see something concrete there.
Right.
He played bishop to e3. A lot of players would play bishop to b2. That looks more natural. But Wesley, looking deeper into the position, perhaps thinks that the bishop on e3 with the prospects of getting to d5 with lots of big threats there.
Well, as you say, he did play the move bishop e3. Bishop b2 certainly felt a lot more natural. One of the things is you look at the knight, right? You got this knight on the rim, and you go, I'm not really happy with that. I want that knight to get back in the game. Well, if you go back to c3, that's okay. No problems there. But Wesley is much more ambitious. He wants to reroute his knight to the square b2 and then to c4, where it's actually supporting e5. So that was why he didn't retreat his bishop to the natural square b2. He's going to save that square for his knight.
But this position, white's for choice, but black is very solid. No huge weaknesses in the
No
position.
targets in the position.
So,
it's just about strategic piece control.
now, if this is a game, if you want to play more like Wesley So, if you want to learn about how to play like a great positional player, I feel like this is a good game. Guess Wesley's moves. Try to figure out what he's going to play before he plays it. Not a lot of crazy tactics in this position yet, but you can learn about how not to rush and try to see if
Patiently building the position, milking your two bishops, et cetera, et cetera.
exactly. And we've got a Cristian Chirila with some insight from the game so far.
Thanks, guys. Quick story. I went for a run this morning with none other than Daniel Naroditsky, and we were discussing his opening choices throughout the tournament. In round number 2, he played against Zerebuk. He played the move 6h4 against the Najdorf. So I asked him, what is his surprise against Robson? Well, he wasn't going to play h4, but instead he played this move, knight to b3. Very, very strange move. The first time I heard about this move, I asked him, what is the point of it? What in the world are you trying to accomplish? Well, you're not going to commit this bishop either to e3, either to g5. So right now, if black tries to go for a usual Najdorf structure, I can play the bishop to g5, and this yields very, very good results for white, over 75% in the database. If you play the move e6, then I can play the bishop to e3. Instead, Robson played the move knight c6, bishop to e3. Now, once again, if you play the move e5, this is a Najdorf structure, but you don't have the option of putting the knight to b7. So again, it limits your opportunities. Instead of that, he played the move e6, g4, immediately attacking the king, b5, bishop g2, knight to e5, g5, knight to d7. The knight is going to c4 now, so I have to protect that important square. Knight to d2. So right now we see why the knight on b3 is a good piece. Knight to b6, f4, knight c4, knight takes c4, knight takes c4, bishop c1. Who has the easier moves in this position? I believe white. He's going to play b3, bishop b2, queen d2, long castle, and then an avalanche on the king side. What is black going to do? I am not really sure, and neither is Robson, because he's spending a lot of time. He's down to his last 30 minutes, so the surprise definitely worked in Dania's favor. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. That was a nice explanation for the subtleties of the Najdorf. Much less subtle is what is going on between Fabiano Caruana and Jeffrey Zhang. Fabiano Caruana made a king march from e1 to b2. He's tucked his king away, but Jeffrey has snacked on the f2 pawn, and it's Jeffrey's king that is actually stuck in the middle after that. We just saw this move. Bishop takes f2, grabbing a pawn, something I dearly love. But after rook e2, attacking the bishop, if the bishop were to drop back to the b6 square, wait a minute, isn't that a king in the center of the board? Knight b1 to d2, followed by the very serious threat of rook on a1 to e1, and Jeffrey could find himself in a serious tangle. He won a pawn, but I really like Fabiano's compensation here. This game, Maurice, ooh boy, it's heating up.
It is. You have to be a little precise, though, here. Knight d2 does cause a little bit of angst on the d3 square and disrupting your rook. So the smooth move here is knight to a3. Yes. Sorry, after bishop to b6. Knight to a3, and the engines are loving white right now. Spending a tempo, grabbing this pawn, that looks suicidal. You know, I'm not a pawn grubber, so I wouldn't even be interested in taking that sucker, because you just give him 2 tempi, and you're going to have to be justifying it by saying your king is going to be in the middle of the board, and you know a way of getting it out of the middle of the board. Unfortunately, here comes a rook. The engine's now saying already, Bail now with bishop to e6. Right now, or else you're going to go down heavy material because this attack is just so strong. And in this position, the engines don't even give playing bishop takes e6 in this position. Can you imagine? Take. It looks so natural. But the problem is if you take, and take, suddenly you give this king a tempo to move out of the way here. First, he would take on b4 according to the engines, but the king will be able to go to d7 and get out of the pin. Instead, even now, continue with aggression with moves like b5 in the position according to the engines. That's good. Or even take on d6 and play rook d1. The pressure is starting to build. Can he somehow keep white off of him or get to some kind of drawish endgame? That's going to remain to be seen, but he is currently up a pawn, is black. Speaking of being up a pawn, something weird happened on Shabalov's board against Akobian. Shabalov not playing very well. Akobian also losing yesterday, a depressing game to Naroditsky. But he played the move knight g5. This is typical Shaba territory. Knight g5 saying, all right, you've got the center squares, you've got all these pieces, but I've got a couple of things happening with the pawn on e5 and potential attacks on that side of the board. But no weaknesses really for black except the fact that this pawn is sitting here, and so there's no protective knight on f6. What's this knight going to do, though, if the move h6 were played? And this is where Shabalov is thinking right now because he just played knight g5. He just played knight f3, g5. h6, you don't want to play your knight back and then start trying to justify the fact that this guy's pawn is on h6 and you're going to use that as a weakness. You make some stuff up that you really haven't attacked when you don't. But look at this variation. If he brings his knight back, then suddenly he runs into knight to b4. Hanging pawn here, definite hanging pawn here. He's going down a pawn and the engines are like, give me the pawn. You have nothing. What was the point of playing this maneuver? Which means he's got to go all in, Jen. This move after knight g5, h6, he's just got to sack. He's got to go for it. But here the engines don't buy it after king takes, queen h5 with check. And now some compensation if you play king to g8 because knight f6 check is coming. And that does give some chances. And
when you go all in, it often means that you're short stacked, Maurice.
Okay, there you go. And so knight f6 will have to be the only move. And this actually, the engines are saying, is good for black if black defends properly with bishop takes, and then pawn up, allowing this side to be fractured. The knight's on this pawn right now, and after fg7, knight moves. You might feel like you have a little something going, but the engines are saying there's no attack. Don't worry about it. If something like queen g6, for example, just simply knight e7 telling the queen, get to step in. I got a queen defending my knight. There's no worries here. And none of the other attacks work either. So right here, queen h5, king g8 seems fine if he finds all those moves. g6, queen h6 is also apparently very good for black after rook to h8. You try to disrupt him, yeah, sure, whatever. You're not saying much here. Now get your queen out of my position. You have no attack at all. So knight g5, I mean, that is super committal. He did not have to play it. I mean, in this position here, he had other moves. He could have played a3, even knight d6. That's an interesting looking move, so that if you try anything funny and try to grab this pawn, suddenly the attack is possible along this diagonal, maybe knight here with pieces coming, a knight going to e4. The engines actually love this because knight e4 also hits this pawn, hits this rook. Mating ideas. Knight d6, that would have been more like a Shabalov I know. But knight g5 is so out of form right now, and h6, suddenly he's got to go for it, and it looks like he's not going to succeed. And look at him right there. He's lost 3 games in a row. This guy's won 4 U.S. titles. For him to lose 3 in a row, it's unmanageable.
It's a tough tournament. And think about Gadikansky might lose 3 in a row. That's a shocker. Let's take a look at a game that is going to excite you for sure, Maurice. That's between Carissa Yip and Emily Nguyen. And Carissa just played a very creative move here on the attack in this Sicilian with opposite side castled kings. She's just played this move g6. The idea is that she doesn't want to waste time playing h5, then g6. She's just going to play it in one go. She wants to yank open the h-file if a pawn takes on g6. She'll play h5 herself.
Michael Tal, this is a page out of his autobiography.
Absolutely. And that f3 move is a slow move. She didn't play bishop g2. But G6, Tal would play it, and you'd all be clapping and worried for whoever was playing on the other side.
But Emily can maybe get some fun in against her by playing Bishop C3, Knight C3, and Knight A3 check. You know, this is wild. Both sides have a lot of ideas here, right?
Absolutely takes.
And so the idea is if you play King A1, I'm winning C2. That's not a rook on C1, you guys. That is a bishop on C1.
So we'll take this one. We'll take this one.
And now, do you have time to just continue sacrificing? Yeah, I was thinking takes on F7 and then Bishop B2, right?
Right, exactly.
That's the question.
Well, at the moment, Queen C2 takes D1. Is
the problem.
That's an issue that I've got to deal with. So I've got to just take a timeout to play a move like, I don't know, Rook H2.
What was wrong with it?
Oh, sorry.
Bishop H3, and white is completely winning.
Bishop H3. That move I like very much. Hitting this pawn on E6, threatening to sacrifice the bishop and
giving
land
up C2
on
to
D6.
C2 is irrelevant. The attack is coming at black now. King on A1. The bishop is going to go to B2. You don't dare check by playing Queen C3 in that position because of Bishop B2, and you're being attacked every which way by those monster bees. So black is actually winning. White is winning. If you don't play Queen C2, you're still lost. It doesn't matter. After Bishop H3, it is white on the offensive, even though it looks like black's position is more secure, or at least more advanced in terms of the attack. It's just a queen and a rook. Nothing special when that dark square bishop is going to protect that side. So G6, you cannot go for this line as black. It looks tempting.
And instead, it looks like Emily has played F takes G6. And now
that's the best way.
Doesn't that allow? So here we have a couple options for what we could play H5. That hasn't been played yet because Bishop H3 is also a possibility.
Yeah, Bishop H3 almost encourages Knight F8. That Knight on F8 might do very good yeoman's work in terms of defending a lot of the kingside weaknesses. H5. I mean, you play
Larson.
Yeah.
Spassky Larson somewhere, sometime.
Do these young ladies know their classic? That's the question.
And Tal Koblenz, of course, that famous game. I mean, this is why the Sicilian has this magic. Those type of games played by the great grandmasters of the past. And this is the same idea, G6, H5, and she just went straight for it. This is anybody's game. As far as white's concerned, it's a pawn. Who cares? She's opening up lines, and she's going for the attack, and she wants black to pay attention to her. She just doesn't want to see any counterplay happening on the side. Whatever happens on the right side, losing a pawn won't count as far as white's concerned because she's going to just keep pressuring that side, and that F-pawn someday is going to go to F4, F5. So,
but black's got ideas too. I mean, this is an attack as well for black. That's why Bishop H3 I think was played, and now after Yasser's moves, Knight F8, I'm afraid that when it's black's turn, black might even come with a bigger
H5
punch.
was better. H5 was better than Bishop H3 because you get your rook in front with attacking possibilities.
Exactly.
But by doing it this way, you put your bishop on H3. How do you play H5?
And now it's my turn, right? I get to go Bishop C3, Knight C3, and then I have a choice between the Knight A3 that we looked at before. When your Bishop B2 stuff's not going to come with as much of a punch.
That's right. That's because H5 is not on the board. She misplayed this with Bishop H3. Bishop H3 was just too quick, too fast, and now she has given that tempo. In the Sicilian, one tempo spells doom.
It's just like pawn endgames.
You just cannot be waiting around, and her Bishop H3, it was just too simple a threat. Like, why would you just offer the knight to F8? You have to look at the next move and what your next move is going to be. And Bishop H3 was too fast. H5 first was definitely called for.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
And just as you were saying, what a single tempo means in these ultra sharp Sicilians, the difference between winning and potentially losing.
But this game could still have some more twists and turns. I mean, there's only 35 minutes left in Emily's clock. She still hasn't even played Knight F8. And she's going to have to think hard about when she takes on C3, there's also B4 to look at. There's Knight A3 check. So we'll keep a close eye on this game.
Yeah, definitely heating up. And let us return. You talk about it in poker when you're on tilt. Gadakamsky lost 2 games in a row. He's had some disharmony in his game today after this disruptive move, Bishop G2. Just
you betcha, tilt definitely exists in chess.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I mean,
remarkably, it seems that Hikaru has actually spent a lot of his time, burned a lot of time on his clock, I mean to say, as 37 minutes to 53 minutes. Now, the problem is, How is Gata going to coordinate his pieces? The rook on g3, bishop e2, bishop e3, king e1. Still a lot of repairs needed. Maurice.
Yes, and we should note some big news in the Women's Championship because material has been shed and not in the right way. And the leaders in the tournament, Irina Krush and Sabina Foiser, who's a half a point behind her, they are looking like they're going to get a point in these games. First of all, the game with Maggie Feng and Sabina Foiser. In this position, White is perfectly fine. It's just a reverse Benoni. White can just keep playing the position normally. Instead, she decided it was time to be hyper-aggressive and play the move F4. Completely not necessary in this position, but she wanted to play F4, maybe to stop the move E5. Well, it also weakens her side quite a bit. After castled, she now played bishop F3. A really strange maneuver, F4, bishop F3, like she doesn't want to develop this knight. And what is she going to do about this queen? Well, she's demonstrated. She played bishop to H5, attacking the queen. What is that bishop doing on H5? Not entirely clear. The queen simply dropped back. And now she developed, only to find bishop H3, now that her bishop was gone, rook E1, E takes F4, G takes F4, and now bishop H4, and suddenly her rook looks weird on the square. And in fact, the rook is semi-trapped because after rook E2, the queen comes back, lunges into the game with a vengeance, hitting this bishop on H5, this pawn on F4. And look at these bishops controlling all these squares, and suddenly White is completely lost. So after bishop H4, and it was like suicide she committed, F4 and bishop F3, bishop H5, she had to sacrifice an exchange, we'll call it sacrifice in air quotes, rook takes E1, and now bishop back to F5, queen to G3. Now bishop F5 was not the best move according to the engines. At least there might be some compensation here as the knight can get to D6 and look for some play, but it's certainly worse for White, definitely blundering that rook on the diagonal. And another situation that looks dire right now is this position, Jennifer Yu against Irina Krush. Irina with the white pieces. Typical position again. Queen B8, not so bad. B4 looking to get a clamp on this position. And now the move C5. Ooh. That one the engines don't like. B4 was meant to stop this move. She played C5, and of course, you know Irina, she just pounced right away, grabbing this pawn. Now she's saying, I dare you to take it back, because bishop D5 suddenly runs into bishop to B5, and all of White's pieces exploding down the board. On this diagonal, on this file, she's going to take with her pawn, hitting the knight as well. You're not keeping the pawn. So instead, she took this pawn to equalize the material, only to meet bishop to B5, and now the move rook E D8, releasing the pin, and a juicy E4. And it doesn't take much to realize that this cluster of pawns in the middle of the board is totally dominant. Irina Krush looking again like the 7-time women's champion that she is.
Wow, E3, E4, what a visual picture that makes.
Like a phalanx there, she loves it.
Yeah, well, White's pawns are definitely dominating, and Irina just really finding her form suddenly after Sabina gifted a whole point. She looks great right now. After
That's right. Just
4 rounds of it going.
Really fantastic. And you know, Maurice pulled up a game of Sabina Foiser. Sabina comes from a chess family, and
yes, the whole family. Some
recent sad news. Her mother is a WIM passed.
Yes,
so
yes.
In memory of her, you know, shout out Elshan how do you pronounce his last name?
I just say Elshan.
Elshan, Grandmaster Elshan, who's the Grandmaster in residence right now, actually wrote a tribute to her on the U.S. Chess website. So you can check that out. But it's really inspiring to see Sabina playing so well, and partly in memory of her mom, who taught her the game.
You know, one of the things about St. Louis, and St. Louis being the capital of chess in the United States, you find all kinds of grandmasters walking around, and a special feature was made, and we have it for you.
There are a large amount of people watching this event all over the world. As your fan, what should they do to improve their game?
I think it depends on their level. It's definitely good to have somebody to guide them, figure out where they stand and what might need to be done for their improvement. If they are beginners, it's good to make sure they study endgames. Very often that's forgotten.
Tactics are really, really important, so I was not really good at positional chess, but I was really good at tactics, and just that by itself brought me pretty far.
For fans and for people who watch the broadcast, I think it's very nice for them to see the differences of the game. Probably in the guys section there will be a lot of strategical game going on, sometimes very tactical, so they can learn how to recognize it and how to orient themselves.
Watching videos or watching the broadcast, all of that adds to your understanding of chess. When you see strong players talk about the game and explain things, that's getting passed down to you.
A lot of my students, I told them I'll be unavailable for lessons for 2 weeks, so I told them, just follow the event, see how the top grandmasters play.
My first advice would be to watch our games without engines.
When they're looking at the games, it's best advice not to turn on any computer kibitzers, because that just kind of kills the nature and the fun of the game.
If you really want to learn from it, don't use a computer to analyze the position and try to calculate the variations yourself.
Probably the best way is to play.
Just play as much as possible. I think it's one of the best ways to improve and just enjoy the game.
Just play a lot. Like I usually get better when I play more tournaments and stuff, because that's just kind of the best way to improve, just you get more experience.
The pressure and dealing with someone actually trying to beat you. You can train, but you can't really exactly simulate that sort of playing environment.
Don't be afraid to fail. Really challenge yourself in ways you never thought you could before. Improvement starts at the end of your comfort zone.
I love that segment. So many wise advice from some of the youngsters, too, about staying active. And I love Sam Shanklin talking about the comfort zone, because, of course, he got out of his comfort zone when he went on that reality TV show. He had to go to the jungle, and he got partnered with, like, a survivor expert.
Right.
And, Sam was on the side of the princesses, and, there was a former cheerleader, there was a couple of models. And the idea was that these were people who were used to being pampered. And as a chess player, they thought that Sam fit in well with that group.
Soft hands, we might say.
Yeah, but actually Sam's pretty athletic and very competitive. So he was really actually like pretty comfortable. And so as soon as he got on the show, the other teams kind of realized, like, yeah, he's a chess player, but he's kind of like a tough competition, because he and his partner are both more similar than a lot of the other teams. So he had a target on his back, and they tried to eliminate him as quickly as possible.
And they did, unfortunately.
Yeah, they did. Well, spoilers.
Spoiler alert.
And that,
sorry.
of course, is the reality TV show Kicking and Screaming, which a lot of people have been referencing in this broadcast.
On Twitter as well. Yeah. I was just going to say that it's kind of funny watching that segment. And by the way, a shout out. I just love the montage and the images that Eric Mosel and staff at Spectrum create for us. I find it fantastic. I really, really do.
Silverback.
Yeah, sorry for that. But what I wanted to say was, ironically enough, so many of the players were advising, don't use the chess engine, calculate yourself. And I was thinking, like when I started playing chess, that's all I did. I didn't have the chess engines. I played a lot. I calculated the variations, oftentimes with friends. There was a group of us that were studying the Bobby Fischer-Boris Spassky match, and I just thought that was like the greatest thing in the world. And I enjoyed the challenge of trying to guess the Grandmaster's moves. Speaking of trying to guess the Grandmaster's moves, in the game of Fabiano Caruana, our defending champion, Jeffrey, recognizing after this very powerful pawn sacrifice idea that Fabian uncorked, played this move knight a3, and Jeffrey, sensing spidey sense tingling, rook on a1 to e1's in the position. He blocked up the e file as quickly as possible. A suggestion actually of Maurice's, that this move is necessary. The computer actually in saying don't recapture the pawn at once. Fabi looking the position, trying to figure out what will be his best way of increasing his advantage. I like his position, but he has to be very concrete at this moment. Maurice.
All right, yeah, talk about concrete. Take a look at this game that we were talking about the youngster Carissa Yip not playing precisely, but she's playing some enterprising chess, and she just played after knight f8 the move knight to d4. Now, you know you did not expect that one coming. A knight going to d4, leaving this knight on c3 to its own devices. And the Indians saying after bishop c3, just play knight takes on e6, ignoring the fact that your piece just got captured. Now, there are different ways to play here. One way to play is knight takes e6. Let's look at this variation. Knight takes e6, bishop takes e6 check, and king over to h8. And now the Indians saying, well, if we take on c3, now we're actually better. Your attack is stymied, and h5 is coming. So that's one way to handle the position. Look at this other way of doing it. After knight e6, queen a5. Uh-oh. Queen showing up really fast. On this side, we don't care. Whatever. Go ahead. Do what you can do on this side. There's no mate right now. And after rook f8, bishop e6 check, king h8, h5. Let's go on the attack. And now black has to be really careful because there's some capture going on this side. I want to play a random move like bishop to c6 just to illustrate takes here, and then the move bishop takes on h6, and that's all she wrote as pawn takes, rook h6 check, and we can feel the mating net coming really fast.
Right, hg6 is certainly a better move, but queen g6 is fun.
Yes.
So this position, from this position here, the best move to play h5. One move you can play is g5. It's not the best move, but one move you can play is g5, saying you're shutting down the attack. Actually, you're not after h6, and now g6, and now the move b takes on c3, and any of these attacks don't work. She's preparing to take this and take this. You're always worried about a queen showing up along this diagonal right here for the mating problems. So this is wild. It looked like maybe she had slowed her attack down, but I will just go back for a second. In this position, after bishop takes e3, knight takes e6, black can throw in bishop to e5, and this one is something she'll have to find. Will Emily, and then after knight takes here, bishop takes, knight takes, and rook takes, black has two pieces, the two knights for the rook, and here the Indians say this is advantageous for black. Not at all clear, though, that they're going to work out all those complications and end up in this position. So basically, all we can say is it's some wild stuff.
It's sharp, super sharp, and the position is putting a lot of demands.
And look what she did.
Great
look
demands.
What she did instead. She played the move on knight d4. She ignored her e6 pawn and played knight takes on b2. Bam. So talk about going wild already. Knight takes on b2. The Indians do think takes and takes is the right way to go, but both sides under threat. And it's going wild, but the Indians at this point do like black after queen to a5.
Fantastic. And Jennifer, we have a caller.
Yes, welcome to the show. Let us know your name and your question.
Hi, my name is Efrain Garrido. I'm listening in from Trinidad and Tobago. I've actually followed a lot of your broadcasts, and I have to say it's a great commentary and great production.
Thank you.
My question is regarding broadcast and access to live video and commentary during the last World Chess Championship, even the candidates tournament that was leading up to that. It was a change, I'll have to say, from the format that allowed people from all over the world to tune in and have access to all these different features. And now we have a situation where this company has taken over, so to speak, or I don't know what the term might be, but the end result has been that many people around the world don't have access to these things anymore. And do you think it's positive for the chess world, number one? And number two, do you think it's going to have an impact on people's interest in the game?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, shout out to Trinidad and Tobago. I think that was the first caller that we've ever received from Trinidad, and a very salient question, a big controversy in chess as Aegon, the contractor from the FIDE, has put a premium package. They charge online viewers to watch their programs, both for the Moscow candidates as well as the New York World Championship. I have very, very strong opinions. I think it's a bad idea. Jennifer, your take.
I agree with you, Yasser. I think it makes sense in a way. Well, yeah, you got to monetize chess, but realistically, I think it's a bad idea because you really want chess to be more popular and to attract sponsors. I think it's much more important to get lots of viewers than to try to get way fewer viewers, but maybe grab a few dollars from them, especially for online coverage, which is just traditionally free. And if you want to go premium, a lot of times what people are trying these days is ad-free or special commenting privileges, things like that.
Interviews, post-game interviews. Maurice, your take on the caller's question.
I think that I agree with you guys, but to a point. I think that what they're doing, you've seen the general point. What they're trying to do is monetize chess, find out, is there an audience that will pay for it? Then if the experiment fails, they can always just back away and just make everything free. So if I'm inside their boardroom, I'm saying, does this really make sense for you? If you're going to do it, if you're going to insist on doing it, then it has to be a period where you realize that it's failed. And maybe they just feel like, we'll just keep working at this. And then if it fails, we'll come back and give it to everybody, and everybody might say, yay, and be happy. Or there might be some people who are like, yeah, you guys were idiots in the first place for taking this chance. So it's a risky proposition on their part. I don't know, chess really needs an infusion of a lot of cash from sponsors or from the fans. I tried it with Millionaire Chess, and that was really hard to get people to pay a premium to play in chess tournaments. So I understand the idea of taking a chance and hoping it works out. And if it doesn't work out, then it's time to hide your tail between your legs and say, well, that maybe we should try a different strategy. So we'll see how it goes. Everybody's trying different things right now. We'll apparently be free forever, but this broadcast ain't free.
Yeah,
it costs a lot of money to make all this that you see happen, and with no financial support whatsoever from the public, that makes you wonder about what the capitalization process is for making all this happen. Right now we have a fantastic benefactor, but it's not necessarily a business model that is sustainable over the next 20 years. We'll have to see how we make that happen as we have our own strategy for building in this space.
We've got, we do suggest that even though you guys don't pay for this, consider taking a trip to the St. Louis Chess Club, joining the Chess Club, joining the World Chess Hall of Fame, even just buying some swag from the Q Boutique. It really does matter because it's not only about money. A lot of these products and services are highly subsidized. It's also just the message that you're sending. You're a member of the Chess Club. You're a member of the World Chess Hall of Fame. It really means a lot. And when we show those numbers to sponsors, they love it.
And don't forget, we're a 501c3. The St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center is my favorite charity. You can donate and make tax-free donations, so consider it yourself.
But we got big news in the Shabalov game. Is Shabalov just busted? It looks like bad things are happening.
Well,
it looks bad. It looks bad. It looks really bad, but you said it, Jen. All the stats went in. He's got a stack down here, and he said, whatever. You can have it. And look at Akobian, though. Akobian tasted his own blood yesterday, and he knows what it feels like to lose. He knows Shaba also is a dangerous man. Shaba doesn't believe in, well, I lost some games, let me start making some draws. Shaba is from the Latvian school. That includes Mikhail Tal, that includes Alexei Shirov, and that includes this one, Alexander Shabalov. And I'm sure when they were analyzing together, that trio, there were no positional moves made. There were no end games reached. It was like, I remember analyzing with Emery Tate. It was the same way. If you were analyzing, you suggested a quiet move, he'd just look at you funny. What? No, we're not playing that. We're going for the aggressive moves. And this is what Shaba did. He played knight g5, and after h6, he said, you know what? If you want my piece, go ahead and take it. Like, I dare you, right? I'm just going to take with the pawn, and I'm going to go for the attack. So Var said, all right, let me blunt some stuff with this beautiful move and take back. And now I'm shutting down this side, but I'm also going to put a knight on e3, positionally huge. The Indians love what Black has done so far. And he's just thinking, you're going to drop your knight back. I'm going to put my knight here. Logical moves. This is Shaba. Come on. We're not expecting him to do that. We're going to see him play the move Queen h5, I believe he played.
Yes.
In this position. Queen h5. What's the threat? He's, again, double daring him to take the knight. of course, the best move is to take the knight, and that's going to be a piece. But VAR, as you see, his posture there is analyzing this all the way down. He does not want to suddenly see himself on the business end of a checkmate, so he is making sure. But it looks as though Shaba, with correct play, should go down to its 4th loss.
Well, let's see why, Maurice. Pawn takes, it's nice to have the engine sitting at your elbow saying, no, this attack is no good. But as a human player sitting on the other side, and you got Shaba the Hun coming after your king, you're scared. And H takes G5, F4 takes G5, renewing the threat of Queen takes F7 check. But the real blow that Shaba wants to land is a knight F6 check, forcing you to capture with a pawn and then recapturing with a pawn. How is the computer defending? I mean, again, the human player is scared. And
we have something to announce. The game in Nakamura has ended. That ended, I believe, in a repetition.
Yeah, kudos to Gata. That was a little scary.
Yeah, I thought he was on tilt the way he was playing there, but okay.
He weathered the storm.
Yes.
We'll look at that in a second.
Yeah.
Just to answer your question,
yes, please.
The move here in this position is G6.
G6.
G6. And now the problem is White has no dark squared bishop. So this attack can always be met by bishop F8 at any time. That's just going to slow it down. And in fact, it's so slow, according to the engines, that they're ready to ignore you completely.
Wow.
I mean, that's just a completely ridiculous move. Nobody's playing that.
Bad sign.
I mean, it's like you have no attack. That's essentially, it's like you have no attack. You know, Rook F7 would be the next move that you would think about. King takes, Rook F1 check. Yeah. And it's like, I'm going to mosey on over here, and, you know, you can take a pawn, and I'm just going to chill out here, and now your attack is done. And that's it. And there's no more aggressive moves, and the game is over.
Wow.
So
this is live by the sword, die by the sword is what we're seeing here then.
Right. So he has to find G6, though. That is a key move in this position after F takes G5. It turns out that G6 is the only move. Everything else loses. But G6 stops the attack. So Alcobian is going to have to calculate and calculate and calculate and calculate before he does anything. And you know he knows that this is a big-looking attack.
Yes,
Will
scary looking.
He go for it? We're going to find out. He's going to spend some time before he makes this move.
Quickly, Maurice, do you think that Shaba knows he's bluffing? And I'm looking at his face there. It's impossible to tell. Maybe he really believes in what he's doing.
That's Shaba. He's always bluffing.
What?
Shaba goes for it. There's always variations. There's always possibilities. He will not back down. He didn't come here to draw a bunch of games after losing. No, he's thinking. I will tell you what Shaba's thinking.
Okay.
He's thinking, I got nothing to lose. I'm just going to try to win all my games.
Swing for the fence.
Just play the best game.
I mean, that's Shaba. He just is not going to stop. The man has won 4 of these titles. He came in not so great a position last year. He's dropped in terms of his FIDE rating. He's 49 now, about to turn 50. So he's definitely the oldest player in the competition. But Shaba is so youthful. I mean, and look at his play. Vibrant, aggressive, thrill a minute. That's Shaba. Now, unfortunately, he's playing up against some really top-notch defenders here at this tournament, and he's going to have to rethink his strategy, but he'll do that another day.
Yeah.
Right now, it's attack, 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 and try to kill.
That's right. He's got a passion. He's really got a passion for the game, and that's how he's staying young with chess. We've got some comments coming into our hashtag US Chess Champs, and one that I enjoyed was Kostya Kavutsky. He's an international master from the Bay Area, and he made a video about how you should follow a tournament like the U.S. Chess Champions.
Oh, really?
Yes, and he shows how you can best use your engine to follow the games.
Right.
And really focus on those evaluations. Check out our U.S. Chess Twitter or the hashtag U.S. Chess Champs and find that Kostya Kavutsky, always very insightful. He's written a lot of articles for U.S. Chess, and he also works for chess.com.
Right.
So.
He was on the Lindenwood chess team, too, that when I was doing a GM in residency, going to Lindenwood, working with the Lindenwood University team players. Shout out to Kostas. Thank you for that. By the way, in the game of Fabiano, I mean, when you're a pawn down and you're at the grandmaster levels, you like to get it back. In the case of the game of Fabi and Jeffrey Zhang, the computer was saying, well, you don't really have to get it back. Take your pawn right away. You could develop your rook on A1. No, said the defending champion Fabiano Caruana. I want my pawn back, and I want to disrupt your pawn structure. I'll capture on D6. You'll take my bishop. I'll capture on E6, and I've got my pawn back, and at the same time, I've messed up your structure. Take a look at Black's pawns on A7, B7, D6, all weaknesses. But this does give Jeffrey the time he needs to evacuate the E-file. King D7. Is this enough of an advantage for the defending U.S. champion to play with? Well, not sure it's there, because there's also A5 takes B4 and rook takes A4 in the position for Jeffrey. So tense game. But we have a special guest, Jennifer.
That's right, Garakansky. We thought that it might be a tough battle, but he managed to weather the storm pretty quickly, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
Well, in a game that featured 9 championships between 2 players, Nakamura with 4 U.S. titles, this gentleman to my right with 5 himself, certainly a big-time matchup. Used to be the premier matchup of the championships. Gata, you had 2 tough games in the last 2 days. What did you need to do to come in and right the ship?
Well, okay, I was thinking whether just make a draw, which is according to the old school is what you should do after you experience a string of losses, and just play a quiet game, make a draw, and then recover, and then continue the tournament. But I felt like I don't play in so many strong tournaments like this. So actually, every game, especially against the 2,800 players, it's a good opportunity to test myself. And today I was looking forward to this opening because I have been playing this opening since I was 8, and that makes me 30 years of experience playing this opening, and I consider it my opening. So I'm the expert on this line. But and this line was actually played. Knight H5 was introduced in the highest level by Wesley, like I think last year. And of course, I saw that game and I immediately took notice of it, and I was looking at it, and it seems Black equalizes everywhere. So the standard reaction, of course, for White to play Bishop E3, then Knight E5, Knight E3, F4, G3, make the setup, positional setup. But
so Geary played more solidly against Wesley. That was in the Grand Chess Tour in London.
No, Geary played really passively. He played really badly, and he just got into much worse position. After like 12 moves, he was lost. I think.
Exactly.
So no, but I felt that this line that I played today is the most principled one, because the Knight on G7 is really awkward. I mean, and then of course I thought I'm gonna, I haven't seen any games on this particular line the way I played it, G4, H4. So I thought I'm gonna, surprise Hikaru.
You didn't find any games either.
Yeah. so I thought I'm gonna surprise Hikaru, and then he was blitzing all these moves, and I was like, oh my god. And then he plays D4, and I realized, I didn't analyze D4. My analysis stopped at Queen D2, and the computer said White is equal, but I was looking at this with the human eyes, and I was like thinking, there's this attack, my pawns are right there. I just need to castle, and then it's mate. And then he plays D4, and I realized it's not so simple anymore.
And he played it instantly, so clearly he saw this exact position as well.
Yeah, he analyzed it. He told me he analyzed it like a week ago, actually. So, these days it's like all about who knows more and who prepared better and who's got a better memory. And it's like I'm too old for this stuff. And I got really lucky because, I thought I was worse, much worse. And then I realized, if I just give up my central knight for his bishop, and because of that knight on G7, I would probably equalize because I have 2 bishops, sufficient compensation. That's what I did. Because playing for a win in this position, only Black can do. I can't play for a win. So in the end, he plays Queen F4, and I started to think about, like, maybe I'm better. But no, just so I took a draw, and I'm like, okay, happy.
So I can see it in your face that you feel pretty joyous, like you tested yourself against one of the best players in the world and came out okay. Yeah. What does that do for you going forward in the tournament?
It doesn't do much. I mean, I'm playing Black next game against, I don't know yet, but everybody's playing here strong chess. The average rating is, what, 26?
It's a powerful tournament.
Yeah, it is a powerful tournament, so there are no easy points. It's not an open tournament. As I said, I don't play tournaments like this much. Maybe this is like first time in the year. So, it's good.
One game at a time?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, professional attitude. Congratulations on your draw today, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, 2,800 preparation. Got it. If you do us a favor for our viewers, You agree draw on the final position.
Yeah.
What was your main line if the game had continued?
Well,
how did you expect it to
obviously
go?
I take on f4, rook f4, bishop e5, and then he plays rook f8, f4, rook c8, and that's I think it's just completely equal because black just goes h5 at any time. He just not worse at all.
To stop rook c3.
Yes, to stop rook c3. If I play rook c3, maybe I can entertain some chances of advantage because my bishop on e5 is very strong, and that extra pawn on e6 is weak, but not really. So
this was what would have gone. Thank you so much. Now we know why they're 2800s. Even when you think you've out-prepared them, they're ready for you.
And let's take a look at the current standings. We've got Nakamura and Zverev with 2.5 points, but remember they have an extra game in as opposed to Wesley So, Alexander Onishuk, and Daniel Naroditsky, who are all still playing with 2 points. So a chance there for Wesley So or Daniel Naroditsky to jump ahead. I'm sorry I left out Onishuk because he seemed that he was in the worst end of the position against Wesley. So I assume more likely result there is a victory for So, but we'll check in with that game after our next guest. We've got Hikaru Nakamura in the house. He's with Maurice Ashley.
Four-time U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura, who apparently is somewhat prepared in chess, it turns out. Gata said that you had looked at this last week.
Yeah, I mean, I had done some general preparation just in various openings. This happened to be one of them because there are a few players here who I thought were capable of playing it. So yeah, I looked at this last week, and I thought this whole line with knight e5 was very interesting, this knight e5 g4, but I didn't really expect anyone to play it. And in fact, I'm kind of annoyed that Gata played it because I kind of was thinking it might be an idea to use against Wesley and maybe a rapid event, the Grand Chess Tour or something like that.
You mean with the white pieces?
Yeah, because it's a fun, interesting idea, and if you haven't seen it, I mean, you could maybe catch your opponent by surprise, and especially if you don't have a lot of time, it would make it much more potent, I think. So yeah, I mean, Gata did this, and I mean, okay, I had the chance to look at the game afterwards with the computer briefly, so I mean I know that it's all completely fine. But during the game, I felt pretty optimistic. This position after Bishop b7. I mean, 'cause it just looks very good. White's king is stuck in the center, but the problem is even as happened in the game, kind of that even if I'm able to win some material like Bishop e2, I mean it's worth noting instead of Rook c8. I mean I also saw this line Queen d5 here. This Queen d5, but there's this Bishop c4, Queen g2, Bishop f1 draw also, which I saw, and I mean I could have done it, but it didn't really make sense. I thought I should try and play on, so that's why I played this Rook c8 to stop White from castling. But after Bishop e2, it's very hard because basically I need like several tempos. I need like a Queen on d6. And a rook on d8, basically. And if I can get like those two moves in, then I'm probably just much better. But if I can't get those two moves in without White playing a productive move, then it's really nothing special. I mean, I was very happy I found this Bishop g2 move because I thought it was a very logical way. It's worth noting, actually, if I don't go Bishop g2, I can also end up in a lot of trouble here after Bishop e2. Because if White can get an f3, King f2, and then Rook h1, I mean, White might just be winning on the spot. So I do have to be quite careful here in terms of how I play. And obviously there are some long-term dangers too, like if the bishop takes the knight on e5, the knight on g7 is quite bad. So, I mean, I thought I played quite reasonably. I mean, at this point, Rook h3, yeah, after the repetition, Rook h3, Bishop d2. I mean, I really wanted to repeat, and probably, I mean, if it was anyone except Gata, and especially Gata out of form, having lost 2 in a row, I would have just repeated. But I thought I had to at least try, and I tried, and even then it's nothing. Because basically, as I mentioned, like even here I get a pawn, but still with the 2 bishops and the knight on g7, there's not a whole lot I can do. I mean, it's something like Queen f4, Rook f4, Bishop e5, something like Rook f8, f4, Rook c8, Rook c3, and something like Rook c3, Bishop c3, h5, and then everything's just going to simplify, and I mean, h5, Bishop g7, and it's just a draw. So, I mean, not a lot happened in the game, but it was quite interesting.
Absolutely, it was very interesting. You play Naroditsky tomorrow. What are your thoughts about playing against this youngster who's come back from Stanford University, but seems to be playing some completely enterprising chess. He played H4 against the Najdorf, and then he played Knight B3 today on move 6 against the Najdorf. Seems like he's got some stuff in the pocket prepared.
Yeah, I think, okay, that's a general trend, though. Everyone is trying to play, offbeat things against the Najdorf. Recently, I think you saw, Magnus was playing A3 on move 6, so everyone's trying a lot of weird ideas these days because, everything's so analyzed that, you kind of have to. But yeah, I'm not that familiar with Daniel. I know he's gone to Stanford, I think, for a couple of years now. He's obviously a strong player. I think I only played him once, which would have been the U.S. Championship here in 2015, maybe. It was a Dragon, which I won. So yeah, obviously I want to try and impress, especially since I'm white tomorrow. But, it's a long term and everyone's strong, so you just have to take your chances when you have them and when the opportunities present themselves, and, that's how it goes.
All right, well, we look forward to that battle tomorrow. Get your rest. We'll see you then.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Hikaru. Thank you, Maurice. Where would you like to go, Jen?
Well, let's take a quick break, Yasser, because lots of these games are going to start to heat up as we get closer to the time control. So we'll be right back with more exciting analysis with lots of Sicilians in round 4 of the U.S. Championship. Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships. We're in the heat of round 4, and we have one more result for you. Anna Zatonski, after last night's exhausting game where she won on move 129, had a much shorter day today where she was the first one to finish her game in the Women's Championship, and that was in a draw against Katerina Nemtsova.
And that was where Anna spent like 30 minutes on her first 3-4 moves today. She's terrible management of the clock in this U.S. Championship, but it hasn't hurt her, as she's at +1 right behind Irina Krush, who's still at play.
Well, I don't want to waste too much time on that game because it's
there's
so much else going on, but it does seem to me like if you take a quick look at it, just look at the final position, I would think White, I would probably keep playing with White. What do you think, Gaz? It's like better bishop.
That's the whole point. Yeah, Blue has the better minor piece. And
but we're not going to go to that one, but if you guys go to it at home, think about the fact, if you're Katerina here, don't take a draw. You have a slightly better position and much more time on the clock. Usually it's better to just keep playing. And we've got Maurice with some news in another game from the women's.
Boy, those games are heating up dramatically so. There are 2 of them. Let's take this one first. The game where Maggie Feng blundered an exchange against Sabina Feuser. Now she's saying, I sacked the exchange. You know, you can always say that later when you start winning stuff back. Well, in this position, bishop f5 was played, queen to g3, king to h8, knight d6. And now the engines say play bishop to g6 and chase this bishop first out of there. Instead, she went straight for the pawn with bishop takes d3, knight f7, king g8, and knight back to d6. And now she started looking at the position and realized she couldn't put her bishop on g6 anymore. And then she's just saying, sorry, you gave up a critical f-pawn. Why'd you go and do that? So now she played the move bishop to c2. Maggie continued with the knight to e4. Knight f3 was what the engine preferred here. But now the bishop captured the knight, and this gives an imbalance that White likes to see, because after rook takes e4, now you can see the light squares that White controls everywhere on the board. Now the move king h8 was suggested by the engines, but she played rook to f6. And check out this fancy move. Remember, this knight is guarding this rook. Maybe you might want to play the move f5 so that your queen can guard your knight at least. Knight to e8 by the youngster Maggie Feng from Ohio. Don't touch my rook because I got a nice fork that I want to introduce you to. This one would just win the game. So now knight e8 hitting the rook. And here's what's terrible. You drop the rook back from being under attack. This nasty move, bishop to g6. Nice. And that one looks like some kind of funny position from a study or some random study why a knight on this square, you're just going to get mated soon with something coming in to e6 and your queen just looking horrible. So after knight e8, black essentially has to bail with king h8 and give back this piece. And now white's going to be better after bishop to g6. Pawn could go to f5. Actually, bishop probably going to end on f5. But this position is fine for white. And it looks like Maggie Feng has come back in the game, and Sabina Feuser can't be too happy there. But another game, super exciting, and the way the youngsters are playing. Let me see if I can get to it. Oh, actually, it's here.
Carissa.
There we go. Carissa Yip. We saw her play like tall. G6 dropped on the board. FG6, bishop h3, knight f8, knight d4. Not caring about the knight on c3. Knight takes b2 by Emily. This is what we want to see the young players play like. She took bishop takes, bishop c3, knight takes on e6, forgetting about this side of the board. Queen c4, knight f8, rook f8, and now queen d6. And now it's white for choice because there's no way to continue this attack for black on this side. Rook a e8, bishop d7. This move was made to stop bishop e6 check, but now the rook has nowhere safe, at least easy where to go on that line. She played bishop b2. Give me the exchange. Why not? King b2, rook c8, and now queen d3, and white, with her enterprising play, Carissa Yip is now up a full exchange. Black has no real attack and is in time pressure with only 4 minutes left on her clock. It looks like
Emily was not able to handle the complications and is going to lose this game.
That's right, and you see her shaking in this position, but wow, what a fight, what a battle in the Sicilian. Meanwhile, I was saying a few words about the draw between Vertansky and Nemtsov, and it confused me at first because they took a draw on move 22, which isn't supposed to be allowed in this tournament, but then I realized it was actually a perpetual. Because on a
repetition?
Yes, Katarina was trying to play A4 and E4 to open the position for her better bishop, but then Anna just kept stopping it, and that's why they agreed to the draw. Do you want to take a quick look at that?
Just...
it's the one right above you.
Right above.
Yeah,
there it is, that blocked
position. So in this position, you see actually...
so the repetition occurred.
Katarina played rook a1 with the idea of trying to play a4. That was prevented with queen d7, stopping a4. Now rook e1, she's trying to play e4.
And that was prevented, and this is how the players went back and forth. So it
is
was
this
a
understandable to you, or do you feel like you see some way for white to perhaps increase the pressure? Do you think, even though optically the bishop on b3 is good, it's not much you can make hay with it?
No, on the contrary, I still see the better bishop, and okay, it's going to take some time, no question about it. But yes, I would have continued play. I would have put my bishop on d3. I would have doubled my rooks along the e file in order to get in this breakthrough e4. Trying to encourage, by the way, black to play e5. Then I would bring my bishop back to b3 and start targeting the d5 pawn. But okay, I understand from the tournament perspective, for Anna especially, yesterday's marathon game, she was happy with the draw with black.
She's also worse in the position.
That's exactly
my point. It makes less sense from Katarina's point of view. Anna's very exhausted from yesterday, and you have a small edge, and you have an edge on the clock. Why not milk it?
Absolutely. And by the way, I'm very, very aware when my opponents in the tournament have had long games, that's the time I want to hit them. Maurice.
Well, this guy, talk about hits. Shaba only knows how to punch and punch and punch. Backing up is just not in his repertoire. So he just went for it. Every move full of bravado. In this position after queen h5, Var should take the knight. Pawn takes, but he said, you know what? Enough of that. I just don't want to take any chances. And he played rook to f8, figuring this is good too. And the engines say, yeah, this is good for black. But Shaba said, no, I'm just going to keep going all in. Bishop takes. And now he should relax in some kind of way, like rook f2 according to the engines. I don't see that, the value of that move. But he said, nah, I don't play moves like that. f5, let's go. I'm just going to go for it no matter what happens. His only principle is to go on the assault. His idea is if you take with the knight, and suddenly he has f6, and it's over. I mean, white is all over black. He's going to play queen g5. He's going to get control of the g7 square, queen on h6. This is done. But in this position, the engines give the move bishop to g5 as an alternative. Actually turns out that even this line is not so easy to play after it takes here. It looks like black is still ahead by a pawn according to the engines, though. This is the best way to play with bishop takes on g5. We can let the engines analyze a little bit longer. It's coming increasingly clear that this would have been very good for black, as pawn takes knight is on tap if you take his knight on d5. Instead of doing that, however, he played immediately e takes e5, trying to get out of trouble. And now it's Shaba's turn to think, and he has this bomb in the position as the best move. Knight takes on f7, and if rook takes on f7, suddenly the move knight to d6, hitting the rook, hitting the knight, pins along the line. The best line being given by the engine, bishop to e6 to guard this rook. Knight takes, bishop takes, now queen f5, and white has suddenly steamed back into the game. Crazy lines. Shaba it's just like, I'm only going one way. I don't care. Whatever your moves are, I'm just going to be on the attack. And so far, Var, instead of being brave and grabbing something, I know, Yasser, if it was Victor Korchnoi on the black side, some booty would have been grabbed a long time ago. I mean, like, give me that.
Yeah.
But Var backed down, and now it looks like Shaba has some chances to truly get back in the game.
Right. There was a wonderful quote. I loved it very much. It basically went like this. When Michael Tal sacrificed, you grabbed the sacrifice and then you thought. When Botvinnik sacrificed, you think first and then you take the sacrifice. when Tigran Petrosian sacrificed, you resigned. Now, when Alexander Shabalov is sacrificing, it's in the style of Tal. You grab the stuff. And VAR has been very, very patient in this game. He's been, for the longest time, preparing his own blow. He's been thinking about it. He's been wanting to get in this move knight d5 to e3 basically since he put a knight on d4. And Shab has just been one ply ahead of him. He's never gotten the chance to get in knight d5, e3. And you know that in this position, there's no choice. Shaba is definitely going for this variation that you've just pointed out.
So that's the reason.
Because it's a force majeure. Actually.
That's the reason Rook F2 was played, so the knight e3 would be avoided. We're talking about that line. But this line here is funky. I mean,
it's crazy stuff.
This is crazy stuff. He just goes right for it.
And I tell you, I've played a number of U.S. championships with Shabalov, and you can't describe it, but at the board, he gives you this energy. He radiates his pieces towards you, and he's an intimidating player at the board. I mean, he misses, as we've seen so far in the tournament, but when he lands, he comes with a big club like Larry Christensen.
That's how he made the tournament 2 years in a row, winning the U.S. Open.
Yes.
Two of the best games I ever played in my life, actually. Two of my favorite games were beating him in sharp positions.
Style, yeah.
Just wild tactics. I was able to overcome him. But some of the games I lost, bing, 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 bing. Yeah. I was getting hit hard myself because that's how he plays. I mean, we played some wild chess, and the two of us went at it. You know, Shaba ranks. I mean, he does not back down for any reason. By the way, there's another line worth looking at right here. If in this position, let me go back to here, EF5, knight takes on F7, and if pawn takes this knight, the right move, calmly play bishop takes and let everything stew. Let everything just sit as white is on the offensive here. If you play a move like knight e3, thinking you're doing something, you want to know the next move? Rook f6. Take a look at that picture on the board where black has to play like this, but black's time to just bail out and let white get the perpet in this position, queen check, and now after bishop to g7, queen takes. Actually, it's not even perpet. It's just supposedly an equal position. The Inch is giving 000 in this line. Yeah. Good luck with that one. This is wild stuff, Yaz. This position is so insane. And guess who was in his element? And it's on the board. Knight takes f7. We did not doubt it from Shabalov. He's going for it with this big sacrifice. And as much as Barr has been trying his best to not take the knight to prevent this sacrifice, Shaba's saying, you're going to eat it whether you like to or not.
Right. Wow. Talk about throwing down the gauntlet. Now, in another challenging game, not of the tactics that we're seeing in this matchup, but very important to the tournament, is Fabiano Caruana, our defending champion. He's just a move away, I think, from getting his grips on the world junior champion, Jeffrey Zhang. Fabi, from the very early opening, had made this king run all the way to the king side, and he's landed on his feet on the b3 square. I really like what Fabiano has achieved out of this position, maybe more than he deserved, and Jeffrey definitely on the back foot here.
Now, Mila, let's also take a look at Wesley So's game, because that could reach a very interesting imbalance against Alexander Onishuk. And
it has, in fact.
And after h takes d4 now, I'm wondering, Alexander Onishuk, it's going to be two pieces for a rook. And in those cases, a lot of times I like to trade the queens, because the queens perform so well in middle games with minor pieces. So after rook d3 takes on g4, if I were Alex, I think he's going to play queen takes b3 here. And try to fight against these pieces in the end game as opposed to the middle game. And I don't hate it.
Definitely an imbalance. You have to do a careful analysis of this. And I noticed that earlier in this particular game, Wesley was unsure about the variation itself. So he actually, oh, pardon me, I wanted to say he actually repeated a few times before deciding not to take the draw and to go for the move h3, because after knight d3, you're right, rook takes, this imbalance of queen takes b3, you're getting a pawn. The problem from White's point of view, this knight on a4 is gloomy. It's kind of stuck on the edge of the board. I'm not particularly thrilled about this position for White. I suspect it's about even, but I'm not enthusiastic.
Well, Gregory Kaidanov, the grandmaster, famous trainer, also a many-time participant in the U.S. Championships, has said about Alexander Onishik that he really excels in weird imbalances, which is not what you think of.
No, I don't. That's interesting, because I always thought of him as this kind of classical stand-up boxer type of player who really plays solid. Maurice.
Well, some interesting developments. Just a quick note on this game. The exchange up for White in Carissa Yip's game, it continued to be a dominant position. And if we jump to this position, you see the exchange up is still there on the board, and she's about to take on g6 and will be completely steamrolling Emily Nguyen. So that's just about done, and she has captured on g6. And this one is just huge advantage after queen takes, rook takes, bishop takes, and this pawn is not going to drop after c3, and it's just a queen against these pieces. She's going to pray to defend, but it's not going to work out. But what I'd like to bring your attention to is this position. Remember, we saw the dominant constellation of pawns in the center of the board right here for Irina Krush. Just a gorgeous position. And after the move queen to c5, she has a spatial advantage. She has potential breaks on the board. Looks like a kind of position where you want to keep queens. You don't know what might happen, and she's stuck in the position. This bishop, this rook, these pawns ready to blast down the board. Correct is just to drop your queen back to e2. Instead, she played bishop d4, allowed this queen exchange, looking like she's at an extra pawn anyway. But after king f8, bishop d3, rook to c8, rook b1, trading rooks. And now the engines are saying, wait a minute, your pawns are not as special anymore. It doesn't seem as though you have that much of an advantage, and the engines are giving White only a half a pawn advantage, saying that this is the only advantage on the board. It's not really constraining Black anymore, and it's not so easy to push these pawns home. Clearly, White has the edge here, but it's just not going to be easy to bypass everything that's going to be in your way. Did Irina choose a path that gave up too much resistance to her opponent, and will she start wondering, what did I do? It was so dominant. It was so crushing. Now it's super technical. And that was not her best choice.
Absolutely. When you have a big pawn center, a big space edge, as Irina had, it's all about keeping as many pieces on the board as possible to keep your opponent constrained. If you get in just to, say, bishop ending, for example, just to make the thought complete, the big space advantage disappears. And definitely Irina has misplayed her advantage in this game. Big game also still going on with Ray Robson, too. Maurice.
Quickly, and another game is played by the more experienced player. Sabina Feuser did allow this idea, king h8, knight f6, gf6, bishop to g6, queen g8, and now f5 at bishop. Wasn't it sitting on g2 a second ago? Where was it? It was somewhere. It was on h5. All right, it was on h5, right. Now it's on g6 with f5 in the position, and you don't want to play a move like this. Suddenly you're getting attacked on this side of the board, and Black has to find moves like king g7 in order to keep the game going. Not a healthy position for Sabina. The more experienced player is not showing that edge in experience right now in this game, as the youngsters are coming out swinging this round.
Wow, big turnaround in that game for sure, because I thought that White's play on the king side was going to simply be refuted. Now Meg is in great shape going on. And we have a phone call, Jennifer.
Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for calling. Hello. My name is Almir. I'm from San Diego, California, and I'm asking, this is a question, if Maurice Ashley was playing in the U.S. Championship, and a teacher was teaching him and all he needed was a draw with the white pieces, what would the teacher teach him when he was all he needed to do was win a draw with the white pieces? What would that opening be?
First of all, I just
well,
heard
let's set up the caller's questions correctly.
Yeah. Okay.
Here you are in the last round of the U.S. Championships, Maurice. You're winning the tournament.
Wow, amazing.
You're playing Fabiano Caruana, and you're white, and all you need is a draw. How are you going to get it?
First of all, if I'm winning the U.S. Championship, my form is so sweet that Fabi has to beg for the draw.
There we go.
Confident. Just getting to that position at all would have been amazing. I mean, these guys are way better than I am. So if I'm in that position, it's because I've been playing tremendous chess. And every single time you're in that position, what you want to do is make them feel you. Just make them feel you and have them ask for the draw. Don't be the one that asks for the draw. I remember I did that in a Bermuda Open many years ago. You were there, Yaz. I was playing Joe Benjamin in the last round. We both needed a draw. And we played some moves, and I offered him a draw, and he took it, and we walked away, and you were disgusted. You were coming looking like, where's the action? And we just took the quick draw. Since then, there's been a number of events I played in where I've had the black pieces in the last round, or I'm playing and I need, and there goes the win is finished in this game as Carissa Yip has broken through with her first victory of the tournament. Since then, I've come and evolved on the topic, and if you need a draw in the last round, no matter what my coach had told me, no matter what my trainer had told me, the answer would be, I've got to play chess. I've got to play chess. I'm going to play E4 and move on. Or if I think you have a weakness somewhere, I'm going to play D4 and focus on trying to win that game. When you start thinking draw, that's when you start playing conservatively and not so accurately. And I don't have any draw openings in my repertoire. I wouldn't know how to even make the draw or steer to the draw. And I think it's a bad idea anyway. I think you just have to play chess.
All right, good answer. And Jennifer, same situation. You've been in those situations. Last round, all you need is a draw, and you're first. What do you do as white? Do you play E4?
I still play E4. You can't just change your opening and start playing knight F3 or D4. That's a great way to get punished.
Exactly.
You got to stick with your repertoire. And if there's a forced perpetual on some line, that's a different story.
Right.
But let's take a look at what's going on in Shabalov-Akobian, because those are two players, particularly Mr. Shabalov. Who,
well, knight takes F7. Guess what? It definitely did intimidate Var. And after knight takes F7, he saw this line that Maurice was giving. Rook takes F7, knight D6, bishop E6. I think this was the line that Maurice was saying. And Var didn't want to have anything to do with this. So what he did instead is he played this move, Queen E6. And that looks very dangerous still after this move, Knight C5. Likely to be a draw. I can see a repetition of the position with that Knight H6 check. Maurice.
It's hilarious. I just suddenly had deja vu moment. I wrote an article called The End of the Draw Offer. And what happened was an incident that happened at the 2003 U.S. Championship, the Seoul U.S. Championship that I played in. The last round, there were 10 players tied for first, and 8 of them drew immediately and left the stage. Just drew immediately, and they were gone. And the 2 players who decided to keep playing on, one Alexander Shabalov and one Varuzhin Akobian that we see there, that is, Shabalov wanted to win, to continue the game, and the 2 of them played, and Shabalov won the game and won the U.S. Championship. So Shaba is a man after my own heart, and he was the one who led me to write that article and definitively decide that I wouldn't be taking any draws if I was in that situation. But he's that kind of fighter. He goes for it in every single round. He's won his share of championships. Now he's starting to lose some of that vitality maybe. He's got to get his game back, his mojo back. But he's that kind of fighter. He was on the stage. He could have drawn and tied for first. It would have been a huge tie for first. But he didn't want that. He wanted to win outright
And he said, that's it. No playoffs, no nothing. I don't even remember if it was the playoffs that year. It would have been a massive tie.
No, there were playoffs.
Were there playoffs in
Yeah,
that
there were
one?
playoffs. I was actually on the stage in that final round playing against Ben Feingold because that was a year when they had the championship and the women's championship mixed together.
Combined.
I see.
And Alexander Shabalov actually got a surprise award as
From
one of the
Seattle organizers.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
As did Akobian. They both got $5,000 extra for playing the game because the sponsor at the time was disgusted seeing what happened. They had busted kids to come watch. They had sponsors coming in. Everybody's waiting for this amazing battle on stage, and all these players just draw, and disappeared out of there.
Right.
And so Eric Anderson at the time was the organizer of the event, and he said, let's give them a fighting award that they didn't even expect. And so both Shabalov and Akobian got $5,000 extra on top of the prize money that they won for playing out the game. Well, Shaba obviously won a bunch of change, but his gladiator spirit showed itself there. And I think if I want to coach in the last round, I'm going to call up Shaba. So what do I need to do?
To make the draw.
To make whatever I need to play that last round, Shaba's going to say, you know what to do.
You got to play.
You know what to do.
Shabalov. All right.
That's right.
Okay,
but
well, let's just take a
unfortunately,
look at this.
In this position, it does look like the fireworks are going to stop because after bishop c5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. Now there's the move knight takes h6 check, which leads to the situation where black's up a million pieces, but unfortunately, no way out of this
on the board.
Perpetual check. That's right. And is there a way to differ? Let's take a look. After knight takes h6 check.
White has no choice because after he's played this move, knight c5, bishop takes c5. So, and that knight on f7 is about to be captured. So you got to go takes. Now after knight takes h6, I can move my king.
Exactly.
But all I'm doing is allowing just a different pattern of a perpetual check.
So king h7, there's no crushing discovery, but you can still go down the same exact path.
Exactly.
And so we expect this game
to end in.
In fact, bishop takes c5 played. No, not yet. But,
not yet.
But
an exciting draw. Let's leave it there. I mean, a lot of gambling by Shaba in this game today.
And what other possibilities are there here for black? Anything? But we'll take a look at that in just a minute. But right now we've got 13-year-old Carissa Yip, the youngest player in the entire tournament of either field, with her first victory this year with Maurice.
Yes, Carissa channeled her inner Tal or inner Shabalov today, sacrificing with h6, with h5, that is g6, I'll get it right, with g6, and then getting this big attack. Were you worried that she was going to get a counterattack? I mean, she came at you also with the queenside attack, knight takes b2. It was a wild position.
Oh, yeah, I feel like knight takes b2, that was equalizing for me, I guess, because I have, like, queen takes d6, and then Machio is even, and my queen is, like, centralized and stuff. And then I feel like she was a lot better after the opening, and then g6 was sort of, like, a desperate thing.
Really? Desperate? Yeah. Looked like you were going for it.
Oh, no, it was desperate.
Okay.
And then I felt like instead she could just protect the pawn on e6 and then just keep the extra pawn, and then she would be like a lot better. But then she started attacking too, and I guess in the end it just got really crazy, and I ended up better after her blunder.
Is this the kind of chess you like to play? Just wild, more aggressive? Who's your favorite player? What are the kind of players you like to emulate?
Tal.
Tal?
Yeah.
Young lady after my own heart. Well answered. And so you've seen Tal games like this, of course, the famous games with Tal, Koblenz, and G6 and H5 and those attacks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so she does know her classics. She does know her classics, Yaz. You were wondering if the young ladies know their classics. 13 years old, and she can quote games from 50 years old. Absolutely how you become a champion. So it must feel pretty good to win a game at the championship finally. What are you looking for the next few games?
I think next game I'm playing Nazi, and I feel like right now she might be a little bit upset after her loss yesterday, so I'm hoping for maybe a win. Maybe.
Wow.
I love it.
All right, you gotta like this kid. You gotta like this kid. That's the right attitude. Well, we're gonna give you a chance to rest from this victory and go prepare for that big matchup. Congratulations on this game.
Thanks.
Carissa?
Love it, Carissa.
Yes, Carissa, congrats. Very, very nice. But in tall style, you played G6. That was indeed the super sharp move. But you didn't follow it up in the style that we expected. Could you take us through, and why didn't you play the move H5, which would have been in the spirit of Michael Tal?
So I feel like she had stuff like bishop takes c3 maybe, and then b4.
Bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, and then you're suggesting b4.
Yes.
Ooh. Ooh. Now that you can see the position, can you see a combination that might be winning for you in this case?
I'll
give you move 1.
You're testing her. She just finished working, working hard. Of course, Yasser Seirawan has to give her a test.
Well, this is what Michael Tal did, right? Sacrificing pawns, sacrificing pieces. He just cared about his opponent's king.
But what if h6?
Oh, h6. I was hoping that you would take my knight, and I wanted to crash through in Tal style like this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Carissa's seen this in her sleep. She sees this in a 1-minute game, right?
Yeah.
That's the confidence we like.
But wait a minute, back up, because, you know, Yaz, this is the second time you've tried to torture Carissa in this chair. So I want everybody to have it on record that this is what Yasser does. He asks me difficult questions, but I'm trying to give the young lady a chance to glow in her victory. Right? Yasser keeps harassing her. Yeah. Let's go back to that position. What is knight f6? I'm going to come to her defense now. That we all see that I'm the good guy here, not you, Yaz.
Oh, no.
All right, let's see. What happens on knight f6 though on rook h7?
No idea, Maurice. No idea. I was just playing in the spirit of Tal. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but it's better be good.
All right, Carissa, don't listen to him from now on, okay?
Okay, Carissa, we got to clear up something. Maurice and I have been going back and forth on this for some time.
We haven't been going back and forth.
It was, I believe, last year's U.S. Championship. Unfortunately, you come on an interview, you had a bad loss, and you didn't feel really well. And I was trying to cheer you up, and I said, Maurice, you know, you almost brought Carissa to tears. Who was being the greater?
She doesn't remember that.
Who was being the greater comforter, myself or Maurice? You remember?
I don't remember.
Take my side.
Let's get the videotape and confirm that, because this guy was so mean to Carissa.
I can't believe
No way in the world. But you know, the young lady has style, and so she doesn't have to worry about the two of us. Don't worry about it. He's just ego tripping over there. All right.
Thank you, Carissa.
Let her get to her rest.
I love how she says, I'm looking for a win, because almost every other player is like, I'll just play taking one move at a time. We really like to hear that confidence, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the game tomorrow. But lots of fun going on in the games as well. Wesley So against Alexander Onishuk. You were bemoaning Wesley's knight on a4.
True that.
And you know, he certainly heard you, Yasser. Not literally, of course.
No, the knight ended up on d6. That's a great transformation for white.
The key was that after queen takes b3, he did not capture on b3. Instead, he played this move, bishop to f1. I told you guys, try to figure out Wesley's moves in this game, because it'll help you with your positional play. And this is the kind of move where instead of capturing the queen right away, you make him capture your queen. Now the knight on b2 hops in to d6, and this is so much more promising than the positions we were looking at with the two pieces versus the rook, but with the knight jumping from a4 to d6.
In fact, this just looks winning to my eyes.
Meanwhile, Shabalov and Akopian must have taken that draw that we looked at.
Right. No, but this is a big, big, big win for Wesley if he pulls this off, because the two pieces, that knight on d6, is going to dominate the rook, and this move g4, g5, cementing the powerful knight on d6. I love what Wesley has done in this game.
Another star move with bishop f1, right? I mean,
yes.
Just like a lovely chess, and perhaps that means that Onishuk should have looked at something else. Maybe he could have taken with the rook on b3 instead of gone for the queen trade. But Maurice with an upset on another exciting game, the big Sicilian.
That big Sicilian, Ray Robson, has played it perfectly. You may have seen some weird chess, some weird nuances by Naroditsky, but he has beaten back the attack, and it's in this position. He understood this position quite well. This position, he played the move F5, a fantastic move in this position, blunting White's attack. This knight on F2 leaves a strange impression, and so G takes F6, bishop takes F6, and now no diagonal pressure here at all for White. C3 he played. What an unusual move to bury his own bishop, recognizing that a knight on F6 would be so strong. B4, insisting on opening the diagonal. After knight G4, thinking he's gaining a tempo, no problem. You can have the bishop if you want. And after queen to E2, check out the thematic move, D5 by Black, just cracking the position, taking the initiative by the horns. E takes D5, not a good-looking move according to the engines, actually losing according to the engines. After knight takes D5, suddenly White's king looks funny. This pawn is hanging, this pawn is hanging. How do you play the position? Knight E3 is hanging as well. For example, pawn takes, knight E3, rook hanging, bishop along the long diagonal, king exposed. Black was supposed to be in their attack? No such luck. This king is perfectly safe, and it is White now who is scrambling and, according to the engines, completely busted in this position. So Ray Robson taking that unusual Sicilian setup and now showing how you play the black side. Beautiful chess by him, and it looks like he's going to collect yet another point.
Wow, what a turnaround there. Some great counter-attacking moves, especially F5. Big all-star move there by Ray Robson.
That's how he makes the Olympic team, right?
Exactly.
Ray Robson. And just a couple minutes left on his clock, so we will keep a close eye on this one. As he's got 12 moves to make in just 2 minutes. How's Fabiano Caruana doing? Because that's a really critical game, isn't it? Can he keep pace with Wesley? So actually, he's a half a point behind. So if Wesley does manage to win that game against Alexander Onishuk, Fabio will be way behind if he doesn't put together a win.
Exactly. His title slipping away. Knight F5 was where we left it. Rook E2. Fabi wanted to keep an extra pair of rooks on the board. He didn't go for the trade of the 4 rooks. He played rook to D2, rook E4, A5. We've got a little majority over here, and a pass pawn is on Fabi's mind. King C6, B5 check. Did Jeffrey walk into a shot?
You can't touch it because that knight on F5 is loose. So this would just allow simple tactic, rook D5 check, winning the knight on F5. And it seems like if B5 is a move, King C6 can't be right. But maybe he thought he could play King C5 here.
That was probably his intention when he went for this line, King C5. But if you just go one move further, you go rut-row. You're walking into a discover check that might just end up winning the game.
That's an unusual tactic. So just to point out, rook c2, king b5, there's that knight a3 check, and somehow you can't connect with your bishop on c7.
Precisely.
A weird type of tactic, not something you see every day.
Yeah, Jeffrey's probably kicking himself, and having gifted his opponent this 2 tempi of a5, b5, b6, bishop b8, another uh-oh moment, because this bishop, as long as this pawn remains on d6, this bishop on b8 is completely dormant.
That's true,
and
but
we have our current position. Are we up to date?
Yeah, we are up to date, it seems like. And so you're talking about how bad it is for Jeffrey, but how to continue as Fabiano. Which piece do you need to improve here? To me, it feels like the knight on f3 isn't really targeting anything. I'd like to somehow get that to b5 and scoop up something, but or how do you make another weakness here?
Well, I mean the pawn that the pawn I have in mind, actually, Jennifer, is the b7 pawn. I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to do everything in my power to start targeting that b7 pawn. I need to have my rook on the open c file, so I will get rid of my
That's what
knight,
happened. Check
which
on the
is
board.
which is in the way. Knight comes to c. Pardon me. Knight comes to e5 with check, and what I want to do is go. If your king, for example, comes up, right? King e6.
Do you have to watch tactics if you go to e7? You might have to look out for things like a6 and knight c6.
Well,
I was thinking just like even after king e7, maybe I can go a6 right away.
Knight c6 check.
Or first, yeah. And that this is an ugly idea. Exactly.
Yeah, these pawns are storming down the board.
So knight c6 is a definite idea here in this position. But you were mentioning the more logical king e6. But even there, knight e6 is an idea. Now you're trying knight d8 check.
That was what I was trying to do, was target this b7 pawn. If I can get that b7 pawn, and then I've got a gate to a6 and Maurice.
Well, we've got actually, let's take a look at Naroditsky-Robson because there's been a development in that game.
Okay, where are you?
Where are you, Danya?
No, that's the draw. That was the draw. That confirms the draw between
40
Shabala.
seconds left on Ray Robson's clock.
Ooh, to 8 minutes for Danya.
And we just have this move, queen to f2.
After takes, knight takes. Maurice was saying that suddenly the position has really turned in Ray's favor. Queen f2 was the last move Ray Robson to play. Well, it looks like he can just start grabbing pawns.
Yeah, can't we just, you mean just take on f2 and then take on c3?
Yeah, but there's, now that I realize it, I'm blind, the bishop on b7 is not protected. So in the line that you just mentioned.
There's bishop takes c3. Right?
He's got 16 seconds left, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
16 seconds left.
Ray Robson is
and he
a
has
thrill
taken.
seeker, I can tell you. Watching his game, I feel like my heart's in my throat at times, like, ah!
He has taken there, and so the question, though, is f4 is also a take, so what happens if you move the bishop here?
By the way, he was winning with knight e3. Knight e3 was dead busted in that position. The right way to play in this position here was knight e3, continuing with straight moves, because he's threatening to take on g2. He's not currently threatening to take on f1, but the g2 problem was a real issue for white, and that's how he should have played the position. Instead, he played this trade on, and of course, in this kind of position, the bishop can't ever move. The one you just played, rook g1, because bishop takes b7 is just terrible for white.
For white.
But the way he's played it now, however, has led to absolutely no edge for him, according to the engines. He's now taking on c3, and all Naroditsky has to do is just simply play bishop takes.
Yeah, which he will do,
Which he'll do, naturally, because of that pin, and he just, because of his time pressure, his advantage now is completely gone.
And knight e3 is such a logical move. You know, we're seeing in this round how important it is to think hard about your trades in chess. You don't want to trade queens in this position because actually white's king is less safe than black's. So if we can keep queens on the board, that's a positive.
Oh, without question, no. Jennifer, I'm with you 100%. I'm thinking that this is just a foreseen combination of moves that should win the game for Ray after knight e3. That move was begging to be played, and a lot of his fans are undoubtedly groaning at what is a massive missed opportunity.
He must have missed something with bishop takes c3. He must have thought that he was winning in this line somehow, because I don't see Ray Robson playing this line and just going for an equal endgame.
And by the way, he still has got 10 moves to make, and he's going to be relying on his incremental bonus to keep him afloat. But this position...
And they shook hands. Does that mean it was a draw, or did Ray lose on time?
No.
Those are the two possibilities. No. Yes, it was a draw.
But
and
e6, e5 in this position would have just, I think, clinched beautifully the game for Ray. Ray, golden opportunity, and Daniel will be disappointed with his play.
But instructive for our viewers, take a look at some of the moments we've had in this tournament. So you've got knight e3 here, not trading queens. Think about Wesley So's move, bishop f1, making you trade queens so that we get to improve our knight on b2.
Right.
All of these decisions regarding trades and exchanges, they're key moments in the game.
Oh, without question.
That can flip the switch and turn a draw into a win or turn a win into a loss.
I think, although, because you were mentioning this key moment, bishop f1, I think bishop f1 was fine, and I do believe that Alex made a dreadful error in trading queens. That is to say, I think he should have insisted let white trade queens. Play a move like rook f3, and if you play bishop e2 going after the rook, then I want to play bishop takes e4. Now you don't want to take the rook. You're probably going to have to trade queens. So this move bishop f1 prompted what I think is a crucial error, and now we're in a position where I think it's just overkill for Wesley. He's got a great game, and Maurice.
Wesley's definitely dominating that position. This one, it looks like trying to keep pace with Wesley is the flashy move, knight e5, knight c5 from Fabiano Caruana. However, Jeffrey Zhang is channeling his inner Karyakin, I'm thinking.
Oh.
Karyakin.
The Minister of Defense.
That's right. He's trying to take over that role right now because it's not so easy to defeat this young man. We've seen it. He's extremely tenacious. He doesn't remember the past. If he's got a bad position, he'll just keep playing and playing and playing. And you've got to beat him once and twice and 3 times. That's the kind of player he's become. And when you start defending like this on this level, that's when players start respecting you. When they say, wait a minute, I can't just beat him. Used to be the guy just falls apart. You saw the way Onishuk handled himself against Wesley. So Wesley's like, yeah, I can rub my hands together. This is how it should go. Jeffrey's saying, I'm only 16 and I already know how to defend. That's a big sign. And take a look at this moment. Knight ce5, a lot of people might have fallen off their chairs seeing this move. He just said, you know, I have to play what I have to play. I'm just going to play my king back to d8. I'm prepared if you play knight c6 to take it and then bring my king closer to these pawns. The engine's saying there's no win there. So Fabi decided to play the move h3. The engine's preferred knight to d3. Now we got to wonder, will he find, okay, I'm asking the question, I glance over and the engine's move right now that I was going to say, will he find it, was knight e7, and he found it. Now he's guarded the c6 square, so there's no more shenanigans there. He's prepared to play now d5 when nobody can attack this pawn. The knights are gone, so he doesn't have to worry about the pressure. Suddenly his bishop wakes up along the long diagonal, and the game changes. The Indians are now saying equal position. Remember, these pawns haven't gone anywhere yet, so if this knight gets chased out, let's play some random move. I'm going to play a really bad move here, g4. If this knight gets chased out with d5 and has to go anywhere, let's go to d3 for the moment, and now knight c6, look at your a pawn. This bishop is alive, and it's white who's starting to think, okay, let me hurry up and get some equality here because black is suddenly in the game and with a puncher's chance. And look,
at the time,
it has actually occurred. He played knight c4, d5. Now, why did he play knight c4? Let's check to see if that's correct. King d8, knight c4. Sorry, that's not what I meant. King d8, h3, knight e7, knight c4, d5 immediately. And now it's black who is slightly better according to the engines. Fabi has to equalize with a weird move like knight a3, allowing ideas like rook to e3 check. Guys, Jeffrey Zhang has taken over the game in the last couple of moves.
No question about it. That move h2, h3, Maurice, is so confounding by Fabi. He just threw away a crucial tempo. It obviously, white wants to play the move a5, a6. So it's important that the knight pivots right away from the e5 square after knight e7. Now knight b4 to stop any defensive ideas with knight c6. And you've got this move a5, a6 in reserve. A huge miss, and that's a big swing and a miss. h2, h3, really a confounding, confusing move. And we've seen this move, knight c4, d5.
And now knight a3, I think, has been played.
Has that?
He found it.
Knight a3.
He did not play the rook e3 check, but he played bishop to d6.
Right away.
Which,
by the way, very, very human move.
Absolutely.
Your bishop's been buried in the box on b8 for some time, and
Yeah,
finally get a chance to breathe.
And threat and rook e3 check.
Wow.
Yeah, just 3.5 minutes left for each player. Only 5 moves, but this position might be endgame, but it's still tactical.
It can turn on any move. Knight c2.
Knight
Bishop
c2.
d6, by the way, did set up for a rook b4 check. So that was why we had to play knight c2 to defend against that threat. And I think it's time to bring our king back into the game with king d7. We can't play knight c6 immediately because of the rook takes d5.
That's why you had to play rookie 3-check there to challenge that king,
Right.
and ask it where it planned to go
Right.
with the check. So he missed that opportunity to just throw the check in there before
Earlier.
the knight ended up on c2.
Right.
But there goes his king now.
But we have a special guest, Daniel Naroditsky. I've been seeing his name pop up a lot recently for his Naroditsky method.
Yes.
And so far he's been surprising us in the opening. Is that part of your methodology, Daniel?
We will ask, is there a method to his madness, or is there a madness to his method? You played some enterprising moves with the white pieces against the Najdorf. Why are you eschewing the sharp lines, or the main lines anyway, for these moves? H4 we saw, now knight b3 we've seen. What's up?
I mean, frankly, I'm just sick and tired of the theoretical, disputes, and I want to get fresh positions in this tournament because it's a great chance to learn from some amazing players who calculate and who see stuff a lot more than I do. And so I really want to have fun and get the kind of fresh position where both of us have to think with our brains rather than with our stockfishes. And that explains it. But knight b3 is quite fashionable these days. I don't think it's too outlandish. Definitely not as outlandish as h4.
No, definitely not. But your position at one point looked promising, and then all of a sudden you played f5, and then the attack was gone.
Yeah, I mean, Ray and I thought, these kinds of positions are a Ray's cup of tea because White's, almost mating in every line, but if White doesn't mate, he loses. So we thought that I should have put the knight on e3 instead of on f2, and I didn't want to allow the pin with queen b6, but to be frank, I completely missed. I mean, I saw the possibility of f5, but I figured I'd play g6 or something, or bishop takes g7, and all of a sudden I ended up in trouble. And there was a beautiful line at the end that I almost fell for. But
all right, well, take us to that line. We have the position there on the screen.
Yeah.
After f5, you played en passant.
En passant, bishop f6.
Bishop f6, and then
c3. Yeah, I calculated before knight g4. Yeah, and this was fine. Yeah, queen e2, and here. So probably I went wrong somewhere. What I calculated was d5 takes. And I was very happy he went for this. I was going to play cb. And there's two lines. If he takes knight f4, then I simply rook takes c8 is winning. Because bishop takes g2, queen takes g2, and he can't take my queen. So that's nice. But he plays knight e3 instead of knight f4.
That's right.
Which I saw.
Uh-huh.
But the beautiful thing is queen e2, knight e3. Or rather, sorry, cb, knight e3, knight e3, bishop b7, and I thought I survived, but here he plays rook takes c1, which is amazing. Or rather, no, queen takes b7, my bad. Queen takes b7, queen f3 forced, rook takes c1, bishop takes c1.
Because you can't take the queen because of
mate, and rook takes f4, which I missed.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nice variation.
So, Ray's a beast. I don't know what to say.
Ooh. That would have been
so I had to
very sweet.
Backpedal vigorously.
That's a nice line. But in this position, he still had knight to e3.
Really? Bishop
Yes.
takes b7?
This was the engine's variation.
Okay, queen f3. Why is this
And I think
so
here
impressive?
the engines gave like queen a7.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, rook g1. I mean, if this bishop gets active, I don't see why he should be any better.
Can he take on f4 now?
Oh, yep, my bad.
Well, you showed it.
That's probably why black is better there. So rook f2 I have to play, I guess.
Your back rank looks...
Ooh.
Boy, yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
The Naroditsky method.
The Robson method.
Is to pause.
Yeah, okay. Well, another bullet dodged.
Yes.
Now you got one Nakamura tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. Just some guy,
Some
random,
dude who plays bullet and random talk. Your previous game, he won with the black pieces. I believe he said in a dragon.
Yeah.
You have white? No, you have black this time, so
yeah.
you don't have to worry about playing a funky Sicilian against him.
No.
What are your thoughts going into tomorrow's game?
I mean, he's obviously very strong, thought of the year. But I just want to have the same approach I've had throughout the tournament, get a fun position and play my game, and if I can make decent moves, I'll be happy regardless of the result. I mean, obviously he's objectively a stronger player than me, but in no way am I giving up hope, and in no way am I going to try to grovel. I mean, I think he's very beatable, so I'm going to give him a run for his money.
Get your rest, and don't overlook Rook F4 in that game against
I've learned.
All right. Thanks a lot, and good luck in the game.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Danya. And how does that affect our current standings?
Let's take a peek. So Nakamura, Zerabuk, and Naroditsky all at the top of the cross table, but Wesley So, if he can win this game, he's going to catapult into clear first place. Meanwhile, Akobian's already made a draw. Onisha playing Wesley, so he's unlikely to join to catapult into first. He's in a tough position. And I think that's the key question here. So let's take a look at that game. Wesley So.
Well, I've got it up on the board, and we've just seen White's rook. I didn't expect that one, but the White rook penetrating along the c-file.
That's right.
Just
So
played
the knight
rook
was untouchable because we had that back rank checkmate.
The old back rank checkmate, yep. Rook c7, rook d5, give me this pawn, knight takes f7, rook f8, and we're up to date with the players. Here, I'm looking at the move g6 to protect the knight and give it an escape square vis-a-vis g5, so that I can.
Carissa.
To be like Carissa, I like that.
She played a fun g6 earlier, where you can just take it. So.
And this looks really, really nice for White. Everything's going very smoothly. Once again, a kind of an effortless effort by Wesley. Everything just all flows together.
Well, keep guessing his moves, you guys. Meanwhile, we've got Grandmaster Ray Robson, who treated us to another exciting game today.
Yes, Ray Robson, who clearly is a very powerful player, the U.S. Olympic team member, won a gold medal, and also has won titles for the Webster University team, including this year's national title. Today, he decided to come after you with some funky stuff, knight b3 this time. What was your thought when you were in the game? H4, of course, he could have played. You must have prepared for, and now you see a completely different move on the other side of the board.
Well, knight b3 is actually a lot more common than h4. I mean, I think h4 has probably like no games basically, whereas knight b3 is kind of popular within the last year, even though it looks like it doesn't make any sense at all. You're just moving the knight away from the center. It's not attacked or anything. But the idea is, let's say, there's a lot of different transpositions. So if I play e5, then I guess I could play bishop g5 immediately. And when he takes on f6, his bishop doesn't have to go to e2. Now it can go to c4 because he hasn't moved it yet. And in other lines where I play e6, a lot of the time he's going to play g4. And I guess I never have e5 attacking the knight on d4 anymore. So it's a tricky move, and I didn't really know much about it. I just knew it was a move. I hadn't prepared for it before the game. So I just tried to make some sensible moves. But after he played bishop c1, that's when I spent a really long time. I spent way too much time. I was trying to play d5 and calculating a bunch of stuff, which in the end I think doesn't work for me. So I think that was just losing, and so I had to play just the normal bishop e7. So maybe I had a normal position, but I just used way too much time. And so after that, I was mostly just trying to make sure I can defend.
But you didn't seem to be in much danger. You just played it solidly, and when you finally got to the position, you played this fantastic move, f5, and that seemed to shut down his entire attack.
Yeah, when I played queen b6 and f5, I felt, okay, finally I feel safe. He's not going to mate me anytime soon. But his next few moves were kind of surprising. I mean, g takes f6 I wasn't really expecting, and then he played some kind of weird moves with c3, and also when he played e takes d5, I was really shocked because it looks like it's just losing after knight takes d5. I mean, I almost wouldn't consider playing it with white. It just looks like it should be bad. But obviously there were a lot of tactics there. I think Daniel already showed one beautiful line, which is why he didn't play c takes b4, which is what I calculated and was hoping for. Instead, he played queen f2, which is a really good defensive try. And
but I don't know if you overheard the interview, but knight e3 is virtually winning for you.
Yeah, knight e3, I saw bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, queen f3, and I guess here I'm supposed to move the queen to like a7 or something. Mm-hmm. And then there's ideas of rook f4, which I just hadn't seen that idea, basically. So I thought he'll just move his rook and take on b4, push his pawn, and he's okay. So I didn't have too much time at that point, so I decided.
Which turns out to be the factor, spending all that
Yeah.
time, so you couldn't make a big calculation in this position.
Yeah, I guess his move surprised me, so I had to use more time at the end. So yeah, I didn't see that idea, so I just went for the equal line and we made a draw.
You know, a lot of people feel like if you had better time management, that you might be 27-30 right now. But because your time seems to give away some half points, is there truth in that, or do you need the time pressure to motivate you?
Time pressure, I guess, I mean, obviously you have to be motivated when you're in time pressure, otherwise you'll just lose. But I think I would be doing better, but it's not so simple. For example, like when I was thinking about playing d5 or bishop e7 or queen b6 in that position, I thought for a long time, I mean, if I can play d5 and it works, then I just have a great position, whereas otherwise I thought maybe I'm worse. So I don't know, like I could quickly play bishop e7 or I could quickly play d5, but they might not be the best move. So it's really hard for me to find the balance. I mean, obviously I spent too much time on that move, but that was a critical position, and I do think it was right to spend more time in that position, but sometimes I just get lost in, you know, playing. If you want to play d5, you have to basically be sure all the variations are working, and if you think about it for a long time, everything's working, and then finally you see one line which doesn't work, and then you have to spend more time because you spent so much time already on that move. You want to make sure it works.
Time is coming up over and over again.
And then in the end, you just can't make it work, and you have to eventually either do that move and hope that you miss something, or just make another move and realize you basically wasted a lot of time, which is what happened today. But yeah, it's a tough balance to strike, but fortunately, at least I was able to play well afterwards.
Absolutely, you got a draw, and I believe you're still tied for first, right? Oh no, you lost the game, so you were at 50%. So you're still at 50% with a long tournament to go. Well, we'll give you some time to collect your thoughts and think about tomorrow's game. Good luck.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, let's take a look at Irina Krush's game, because they've just made time control against Jennifer Yu, and it seems like things have taken a direction that's not so great for Irina Krush. She seemed to be cruising in an earlier position, but I do want to point out that in the last few moves to make time control, they've actually repeated the position. So it went bishop f1, just the last few moves. So bishop h3, king d3, bishop f1 check, and now she went back to bishop to h3. But just for fun, to point out a fun helpmate.
Oh gosh.
If king d3.
In this position?
Instead of bishop f1 check, after king d3, Jennifer played king e7 here. This would have been a good move to play with the seconds, because you never know, they could play king c4. And this is not a checkmate you see every day.
That is true.
That's really bizarre, right? That's a
wow. Very.
That's
visual.
an April Fool's. April Fool's. It's checkmate.
But in the actual position, Ninja's just saying that she's completely lost.
And so the question will become: did Jennifer Yu play bishop h3 and bishop f1, hoping to get a draw by Perpetua, or is she just trying to make the time control and now she's going to look for a victory?
Who's completely lost and why?
That Irina is lost in this position.
The pawns are equal, right?
Irina is lost.
I know. Well,
wow.
That's what the
Wow.
Well, you know, Ninjas are saying that she is busted
because of B3 breakthroughs followed by A3. Wow.
Like not just kind of busted, but just completely busted.
Yeah, so we'll look for if there's a tactical reason for that. But speaking of tactics, Alexander Shabalov treated us to some nice ones today. He's with Maurice.
Well, Shabalov is a man, as we have been espousing on the show, who doesn't know the meaning of the word backwards. And today he really showed it by just going all in. Shabalov, have you been playing a lot of poker lately? Because today, I mean, you just bluffed your way with some pyrotechnics that finally ended in a draw in your first half point in the tournament.
Yeah, thanks to war, you know, I'm finally on the board. You know, shouldn't happen.
What did you know? When did you notice, like, this I'm doing really, it looks a little dubious, but I'm just going to keep going forward?
No, at some point, after he played knight c6, well, if I don't do anything, I'm just, like, going to be slightly worse. And I already lost 2 slightly worse positions in this tournament to Wesley and to Yarrow. I know what's going to happen. So I decided, yeah, it's now or never. So yeah.
Yeah, I was telling them, some people might say, let me defend and see if I get a draw. That's just not your personality.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think I've contracted this Vaseline virus, in playing in London Classics, where you were commentators, right? And like, no, I mean, any way you can get on the board is like welcomed. So I don't know. They saying computers said at some point War could have taken that piece on
the
G5.
Piece on G5, yeah.
But I don't know. We looked at this after the word, and I mean, from practical point of view, it was a hard decision to make. So he was playing his usual style. He was like trying to minimize, like, a threat of losing the game.
You just said two things that really intrigued me. One, you said practical, which suggests that you do sacrifice with some practicality in mind.
Yeah, but I mean, War didn't even look at, taking on G5 at any moment.
So and also the second thing you said was his style. So you apparently know this particular customer.
Yeah, we played like tons of games, against each other during I don't know if it's our first game, like the final game at the 2003 U.S. Championship.
I quoted that game.
But I guess that's where our history started, and there were like I said, tons of games after that. And I mean, this one is no exception. There's always a fight. And I think he missed idea Rook F6 in like some of the lines in the end.
Right, we had that on the board as well.
That was what he complained about after the game. So he was thinking that he was like close to winning, in the end. But for some reason, everything worked for me.
Yeah, it did. Amazing game. So you got your first half point. After all that work, what are you thinking about for the future, round 5 in particular?
Well, I'm gonna keep playing, and like I said, everything that's coming my way, I will welcome. It's gonna be a gift for me. The way this tournament develops, no. Every half a point is a gift.
All right. Well, it's hard to hear you talk like that. Those of us who've been fans of your games for so many years, and you continue to regale us with your enterprising style. So good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Sorry, Shaba, is this the Rook F6 position that VAR complained to you about just here? That if you take it in
either this one or, for example, after Bishop takes 93. That would also look like kind of good, but
this is what you both saw.
Wow.
Yeah.
It makes a very visual impression, I must say.
Yeah, it's like it's not the only line where Rook F6 was like helping me, but this one's actually might be that Black doesn't even have a draw anymore.
This line, Black had to give up a queen, I believe. Bishop takes F6.
It was a perpetual check.
No, Bishop F6. No, it wasn't perpet. It was Bishop F6. Knight
H6
takes, Queen G6.
Yeah, and you lose
Bishop G7, and then Queen takes Queen. And the Indians were saying
0-0.
Triple 0 is the usual nonsense.
This is triple 0?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
actually
perpetual.
Not so much nonsense.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
A typical draw at the office for Alexander Shabalov.
Bringing the excitement.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Alexander Shabalov. And how does that affect our standings, Jennifer?
Well, not that much.
Not that much, but
it affects their personal standings for sure. Of course, Alexander Shabalov now getting on the scoreboard. His many fans love to see that. And Varuza Napoleon, even Steven. We've got Maggie Feng, who has reportedly won her game. That was against Sabina Fleischer. We thought Sabina was doing great earlier, so big turnaround there.
Back and turned it around completely.
Yeah.
The last time we looked.
And Maggie almost won yesterday too. So this girl is the youngster with the highest score right now. She's the only teen who's got more than 2 points. That being said, Apurva Verkud is currently playing against Nazi Paikidze, and we can take a look at that game. Apurva's got the white pieces.
This was the game that Maggie won, where she had that dominating bishop,
and then she ended up getting a queen for rook and knight, but she had this pawn and very quickly pushed it to victory.
And the game between Verkud and Paikidze is pretty wild, actually. There's a lot of imbalances there. With,
two connected pass pawns on d3 and c4
for Nazi, and meanwhile for Verkud, she's got this these two A pawns, and the king on g6 is weak. So this one, I mean, is g4 in the position? It looks like e4 has just been played. Or no, it hasn't. It was played a few moves ago. This is obviously a time trouble situation.
The last move of the game was queen to c5, protecting the bishop and keeping that
And now
rook.
we want to try to get takes on f5, and then we might have queen f3.
Takes on f5.
I guess whenever we
takes
play
on
queen f3, you have queen takes b6 to save the day.
Yay, a lucky capture indeed.
But it feels like there should be something here for white. Maybe we follow it up with like, God, I hesitate to suggest a move g4 with that rook eyeing me on g7.
Right.
But I feel like there should be some way for me to invade with my pieces.
Well, if there isn't, guess what? It's lights out with this queen on c5 dominating the knight, and these two connected pass pawns are just about to make
That's
the queen.
why I should start with queen f3 rather than take and then play queen f3.
Okay,
maybe that's the way to do it. But Maurice, you got an update for us on another game?
Well, not the update, but just to show the beautiful finish, at least a beautiful maneuver. I love this maneuver that happened in the Maggie Feng game. I want to show you, we got to this position in the game where she played the move rook to h4. Now, just take a look at this rook where it's standing right now. Rook on h4. Can you imagine this rook ending up on g1 anytime soon? Kind of hard to figure out how that's going to happen. Well, take a look how the game went. Rook h4, king g7, no good discoveries for white, so she took on d4, queen to f8, again no good discoveries, so she played queen g2, hitting the pawn. Now queen to b4 in the position, holding everything down and threatening queen to e1 with check. Rook to d1, now you start to see it coming. Rook to c8, attacking the pawn, b3. And now black should be incredibly careful for what's about to happen. She should play rook to g8 is what the engines give. She played this move a5, just probably in time pressure, or probably thinking she should get some initiative on this side, overlooking this fantastic move, king to h1. And now suddenly here comes the rook to the g1 square, and then the attack is going to catch wings. Queen b6, not a great move, allowing bishop to e8 check, and after king f8, the beautiful rook to g1, ignoring that bishop. That just leaves a beautiful impression, guys. Letting this bishop hang because the attack is just going to come straight. She had to sacrifice her queen. She played queen g1 in this position. The point being that king takes e8 just runs into mate after queen check, king d7. And where do you think you're going after this move? The game is just over. You can throw a knight in the way, or you can move your king up and hang mate. And the same thing would have happened in the case of rook g1 in the position. In the case of rook takes e8, queen g7 is mate in one. Beautiful move. This bishop e8, king f8. What a nice find right here. Maggie Feng showing some muscle in this game. Fantastic win against a tough customer, Sabina Feuser. This young lady can play.
Yeah, that's a beautiful maneuver. Rook h4 to d4, back to d1, back to g1, and you're coordinated up the g file.
And it's crazy to think Maggie could be having even more points in this tournament.
She was such a dominant game yesterday against Katya, yeah, and she just let her opponent escape.
And great tactics, just like a bit of maybe a strategic issue in that game, but great things to come from Maggie, no doubt. Now, let's just watch the blood fall on Leslie So on the show, because we know the fans like that.
All right, we'll switch. And also, our U.S. champion, Naji Paikidze. Naji appears to be winning to my eyes, but let's go to that Wesley So game. And when we left it, we were just about these parts. We had seen the move knight takes f7. Indeed, Wesley did play the move g6 as expected, making room for his knight on g5. Rook coming to the first rank, pinning the bishop on f1. Knight takes e6. Crashing through on g7. And
now
we up to date?
Rook takes g6 has happened.
And bishop comes to e4.
Yeah, bishop has just played to e4. You called it.
Yeah, and also eyeballing an opportunity if it were to occur for bishop d3. So we would expect rook check, king would have to move king g8, and now we can stop. We can just pause ourselves for a
Play
moment.
bishop d4. Can we?
Or even going for a checkmating attack with bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4, and if you do, it doesn't look like you have
Time to play this.
I mean, I was thinking about rook e6.
Oh, sorry. What were you thinking about?
Oh, black playing rook e6 here. But or taking on d4.
Or taking on d4.
Yeah.
Well, but that's just lost, right? No, I mean, the
and this has occurred. Bishop d4 on the board.
Has it?
Oh, actually, no, he didn't. Wait.
No, you have your rook in the wrong square. He's resigning. He's busted.
He played bishop
When
d4.
bishop d4 happened, he played bishop d4 immediately.
He just played bishop d4 immediately.
That's the critical point. It's a mating attack.
And now the game is over, actually, after bishop to e4, after rook g6. After bishop b4, instead of rook h6 check, just bishop d4.
Yeah, the key thing to do is to do this move first.
Yes.
And now he has to go up to h7, because if he takes on d4, then
we can play rook h6 in between
mezzo.
move. Yeah.
So
okay.
he goes up, and then he just marches. He just marched the death march when bishop comes back to e3, and now it's looking quite nasty.
And just any move to win all of your pieces, basically.
Yeah.
So the key thing there was to play bishop d4 first, because as Maurice pointed out, there's that killer in between move.
Yes.
Instead of after bishop d4.
Another game Wesley
after
So
rook takes d4. Sorry.
Another game Wesley So made a very good player look average.
And here's the woman of the hour, Maggie Feng. Big victory, and she's got a plus score now in her very first U.S. Women's Championship. Big stuff.
Playing extremely well is this teenager from Ohio, the first girl to win the junior high school national championships, and she's saying that's not enough. I'm looking to do well in the country's national championships. Maggie, congratulations on your game today. It looked like you blundered an exchange early on. Did you blunder it or did you sacrifice it? Say you sacrificed it.
I missed bishop h4.
Oh, that's okay. So you did hang this bishop, this rook. So what were you thinking when this mistake occurred?
I tried to play against his queen. His queen was like on h7. It was badly placed. So I was just trying to get some activity.
And you did get some activity. Yeah. Were you surprised when she gave you the f7 pawn for the d3 pawn? Suddenly it looked like you were getting some chances?
Yeah. I was expecting bishop g6 first.
Exactly what the computer suggested.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden the pieces are hanging and you get to play the move knight to e8 after she traded off and she played rook f6. Knight e8 lands on the board. You must have been thrilled when you saw this move was possible.
Yeah. I get my material back, and I also have like the attack because his king is weak. And
indeed, the king was extremely weak. The game continued with king h8, knight takes, pawn takes. We have this on the screen for you here. Now this maneuver of yours, was it time pressure, this position, rook? Because you went for rook h4, she walked right into a discover check, and you decided to take on d4 and then change the position with queen g2, queen b4, rook back. This maneuver is really beautiful with b3, a5 a mistake, king h1. Now this move, rook to g. Actually, you played bishop e8 first after this move.
Queen c6. She was threatening queen b6. She was threatening queen c6.
So now you found this move, bishop e8 check. You must have spent some time calculating this moment. You saw the mate all the way to the end?
Yeah. It wasn't that hard to find.
So says a champion player, indeed, and then you ended up with massive material advantage and went on to win the game. Must feel great right now. You're at +1 in the Women's Championship. Did you think that you'd be here when you came for the first time?
Not really. I just wanted to play good chess and hope I did well.
Well, you are doing well, young lady. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing more of your games.
You're welcome.
Maggie Feng showing that she can beat maybe anybody in this tournament. She had Tatev yesterday in trouble as well. Watch out for this young lady. She is a future rising star in American chess.
That was the first Nemtsova, right? Yesterday?
Yes. Yeah, Katya. Yeah. Very, very nice. And let's have an update of how that result affects our standings.
Well, Irina Krush is still in the lead, but that game last time we checked with Jennifer Yu results in doubt. Anna Zakonski and Maggie Fang also with 2.5 points. Apurva, you think she's in trouble. So, meanwhile, Carissa Yip with 2 points. That Irina game, Jennifer Yu, what she's doing now is she's been thinking for about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So after the two-time perpetual, they made it to move 40. And now that she's on move 40, she's sinking deeper into her clock. And unfortunately, what often happens there is they convince themselves, okay, I might as well take the draw now.
Right.
Because I used so much time.
Forcing win, yeah.
But we've got Alexander Onashuk in the studio after a tough loss to Wesley So.
The Iron Man, Alexander Onashuk. This game was difficult. I know Wesley So has been an incredible unbeaten streak, and to be the one to have to stop him win a game is tough enough. Even to draw him is tough. It's not like he's just trying to draw all his games. What were your thoughts as you started to realize you were in some kind of trouble?
Well, I was in trouble because of a big blunder I made. I thought he took a lot of risk when he declined 3-time repetition. And after Queen B3, Wesley played Bishop F1, and I saw an excellent move Rook C8, and unfortunately I didn't play it. I think, look, I don't know the evaluation, but I think I have a very good position after Rook C8. And of course, you know, I just blundered this, whatever, Knight C4, Knight D2 moves, and then I was in trouble. So yeah, it's just one move, I think. I mean, I played a good game, and yeah, it's very unfortunate. But not that I expected that I will win this game, you know, or even to make a draw. Of course, it was you know, a big deal. But something went wrong. I mean, it's, you know, when you play these guys, there is always something. You know, you miss one move, and then he just played brilliantly. Totally.
How do you bounce back from a game like this one, realizing you were also close and just the right enterprising move might have kept you in the game?
First, I need to check if I was so close. That's my impression, but you know, who knows? You know, I'll play another game. So far, 50%, not so bad. You know, so it's still what, 7 games?
7 games, yes.
Yeah. So
long way to go.
Yeah, hopefully I will recover pretty soon.
We're sure you will, and we'll let you go and begin that process now.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Alex. And I totally agree with him, by the way. I think Wesley was taking a very big risk in declining the repetition after Bishop F1. I really like this move, Rook C8, very much. And had Alex found that move, that knight on A4, it looks really bad. And the whole point is, yes, you're a piece up after Bishop takes, Queen takes, but check this out. If that Queen gets on the E4 square, and it's suddenly White who's going to get checkmated down that long diagonal.
That's an extraordinary move.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the move of the tournament, wouldn't
or
it?
certainly the round. We can't say for the tournament.
Oh, well, so far. Although there's been some good moves.
We've been having so many dramatic moments, Jennifer. My goodness.
But yeah, because you were looking at Rook F3, trying to avoid that ugly endgame. But wow, Rook C8, that's cool.
In fact, the idea of Rook F3 was to kind of get it even in a better moment, right? To get that same diagonal and to have an extra pawn. That was why I went Rook F3.
And Wesley laughing as we checkmate him in all these variations, but nobody's checkmating him over the board.
Yes, exactly. The streak is alive.
The streak, in fact, is alive. Yes, the Yukon women may have gone down after 111 games, but Wesley, you got a ways to go to win 111 in a row. You're at 60, at least to be unbeaten after 111. I don't know if you know about the Yukon women in basketball. They had a 111 game win streak snapped yesterday. You have a 60-game unbeaten streak as we speak, but today you seem to have taken a bit of a chance. So could we get the sense of what could have happened here in this moment? He said Rook to C8. Can we take a look at that? Did you realize this move was on the board, Rook to C8?
Yeah, probably it was in the back of my mind at some point. I was mostly considering the Rook C8, Bishop E4, but of course this is stronger. The problem is my knight on A4 is really badly placed.
Right.
So it's hard to say what White should do after Rook C8.
So you don't have a move after rook c. You didn't have a move prepared.
Probably not.
Okay. Well,
let's say queen e5 just to counter the move of the year. And then if rook d1 I take and then play knight c3.
Okay, things are not looking so bad right now. Maybe queen e1 in this position?
Queen e1. Yeah, and then I have to move my knight b5. That's not very clear. No. The good thing is that I always control the back rank with my bishop on f4.
Right, so there's no rook c1 coming down.
I'm not losing
and
it.
There is rook c2 a move? Well, you always have bishop e3 against that.
Queen
so
b8.
That won't go anywhere. Well, queen b8 I have bishop c8, but bishop e3 certainly is going to stop everything, and yeah, looks fine. Looks like
after queen e5, he most likely has a much stronger move. After rook c8, queen e5.
But you were also mentioning, Wesley, bishop e4 was your key move.
Yeah, I think the position is just unclear, so I was going to take on d3, queen d3, and then queen c3 to avoid checkmate. But I think I'm not worse here. So if he plays, say, queen d7, knight b2, and rook c8, rook d1 was my idea. So I managed to defend here.
That's why this guy doesn't get beat too often, people. It looks good to us, but he's a staunch defender and can find some moves. So it would not have been the end of the story. And the story is, Wesley, you did win today and go to the leader's position, at least for the moment, although you look like you're in a good situation at +2.
Yeah, still a long way to go, but this win is very important, and I'd like to thank the Lord for a win. I mean, it wasn't a pretty win by all standards and probably made some mistakes, but a win is a win. I think objectively I should have gone for a draw when we were repeating moves knight a4, queen b5. But then and then I used a lot of time, which is not a good idea. Then with time running out, I just decided to play h3 just to see what happens. But I think it kind of confused Alexander because he started making mistakes after that. He was playing really strongly. You know, he's a really good and classical player, and he's good at all parts of the game, especially his calculations and his understanding. I think that objectively, Black might be even a little better in the game, but he made some mistakes, fortunately.
And that has to happen in order for you to win, but that's just the reality of chess. You play a newcomer to the championship tomorrow, Yaroslav Zherebuk. Do you know anything at all about him? Have you played him?
Well, the first time I met him was in the World Cup in 2011, where he beat a lot of strong players, if I remember correctly. And he's my age, so he's a very young, talented player. And now he plays for the St. Louis University, which he's doing well. I don't think I played him before, so it'll be our first time. But again, every player here is tough, and just to get a win. I mean, today I made a huge risk, but fortunately it paid off. So I think in this tournament, the players just have to be courageous and fight hard.
There you go. Well, you did that today and was rewarded with the win. We look forward to seeing that enterprising game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wesley So, the hottest player on tour, the unbeaten streak continues. He's got the lead in the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice, and congratulations, Wesley. There you see it, Wesley So. 3 out of 4. Very impressive.
That's a big score, and this is a tough competition. He's heading the cross table. Nakamura half point behind. And Fabiano Caruana could be way behind in this game because what's
He's
going on
slipping.
with Jeffrey Zhang.
Well,
we liked his position earlier, then we actually liked Jeffrey's position a bit.
And
but
like
he needs
Jeffrey's
1.5 points to catch up with So.
Right, and Fabi, our defending champion, Fabi is in trouble. Well, maybe trouble strong. He certainly stands worse. Whether he'll be able to hold the position is a different question. The current position I'm looking at, if it was Jeffrey's turn, a move like rook f4 by Jeffrey would just kill the game. I think Fabi would be losing. The question is, can Fabi draw after a move like rook f5 or rook f6, get enough counterplay? Because for sure, these pawns on a5 and b6, which were a key asset about 10 moves ago, are now a liability.
And meanwhile, we've got some action in the U.S. Women's Championship.
Sure, let's turn to the game of Naji and Irina, yeah?
Yeah, well, starting with Irina, it does look like we're going down this road of perpetual, although I'm kind of confused about, let's take, it was h5 played. Oh,
yes,
okay.
It was.
So no perpetual, but did the position repeat 3 times? Did they have a chance to claim it? I feel, because look at move 38, bishop h3.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that bishop come from? F1, right? So after G3, didn't that happen 3 times then? So if Irina wanted to, she could have claimed a draw.
I don't think so. It looked like 2 moves. But that being the case, let's assume there wasn't. What is the current situation in this game of Irina? You were telling Maurice that the engines believe that Irina's lost.
You talking to me?
Yes. There's no other Maurice in the studio.
You said you were telling Maurice, and I thought you were saying to Jen you were telling Maurice. But you interjected.
There's also a you in the game, so
yeah,
it's very confusing.
All right.
But I was busy checking the repetition. I don't think there was a repetition because it had to be your move to claim the repetition, and Irina never had that chance. I'm thinking, but I don't know. I'm not the arbiter. It didn't happen, and now they have this position after h5, and the engines are saying that she's way down is white because of a simple idea. The idea is to play b3, and then let's give a move. Let's play bishop e6, for example. This is a bad move. She's going to end up in zugzwang in this line. Let me play a worse move. This one, bishop c6, a more aggressive move. The idea is to play this move, and after takes to play this move. This is the idea, to create a second pass pawn, a separate pass pawn, where now, you can't save yourself. This is why you have to keep the bishop on this diagonal, because this pawn is going down and this bishop is going off the board, and it's going to be a queen. So this threat of b3 is hanging over white's head, and white doesn't have any moves to deal with it properly. And black can improve the position. h5 stymies her. So if we go to something like bishop e6, the engines are now giving king e7, bishop d5, bishop h3, and bringing the bishop on this diagonal. And now, let's say you play king to c4. Well, king to c4 just allows bishop here, and suddenly the bishops are going, and you can't stop the pawns. The mess for white is the fact that b3, a3 is in the position. This is the threat that's hanging over her head. And to deal with it, she has to play very accurately, and one false step, and suddenly b3, a3 happens, and the game is over. So that is her challenge. That's why h5 is kind of putting her in a zugzwang. Actually, what h5 is doing is killing her pawns, making sure she has no options on that side.
With g4 and h5.
With any kind of g4, f5, j, whatever, all that's gone. And black now, having stymied the pawns on the king's side, can start playing for some zugzwangs and getting the threat b3 in the game. If she plays that, then Irina is gone. That's the challenge.
Turnaround here, because I just thought that Irina was in cruise control earlier with this gigantic. You don't get pawn centers like that.
She got lazy.
Every day.
She just sit down. I'll get in the end game. I'll get her in the end game instead of fighting in the middle game. She's traded queens, and this is what the trading of queens has done for her. It's even material. Actually, she gave her pawn back, right? At some point in the game, we didn't see her give the pawn back.
But that's instructive also, because it's the day of exchanges and evaluating them. And in this particular case, that big pawn center you refer to, isn't that a lot better with pieces on the board, with queens on the board? Once the endgame occurs, the A pawn is actually turning from a 0 to a hero.
Yes, as we've seen. And another huge game, our defending champion, Naji, didn't go back as we had expected with this quiet move, king h7, just stepping off the 6th rank and preparing to capture this pawn on e4. She said, give me that pawn. I'm not worried about your checks. And we're in this position after queen h5, queen e3. Uh-oh, big time threat of mate in 1, Maurice.
You know, if I give you, all of us study tactical puzzles, all of us, right? We study white to move and win, black to move and win, where's the mating idea? But we also, sometimes I think what we don't do is get enough defensive puzzles. There's some books that work to show that, but not enough of them, because most of the time it's those pretty endings. Oh, there's a checkmate. Look at that. You sacrifice your queen. But if I give you a defense, sometimes you have to play defense. A lot of times you have to play defense in chess. And there should be an equal number of defensive puzzles, I think, as checkmating puzzles. It probably may not be as much fun, but it'll make you a much stronger player for sure. So take a look at this position. It's white to move. There's a threat of queen d5 and queen h1 in the position right now that you're looking pretty bad. It's not quite mate, but the h-pawn is going to drop and the position is going to be ugly. So what do you do to deal with this sequence? Queen d5 is on its way, and you can't fight the bishop along the long diagonal. What's your defense? I'll give you guys a moment to challenge you to find a defense for white.
E4.
You thought e4, and that's what she played, and
Right.
that's why she's dead.
Right.
Because e4 just doesn't work. She played e4 and then allowed d3, and now her position is, I mean, she can actually hold this position technically, but to have this storm on her is a position that she just didn't really want to see, even if it holds. So the key move, and I should point out that winning was this. Against this move. Winning was taking on Passant, which I don't know how she forgot to take on Passant. The same threats are still here. Queen d5, you have severe problems, and plus this pawn is strong. So taking on e3 would have won the game cold, and that would have been black to move and win, which, by the way, you may not solve. If I gave you this position and said black to move and win, you probably wouldn't solve it, because I'd have to goad you and say white's last move was e4 for you to know to take on Passant. But the key move, the winning move, is an only winning move, devastatingly winning, was to take. The other way she played allowed some defense. But the defense here, though, was the move knight f2, guarding h1, and now queen d5 doesn't threaten anything. It freezes our pieces. But now queen h3, and look at that queen just getting active. It can start thinking about this check on this square, and if you play a move like c3 in this position, now the knight can go to d3, and suddenly the knight is in the game and is active. Kind of funny as you look at this construction and constellation. Different kind of defense in this position. But, or even rook c8, the engine's giving. Here the engine's actually going triple zeros, which I find kind of impressive, given that this pawn is steaming down the board. At any rate, she played e4. Nazi missed capturing on c3 immediately, but as the game has progressed, we're now in this position, maybe one more move, a couple more moves haven't played. We're in this position, and white's defense did not work. She finally did get a knight to f2, except her queen is over here. The threat of queen to e1 is in the position. If you play your queen back to d1, then suddenly we get the pretty puzzle with checkmate coming. Rook takes g3, pawn takes, queen takes with check, and now your king has to go on this square, and it's mate in 3 coming, king e1, queen to e3, and that's your standard black to move and win puzzle that she would face if she plays queen to d1 right now. It looks like Nazi is recovered from yesterday and getting a win, getting herself back in the right direction. And with Anna only drawing and Irina looking like she's not going to win, this is a big win, a huge win for Paikidze to come back in the championship.
And Irina could even lose that game, as you were pointing out. The thing is, I think Irina missed another defensive idea, which is to count to 3, because it looks to me like it's a three moves. It's just a little confusing, because when you play g3, that's the first iteration. So she played g3, and that's the position. And then
it occurred third time.
And then it occurred a second and third. She could claim it, but then as soon as it's Jennifer, it was too late, and Jennifer at that moment decided to do something else. But we can confirm with the players later. It looks like 3 to me, and that is, a couple of them were played in time pressure, so that could be where the confusion came in. And meanwhile, what about Jeffrey? Is he gaining counterplay in this game? I mean, sorry, is Caruana gaining the necessary counterplay to save the game?
I don't know. I still like Jeffrey's chances. We could see, for example, in this position, a move like, let's say, rook f4, so that we can go rook f3 and take this. And if you go after my d-pawn, something like this is what I was hoping. But no, this is just going to be a draw. What am I saying? King c4 is just a draw. I thought the world junior champion had a better position. Is Fabi okay, Maurice?
No, definitely better, but it looks like Fabi has some kind of counterplay with the move rook to d7. He has other moves as well, according to the engine. This move, rook f3 check, king to d2, and then king takes b6, rook takes d5, rook takes h3. It's a plus pawn, but the engine's saying this one's not enough after knight to d4. This h6 pawn is suddenly coming under fire. A knight's going to end up on the square. A move like rook to h4, knight to f5, rook takes g4, knight takes h6. And guess what we're closing in on?
No, not rook and knight versus
rook and bishop ending. This knight will sacrifice itself for that pawn, and we'll see whether or not Fabi knows how to draw that position. I suspect he does know how to handle himself.
I couldn't take another back-to-back like we had yesterday.
To suffer that again.
That was too dramatic.
That would be a great April Fool's joke if the players conspired every round. If it looks like it's headed towards a draw, there will be at least one rook and bishop first round. So can you imagine?
No.
Oh,
They recur all 11 games.
The U.S. Championship thematic ending.
No, I'm just kidding.
Of course, I forgot about the intermediate check. I shouldn't have taken on b6, but rook f3 check. That's not really. I mean, it's an extra pawn, wonderful, but those chances aren't realistic in that extra pawn. So Fabi is likely to draw. But Jennifer, if he was to draw, this would be a huge result for Jeffrey because he's getting rid of the two of our Holy Trinity. He held them both to draw.
And that would give him a chance to try to string together some victories against other players.
And Fabi, 4 draws in a row. His title is slipping away.
That's right. You'd be uneven with Leslie at +2. That's a
big point.
That's a huge differential. We've been getting some comments that are hashtag. One big Carissa Yip fan, of course, I agree. Sam Thompson saying Carissa Yip has serious style, future star, future and current. We've also got Cristian Chirila for the St. Louis Chess Club reminding us that if you're in the area, come check out the live commentary with Grandmasters Ben Feingold and Eric Hansen. That sounds like it's worth at least a couple laughs. Those guys are both very funny. Feingold intentionally funny, and Hansen often unintentionally funny.
Very.
And sometimes intentionally, too. And finally, one other very salient question from Dr. Checkmate, William Chandler. He asks, if there's a place to support the chess club by buying paraphernalia related to the championships.
Q Boutique would be your best guess.
Q Boutique, and Q Boutique also has online sales, and there's lots of great stuff you can get there. Apparel. You can get a Check Yourself shirt, just like the one that Fabiano Caruana has.
Right.
I got that from my dad.
Absolutely. And Maurice?
And it's black to move and win in the game between Jennifer Yu and Irina Krush, and Jennifer has found the first move. This position is lost, easily lost, in fact. You'll see it. Bishop h3 is what she played. Her threat now is to take over this diagonal, and once she gets this diagonal, that's going to be all she wrote. The only move, king to d3, I mean, she could move her bishop around if she wanted to, but it's not going to matter. Now this move, bishop to f5. And in this position, you're in deep trouble. If you put your king back on e3, you're completely cut off along this line. And take a look at this move. This is the counterintuitive move that she'll have to find, although she has other moves that wait. But to just get the win straight, she just needs to play a3. Get that pawn down the board one more step. That's all she needs, because her plan is to play the move bishop to e6. When you move your bishop, it's your only piece to move, because if you trade, then the pawns get straightened out, and that's the end. Now bishop to e6. Your bishop is hanging. You cannot go into some kind of ending like this one, because takes, blanc, and that's it, and the pawn's queen. So that's not playable. And if you instead, excuse me, let me go one back. If you instead trade on this square, king takes, king to d3, trade anyway, and after king takes, now we play b3, and it's the exact same position. The game is over in this line. It's black to move and win. If Jennifer spends some time, burn some clock, and find the sequence, and look at her, she's intensely looking at the board right now. She finds that sequence, she wins the game. And she has the chance right now.
Yeah, I think she has the awareness. She's zoning in, and she's realizing that she's got these breakthroughs with her pawn, Maurice. What a huge win this would be. 7
minutes left on her clock, though, for her to find, for the game, not for the time control for the game. Although she's getting 30-second increments, she has to focus really hard right now and check the sequence of that check, bishop f5, followed by a3, and bishop e6 will be unstoppable, and that'll be game.
If that were the case, we would have no player in the women's championship with more than +1.
Right.
We'd have a huge logjam with Nazi Paikidze, assuming she wins her game. We'd have Anna Zatansky. We'd have Maggie Fang.
And Jennifer as well, no? Jennifer only lost one game.
Jennifer
She won one game. So
Jennifer would join the
+1.
party.
Wow.
It would be a 5-6 person party at the top of the women's field.
What happened is we started the round and the
Yeah, it would be a flip-flop.
Right, exactly.
And having Maggie beat a star like Sabina, Jennifer beating a star like Irina, I mean,
wow.
That just shows that the young players are not messing around.
Yeah, the rise of the millennials.
Well, don't forget, Jennifer also beat Anna Zatansky. So beating Anna Zatansky and Irina Krush in the first 4 games, that would be a heck of a start for Jennifer.
Yeah, understatement.
Wow. Well, I just wanted to say, guys, I mean, it was really meaningful for me when we were interviewing Carissa, and she's played the move bishop f5 check. She's step one in that sequence that you showed, Maurice.
And it's clear you can't play king c4 because bishop e6
bishop
is just
e6, right. But when you were interviewing Carissa, that, you know, she wasn't emotionally scarred for life from the interview you performed last year with her, that she's recovered.
Yeah, we really need the tape. Tom, please, could you get that tape of that interview, because this guy is deluded. I mean, he's senile now. It's unbelievable. I mean, it was clear that I was
Tom's
the one
on your
who
side.
was the gentleman in this exchange. You need to get over that, man. I know you realize you messed up. And she was only 12. And I would also point out, could I also point out, you did it again today.
No, I was saying to her that in Tal style, you should just keep going when you play G6.
You were criticizing her win. You were criticizing her win. She wins the game in beautiful style, and instead of letting her go, you said, you could have played this move. You could have played in Tal style. It didn't even work. You couldn't help it, man. Good thing she's a tough kid. Good thing she's a tough kid.
From Boston.
And will continue to be so.
And we have a confirmation from international arbiter Chris Bird. He says, I can confirm Jen Shahade's suspicions that Irina Krush could have claimed a draw prior to playing 42 king e3.
Oh, wow. Thank you, that's Chris. Big news. Thank you, Chris. That is gigantic news. She's going to lose a game where she could have claimed a draw.
Yeah, that was
Was it time trouble? Was she in time trouble?
I think, and they made it to move 40, and I think it was a bit confusing because it was like she played G3, and that was the first iteration of the position, and that's why you missed it at first as well, because they only repeated twice, but it's not repeating the moves twice, it's repeating the position 3 times.
Right. And she just made it super easy. Her last move just made the win simple as ever. She offered an exchange on e4. Bringing her king even further away from those pawns. And all has to happen right now, all that has to happen is the move bishop takes d4.
Right.
Just play bishop d4, and that's it. It's going to be lights out on that board. You can see it, not one of these positions.
Yes.
This position here, bishop takes on d4 is simply winning on the spot. You can't take the bishop on d4. Let's go back. You cannot take the bishop on d4 because simply bishop takes e4, and after king takes, simply b3.
That's too easy.
And after takes, we just play a3, and you're gone.
This is gone. This
so
is too
that's
easy.
easy. And if bishop d4 and you play bishop takes f5, we still play b3. And what do? You can't get back in time. Your bishop is hanging, and that's it. That's it.
And you don't even, why would you even need to see b3? I mean, is it?
No.
I mean, you could take on
f5. B3 is obviously the move.
Yeah, but Marina has had a hallucination or something because bishop
e4 makes it easy.
Does make it easy indeed.
It's too easy. There's nothing to calculate.
Exactly.
Maybe she's just in shock. And she thought she was losing anyway, but
and b3 actually is the only.
It's the only move.
It's the only move.
Why is it the only move? So if we were to play, can you show us the variation after bishop takes f? So bishop d4, if bishop takes f5.
Bishop takes f5.
If we were to simply take on f5.
And just king takes.
And now after b3.
b3, I can.
Now
take
you're.
I just
A3 again.
I didn't come back inside the square.
Yeah, and then you just get in the square just in time, exactly.
And
so,
she has taken on D4.
So she has taken on D4, and now
Step one.
And
here it is.
Unfortunately, that must have been what Irina missed. That after King takes D4, there is the immediate B3.
Right.
She has looked up into the sky to Jennifer. I'm not sure what that meant. Was she frustrated, or does she
looks
know?
Upset.
No, she's not looking upset. I think
it's
definitely
that she found the winning line.
She's found the line.
I think she realized that after bishop takes f5, she doesn't have to capture, she doesn't have to move her bishop, but she spots the move b3.
And
she spotted
now
it.
black to move and win.
Exactly.
Let's hope she doesn't immediately take. That's always the danger when you're playing blitz games.
She's going to play b3. She sees it.
I'm sure she does. I'm sure she does.
She knows
5 minutes to.
Actually, there's no reason not to play b3.
Well, especially when she thinks. When you make a mistake in this position, it's because you play too quickly.
There it is.
But there she got it.
And that's
B3 and.
Wow, does that shake up the standings in the women's championship?
What a
Big
win!
Time.
Can you imagine this? Is she 15 or 16? I think she's 16 now. Wow. Taking down Anna Zatonsky and Irina Krush in the same event.
And the only reason she doesn't have a bigger score, she lost to one of the fellow youngsters, Apurva Verkud.
Yes.
Well, I mean, that could happen, but to take down that's 11 championships between two players, and you just took down both of them in the same tournament.
But think about this. This is like lightning striking twice in the same tournament, because Anna Zatonsky blundered a loss, essentially, King C2. I mean, that was a draw, and maybe Anna was actually pressing most of the game. This game, Irina was completely winning.
Yes.
And this is going to be a huge turnaround. Jennifer is going to be thinking, there's an angel out there looking out for me.
You know, I
and
think
they're pretty. The little ones she gets are pretty.
She's so self-critical that I don't think she's going to come here and say, wow, I feel so great, it's so wonderful. She's probably going to say, yeah, I was losing in the opening, you know, it wasn't so great and I got lucky. But you can only get so lucky playing such good players. You beat an IM in the first game. Now you beat a GM. That alone is a statement. The players get a little bit easier after that, as a matter of fact. So you still have a long way to go, but that certainly changes the nature of this championship dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, that gives Jennifer a chance. You know, she's going to be playing against a lot of the younger and less experienced players because she's already played the big two. So if she gets a wind in herself, she could win this thing.
That's crazy talk.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Well, doesn't she still have Nazi and Tatev to play?
But you got to let us hype it up. Wide open women's championship.
Definitely. And by the way, we should point out that another person who's going to be super happy is a young lady by the name of Nazi Paikidze, because she is winning her game, and she had lost. You know, you could feel like you're way back out of it. She's now trying to stop a perpetual check in her game, which she's able to do apparently pretty easily according to the engines, but she just has to work that out. And if she wins, yesterday she felt like she was in the cellar after that loss. Now a win, and she's going to find out, oh, Irina lost?
Yeah.
So the tournament is completely wide open after
By the way, in the game between Fabi and Jeffrey, the two players have gone right down that variation that Maurice had pointed out, where we might see rook and bishop versus rook. No, I don't think White is even under any pressure to give up the knight.
Not anytime
this game
this century.
is definitely headed to a draw. Jeffrey acquitting himself very, very well with back-to-back draws with the black pieces against two of the big three.
Sweet 16 today, right?
Sweet
16-year-old Jeffrey, 16-year-old Jennifer Yu. Big day for both of them. In Jennifer's game with Irina, I have another explanation for why Irina might not have taken or tried to claim the draw by perpetual. She might have, you know, she has such a rating plus on all of these players. She might have taken it for granted at that point that Jennifer was just going to take it, that she wasn't going to differ. So she just kind of made the move and figured Jennifer would claim it the next move, and she was very wrong about that.
That's a good explanation. I think you're right.
Well, I have got another one. I was the women's team captain in Baku, and it was a very intriguing moment and incident in the USA versus Russia game.
Arena was playing against former world champion Alexander Kostyuk.
Before you go, takes on B3 and A3 was played. Resignation is imminent.
That pawn is unstoppable, a very typical breakthrough tactic for those of you.
There it is.
There is the
we got it.
resignation.
Jennifer Yu beating Irina Krush and Anna Zatonski in the first 4 rounds.
What a result. Wow. Just to complete the story, former world champion Alexander Kostyuk white, Irina Krush black. It was the decisive game in the Russia versus USA match. At a certain moment, Irina claimed 3-move repetition. The arbiters took the 2 women aside, played through the game, and it wasn't a repetition. Irina's claim was wrong, and the arbiters awarded 2 extra minutes to Alexander Kostyuk. Crazily enough, Irina won the game, and we won the match.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was fabulous stuff. But you know, you're kind of shaken when you make
a claim and you don't get it
and you
through.
don't get it.
But still, the penalty is minor when you're considering the fact that you're saving a big.
Both players were in time trouble,
True.
so that you gave your opponent an extra 2 minutes. If she knew they had made the time control, it's a pretty good idea. You don't care about the 2 minutes at that point.
Exactly, that's right. So
she should have made the claim. Big turnaround going on there. What else is going on?
Well, we've got a couple games still going on in the women's championship. Nazi Paikidze on top against Verkud, and that would make her catapult into a big tie for the lead, which would be a huge relief for her. The Fabiano Caruana Jean game is still underway.
A draw is expected amongst these 2 players.
And then we also have Sharovich and Abrahamian.
Yes, we haven't talked about Tatev.
Because it hasn't been as exciting as most of the other games, frankly, right?
Okay, I haven't seen it, actually.
It's a rook end game.
I see. Yeah, I see it up on your board now. Anna Ponda the good, am I seeing that right? Yeah, 3, 2, yeah. No winning chances, though.
Yeah, but it looks like it's a pawn to the good for Anna Sharovich, but a huge king position for Tatev.
Very active king, active rook.
Give her full compensation with all that activity.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, in the championship, Fabiano Caruana and our
Jeffrey
Zhang, our youngster, continue to battle that out. And we've got some hashtags coming in. Chess Summit says, congratulations to our writer, Jennifer Yu, who just upset the 7-time champion and now co-leads the field. And indeed, we have the 7-time champion, Irina Krush. After a fine victory yesterday, she talks to Maurice about what went wrong today.
Well, the vicissitudes of fortune in chess, you may be good one day, but it doesn't mean that it's going to happen necessarily the next day. Irina, you had a very nice position out of the opening. You were up a pawn, but we were all surprised when you traded queens in the moment when you played queen c5. Why didn't you just keep queens on? It looked like that spatial advantage was going to be big for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure which moment I was up a pawn, but maybe we could count.
Well, at least the cluster of the moment when you had a cluster of pawns.
The pawns are always equal, but
the cluster of pawns in the center, it felt like you were up a pawn.
Yeah.
With all those pawns in the middle, you had a spatial advantage. Why did you flip from a spatial advantage where she looks like she has no moves and you look like you have an attack coming, as opposed to go to an endgame where...
Yeah, well, I guess I just thought that the endgame was going to be good for me. I mean, of course, I had a big advantage when I got those 3 pawns in the center. I would think it's close to a winning position. I mean, probably before
once the queens trade, once the queens are off, the engines
these
say
couple
otherwise.
Of moves were, these were the critical moves. Like, I mean, here, white is really doing well. And I thought, you just need like a few more accurate moves. Bishop h6, rook c4, queen d6. I don't know, maybe this move, knight e5. I mean, I thought that to get the pawn from d4 to e5 would be an improvement.
And the engines agree.
Okay, so, yeah, here. And so you're saying I should have kept the queens on by playing like queen d3 or something?
Queen e2.
Queen e2? Yeah, and like maybe something like rook c8. I guess I wasn't sure where I mean, maybe I'm going for d6 somewhere, right?
Or possibly even f4
d6, e6, d6, black plays e6, d7, rook c7. I mean, it's a really strong pawn. I was just sometimes worried that my bishop on b2 wasn't going to come into the game So I thought this endgame would be quite a lot better for me, and I think, I don't know, it felt like it was, but did the engine have some different ideas?
The engines thought once the rooks came off the board, then it was very close to equal.
Really? Because I felt like it was still, I thought it was still a lot better, but, I missed, I think the whole idea of taking on E6 was probably a really big mistake because I really underestimated this plan of like bishop E7 to C5. I thought black has doubled pawns and white has not doubled pawns, so there should be some kind of advantage due to that, but it didn't work out that way. So that was probably a bad idea. This position, of course, should still be fine, but somehow it went, you have to adjust, right, from being that you feel like you're winning to like suddenly it's not clear, and then it was just bad, and I'm not really sure which moment it got so bad, but it seemed to make some natural moves in the time trouble, and already here, there was this move bishop f5, instead of repeating the position or going backwards.
Yes.
Just wins the game, bishop f5.
So when the position repeated itself, apparently we got confirmation from Chris Bird that you could have accepted a draw by threefold repetition.
I didn't see that it was a repetition. I thought it was only twice on, because I didn't see where it was a 3-move repetition. Of course, I would have claimed it if I would have seen it. I thought it was only, which point? So here's 1, so that's position with king e3, bishop h3, okay. All right, that's twice, okay.
And there's your...
But she doesn't go bishop h3. Yeah, she played, so g3.
So it's king d3, Irina.
It's your move that counts, right?
It's here. This position, this is the one. Okay, so king d3.
That's 1.
Yeah, that's 1.
No, it's 2.
It's
the
2.
position on e3 and the bishop on f1.
Yeah, I just don't see where the 3 move. I don't see the repetition. Oh, if here she would have played bishop h3, that's a 3-move repetition, right? But my point was, yeah, okay. So bishop h3, king d3. So first of all, the move bishop f5 is winning. That's what I think.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop f5. It's kind of a nice line. Maybe we can show it. Bishop f5 with the idea king c4 and bishop b1. And after bishop takes c5, check, pawn takes, king takes. This is a nice move, bishop takes a2. And on bishop takes a2, there's b3.
And that's it.
And a3, and the pawns move. And I saw that line, but what can you do? It was bad everywhere already. So unfortunately, I couldn't really move. So that it went downhill kind of fast. I guess I made some misjudgments.
Well, we'll have to check on that repetition because Chris Bird apparently said it is definitely a repetition there. But it's kind of the way chess is, isn't it? She defended. She didn't just lay down. You got an edge, and you didn't make the most of it. And she was really tenacious. She played well, and she was fortunate to win against Anna, but it's not like she would have lost against Anna.
Right.
She's playing really well. Although she did lose a game, too. So, she did play 2 tough games to beat the 2 of you.
The end game, she played well. That's right.
It's the position with 38, king e3, that's the repetition. It's not with the king going back to d3. So, like, once you play g3, that's the first iteration. And then it happens 2 more times. So it's,
really?
That's why. So in 38, after she plays 38 g3, that's number 1.
Yeah, maybe
right?
you can show that.
And then
this is the position first time.
Yeah.
Okay, so
this is
number 2.
Wait. So when I played g3 the first time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so g3, that's number 1. Okay.
The first occurrence.
I get it.
And now
that's number 2.
This is number 2.
And now it's number 3.
And this was number 3. Oh,
about
wow.
to make a move.
Yeah, it would be good to be able to count right.
It's confusing because it's not 3-move repetition
of the same move. It's a 3-move of
the position.
3 positions occurring. Well, all of us here are confused, and I think there are a few grandmasters sitting down at the tables.
Yeah.
So it's a confusing rule for sure. But yeah, so definitely a chance in that moment. But she gave you a chance when she could have just won the game with bishop f5.
Yeah, well, it's obviously not a pleasant game for me, but you just got to move on, and people have gotten out of worse situations than this. So
You're kind of tied for first anyway, so it's not like a bad
Yeah. I mean, it's like that's not how you feel when you just lose a game, that you're still doing okay. But, objectively, there's still like 7 more games to go, and there's so many more important games, and just try to play, better than I did today.
And you're tied for first.
But isn't Nazi going to win or something?
That'll make her tied as well.
She lost
last night. So.
Okay. So it's all fine.
You got a smile out of her.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice and Irina. And during the interview, we've had a few results. Fabi and Jeffrey have made a draw, and Tatev has made a draw as well. How does that affect our standings, Jennifer?
Well, in the women's side, not much, because Tatev still an even score, so she's not one of the leaders. In the championship section, it means that Wesley in the clear lead, and behind him Nakamura, Jarabuk, and Naroditsky. And Fabiano Caruana is still trying to get that first victory to have a chance to claim the crown.
Yeah,
right
so
now it's all
weird to
draws.
see him at the bottom, at the bottom half of the cross table.
And Jeffrey, on the other hand, can be pretty happy with all draws, considering he had to defend the black pieces against 2 of the big 3. And he did so successfully, drawing both times.
Indeed.
And that means we have just one game still going on, and that's a Perva Verkud versus Nazi Paikidze. So let's take a look at where we stand there.
Well, Naji needs to win to bring herself back into contention, and in fact,
she's
tied.
totally winning. It's got to be
she
almost
just has
designable.
to, and she has done it.
Yes,
she had to avoid a perpetual check.
And now there's no more checks, and Queen C1 is the threat.
And let's see how she did avoid it. So she's a rook ahead at this moment, and she made some fancy footwork, gave back the rook, and just brought her king all the way up the board. No further checks, and that should be all she wrote, because White is facing checkmate in 2 on her side of the board.
Queen B4 was played, but that's not going to help, because then Queen C1 check. Just
mate.
Queen C1, Queen E1, and Bishop E2 or Bishop G2
and
wins
there
the queen.
We have a handshake. Queen B4, Queen B4, Queen check, and a handshake.
And that means that Nazi Paikidze joins the leader circles, but the leader of the hour, Jennifer Yu, who beat Anna Zatanski earlier in the tournament, and now she beat Irina Krash. She's with Maurice.
That's 11 championship titles between those 2 great players. Jennifer Yu, who before the tournament was telling me how much high school she's missing. I think he probably feels pretty good right now, having defeated 2 of these great champions.
Yeah.
Yeah, shrug of the shoulders. How does it feel to beat Irina today after beating Anna a few days ago?
I mean, I honestly did not expect it, because I thought like at most this game was probably going to be a draw, so I did not see this coming. Like, maybe, I mean, it looks like I was lost, like, ahead, like, before in the opening and stuff, so I don't even know what happened.
But you turned the game around. You fought, it's chess, and it happened, and now you've won the game. I mean, we should expect you to be feeling a little happy about this.
Yeah, I feel happy about this. I was actually, when I saw, like, the winning move, B3, I thought it won there, but I wasn't sure, and after I played it, I started hallucinating, and I started calculating this really long variation, but because I gave her like 2 moves or something. I don't even know, but yeah.
So you weren't even sure at the end that you were necessarily winning. Now, there was a 3-move repetition in the position, apparently, where you kept checking her. Did you know that it possibly was 3-move repetition, or did you, when you decided you're going to play H5, did you know it was a draw, or did you always looking for a win near the end?
Well, at first I thought it was a draw, but then I started looking for it, because I was looking at this variation without H5. It was like, I can't even remember now. But
because Irina said Bishop F5 was winning earlier. If you said Bishop F5, Bishop B1, that was winning.
Bishop F5. I thought Bishop F5 here was something against that.
So what variation were you thinking about?
I mean, it was something like that. It was like, oh my gosh, I can't even remember anymore.
I mean, you had a monitor right here
okay.
in front of you. So what? She gave Bishop B1 in this position as winning.
Yeah, I looked at this and I thought that it wasn't, because takes Bishop A2 and then just Bishop like E4 or something.
Bishop E4.
Because then B3, then Bishop D5.
That's a good point. But I think you can go back to C2, no?
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, but how do you make... Yeah, and then Bishop C2, and then you win a... Oh, no, King A3, yes?
I mean, it just seems kind of dubious. You know, I don't know what happens.
That's a good point. Youngsters showing some variations there. That bishop is trapped. Bishop D5, that's a nice move. How do you get a win? I don't see... Yeah. Good point. Good point. So maybe you did have to play H5 first. Nice thing to see there. That analysis looks accurate.
First person to silence Maurice and Yasser at the same time. Even bigger than the victory over Irina.
I didn't want to say anything while Irina was in I didn't want to traumatize her by saying...
oh, please, no.
Tom said he had to check the bikes to make sure that he...
Well, we were checking the line. I mean, we listened to Irina and we trusted her, but this youngster is showing that, hey, she's ever alert as well. So when are you going to get some confidence and say that you might win this tournament? Or are you just going to keep talking about high school?
Well, I mean, I feel kind of good after this game because the last 3 games, I felt like I was lost after the first 10 moves, definitely. I just got really lucky and I fought back to get 1.5 in the first 3 games. But I feel pretty good about this game.
Good. At least we get that out of you. Thank you, Jennifer. You're tied for first in the U.S. Women's Championship, so that's a pretty good thing. And whatever homework you have to do, just you'll catch up later.
Yeah, I haven't done any.
Oh, you haven't? Good. Okay. We'll keep that up. It's working for you. Jennifer, you tied for first in the U.S. Women's Championship, 16 years old. Not a bad formula.
Congratulations, Jennifer. Wow, what an eventful round.
She told me she's actually only 15 years old.
Oh, my goodness. Irina comes in, clear first in the open section.
We had a log jam.
Log jam. Now that
it's
just
reversed.
Flipped.
Totally flipped. Wesley So in the clear lead, and meanwhile in the Women's Championship, we've got, 5 players tied for first? We've got, I was right, Anna Tatansky, Maggie Fang, Jennifer Yu, Irina Krush, and Nazi Paikidze, all tied for first. One person who's happy about that, Tatev Abrahamian, after her loss versus Irina, she might have been pretty upset, but
she was out of things.
Everybody's in this. I mean, it's all wide open.
Absolutely. Wow.
So this is a very exciting U.S. Women's Chess Championship where we're still yet to see who's in form. After yesterday's dominant performance by Krush, we thought it was her, but not so fast.
That the whole deck got reshuffled there. Wesley So looking regal as ever. Now leads the championship by half a point over the chasing pack. Nakamura, Yaro, Danya. Alexander Onyshuk will be a little bit disappointed with his own play today. I'm sure Wesley took a little bit more risk than he intended to try to win the game, but Alex didn't present him with enough problems.
And Wesley So got it done.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about this young lady, Tatev Abrahamian. She lost a critical game, but the tournament's just completely wide open. And today, with the draw against Anna Sharovich, she's with Maurice.
Yes, always the purple-haired Raven. Tatev, yesterday was a tough game. I hate to bring that up as the first thing I say, but we didn't get a chance to talk to you about that game. But it seemed like it was just a tough game. She played very well.
I mean, I played badly. She played well. It's never a good combination. Doesn't end well. Yeah, I just I did a incorrect piece exchange. I think I didn't have a good grasp on the position, and she just outplayed me from there on.
But fortunes change every day. Now it was her turn to lose. You made a solid draw today. The championship looks like a different one. Is it the feeling you have all these players tied for first after 4 rounds? There's no dominant player running away with it at this moment in time. What are your feelings about your chances right now?
I mean, I'm still behind the leader, and I played her, so technically, if she wins the rest of the game...
But she's not the leader. She's tied. Everybody's tied. You're behind...
But I'm still behind her by
behind the pack.
No, but I mean, I'm behind Irina, and I already played her, so that's already not in my hands. So that's...
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, it seems like in this tournament, anyone can beat anyone, so anything can still happen.
What about the young players? Carissa Yip won a big game today. Jennifer Yu beat both Anna and Irina.
I think she beat them last year too.
Did she?
She beat Anna for sure. I don't know about Irina.
I don't remember her beating both of them, but still,
She beat Anna for sure.
whenever a player beats two champions, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely dangerous players. It's not like previous years where there are only two people beating the rest of the field, so it's pretty level field. Seems like anything. Like I think if you play a 6-hour game, like anyone can beat anyone.
What is your feeling about that game yesterday, that marathon between Anna and Nazi? You must just wish it wasn't you. Glad it wasn't you.
Yeah, that was really mysterious because it seems like Anna was winning for a really long time, and I think Nazi was 2 moves away from the draw. Yeah, that must have been really heartbreaking.
Were you watching it at all?
I didn't watch it the whole thing. I just saw like segments of it. I saw Anna was winning, and then I saw the end game, Bishop and Rook, and then I came back to it, and I saw she found the win. And then I checked to see how many moves it was, and I realized it was only like 2 moves away.
Have you ever been in that end game before to defend or try to win?
I don't think I have, actually. No.
Okay, wow.
It seems like Anna kind of stumbled upon into it, because it didn't seem like she kind of had an idea, and now it seemed like she was holding for a while, so I think just a matter of a few moves.
Well, let's hope you avoid a 129-move battle going forward.
I mean, if I win at the end, then it doesn't matter.
You'll just take the point.
Doesn't matter how it comes.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Sorry, Tatev, today we didn't get a chance to talk about your game. It looks like you had an edge at move at 39. Were you disappointed with the outcome of today's game?
Yeah, I thought for some time I didn't really like my position, but I think I was fine when I thought her queenside advances were going to be a lot faster. Oh, there it is. And then here I was in time trouble. I was trying to make time control, and then I forgot the rook can go to c3 when I played whatever I did, h5.
You went rook b2 and rook c3, and Anna was out of her difficulties.
But here I'm not sure what to do anymore, because she was playing king e3, knight c3, and b5. Yeah, so knight c3, b5, no? I mean, sorry, knight c3, a5.
Knight c3, knight here, a5, yeah? So no difficulties for white's king? Knight looks great on c5. I mean, visually, it has a nice impact, no?
Maybe I should have played king f2 first, yeah.
Knight c3, knight c5, king f2 first. Yes, that might have been nicer. But disappointed that you feel like I'm with you on this.
I thought I was actually better in the middle game when I got the c file. I thought I just kind of outplayed her because.
The thing is, Tatev, that Yasser likes to make people feel bad. Now he's just trying to find out how much more disappointed he can make you feel.
I don't need Yasser to feel bad.
So we're going to let you go. No, you have 4 more interviews to do. Yes, thank you very much for joining us, Tatev.
Thank you. Boy, everybody's beating up on me today. I'm bad. Boy, you guys are a rough crowd.
No, well, Yasser, I think you look particularly good today.
Well, thank you so very much. And
April Fools.
April Fools.
Sorry.
And you look great.
Oh, thank you.
You do. And no April Fools. Okay. And we have Anna joining us in just a bit. Again, I mean, it's confounding, but Wesley So just keeps doing his thing, and it's sort of like he's not going out of his way to win, but he's taking his opportunities as they come. It's strange to watch his success just continue to go, continue. He's in a zone I'm not really sure I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're a little befuddled.
Well, not just myself, but I mean, Garry Kasparov, Caruana, Streak Light, Anatoly Karpov, I understood. You know, he was just always at the top. But Wesley is remarkable. But we have a special guest with Maurice.
Yes, we're with Anna Sharovich after her draw against Tatev Abrahamian. Anna, this is a tough tournament. Every game counts, it seems. Every move counts. What was your feeling about your game today?
Oh, I think it was a normal game. And actually, I was preparing for that line, so it wasn't a big surprise.
It seemed Tatev said she was a bit disappointed maybe that she couldn't have gotten more out of the middle game. Did you feel like you were in any trouble?
You know, I think in the middle game, maybe knight b5 wasn't the right move when I played there right away, because I thought, well, I got that c file and I have to intervene there right away, but maybe that was kind of too rushy. So I don't know, but I thought that was a normal game. And then, if I remember correctly, I think it was move 40 when she played h5 and let my rook on c file. So I think that was a mistake. But still, I wasn't able to use my position with an extra pawn.
4 rounds in the books. What do you feel about your form right at this moment in time?
Well, it's a long tournament, and anything can happen, and still we have seven rounds ahead, right? And the funny thing, I think 2 years ago I started exactly the same like this tournament. So we'll see.
So what do you have to do differently?
Well, you know, just play normal chess, don't do like stupid mistakes. Develop your pieces, just in a castle. You know, sometimes we teach that our students, right, and forget to do that ourselves. So, like, sometimes simple rules help.
All right, well, we hope you can find some simple ways to win some games, and we look forward to seeing your possibilities for the future.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Maurice. Well, that finishes our show. I think. Well, what about the pairings tomorrow?
I think we have a couple more guests.
Oh, we've got a few more guests.
But let's take a look at,
Yeah.
meanwhile, let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow. We've got Alexander Onishuk playing white against Fabiano Caruana. Will he rebound? Will this be Fabiano's final first blood of the tournament? And another
big game, Yarrow Wesley.
Yarrow Wesley, indeed. That's a big one because Yarrow is half a point behind the leaders. Meanwhile, Jeffrey playing Gata Kamsky.
Hikaru Nakamura down in Maikidze.
Another big game. Women's with a wide open field. We've got Irina Krush tied for the lead playing against Emily Nguyen, who's only got half a point. Nazia Paikidze playing against a hot Carissa Yip. Anna Zatansky, Apurva Verkud, and Tatev against Maggie. So big things happening at the Women's Championship. But today we have Jeffrey Jean, who played another draw with black against one of the big three, and now he's got the rest of the field to deal with. He's with Maurice.
When you have the black pieces and you make Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana sweat and make sure they make a draw, usually your name is Magnus Carlsen. Maybe your name is also Jeffrey Zhang, because that's exactly what this youngster did today. World Junior Champion. You had a difficult position, it looked like, early on, but you played some really tenacious defense. You made a couple of errors, and you were back in the game. Did you think maybe there was a point you were winning this game?
Yeah, I thought I was winning right after the time control. He went wrong after getting into some time pressure, and it looked really good for me because my pieces were just much more active.
You found this great defense with King D8, the Knight E7, and D5, and suddenly your pieces just sprang to life. I think maybe Rook E3 check was a great move at some moment instead of Bishop D6. Did you think you were going to get some chances maybe to go to a Rook and Bishop ending, like very near the end, Rook and Bishop versus Rook ending like we saw yesterday?
Yeah, that was my hope, to get this Rook versus Rook Bishop, but he defended well enough to not even have to deal with that.
What are your thoughts now that you've drawn these two players with the black pieces? I mean, it's to get a point, to get 50% against that kind of field. I mean, their average rating is over 2,800, and you just drew both of them. That's got to feel like something special.
Yeah, it feels really good to do well against top players in the world, but there's still 7 games here, so I just have to keep playing good.
Well, we look forward to seeing you keep playing this fine chess. Nobody's been able to beat you so far. Maybe you're starting a Wesley So no losing streak. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeffrey. I just got to ask you, that was a crazy opening where his king goes from E1 all the way across the board. Was any of this opening a surprise for you? I mean, obviously you hit down E4 early and you got this crazy position going on here. Prep? Was this your prep? You're still in prep at this point?
No. Actually, this is his prep.
Okay.
And, I think the position's just bad. For black. Yeah, it's very typical that usually when you play these guys, when your analysis ends, theirs just started. So that's how it goes.
So at this point, you actually thought you were in trouble.
Yeah, I think so, because how do I castle, first of all?
Right. Okay. Thank you. That was my impression, too, that you had fallen for some deep preparation.
But the fight.
But he fought his way back wonderfully well and actually ended up having the upper hand. Remarkable turnaround. And Fabi's, is this just bad form or just getting unlucky?
I think a combination. I think maybe he's getting people who, like, I mean, Jeffrey fought very tough against him and he would have won with this against other players. But maybe he'll be here to tell you himself. Let's take a look at our tweeted schedule going forward. Tomorrow, Sunday, we've got round 5, and there's a rest day on Monday. So do everything you need to do that day for like the next 2 weeks, because then we've got a week packed full of chess. And if the last couple rounds are any indication, I think we are going to have a playoff on that final day.
Wow. We'll see.
And tomorrow we're going to all be predicting winners, so you at home, we expect you to be doing the same. But we've got our defending champion, Fabiano Caruana, with Maurice.
Still looking to get off the schneid is Fabiano Caruana. He had a tough game today. Looked like he was much better, and then suddenly he was worse, but managed to draw it yet again. Fabi, this kid drew yesterday. I had mentioned he drew yesterday against Naka, pressing, potentially pressing. He wasn't quite pressing. Naka decided to just shut it down quickly. Now he's drawn against you, where he was definitely pressing after being worse. You would only hear that kind of talk with the black pieces from somebody like Magnus Carlsen. Is this kid the real deal?
Yeah, I think so. He's really resourceful. You know, once he becomes more well-rounded, he'll be a top player for sure. And he's very young, so that will happen, you know, probably in the near future. And the game today kind of reminded me of our game last year, where I was sort of pressing for most of the game and felt pretty confident, and then once we both got kind of low on time, things got messy and he outplayed me. And today, I mean, there were so many interesting lines. It felt really nice for me after the opening. I mean, I surprised him with A4, I think, and he didn't react in exactly the most precise way. And I think I played pretty well up to a point, and I was really expecting that his position might just collapse at some point. But I mean, it's holding on by a thread. And I just want to like point out one moment when I could have played. I played knight c4, bishop c7, so it was later on, because this I think is all forced. He played the best way. And yeah, instead of king b3, I had this very interesting move, knight d4. I spent maybe 15 minutes calculating it, and the point is that he probably should take. The point of knight d4 is that it stops knight f5, where his knight really wants to be to protect d6. And the only problem with this could potentially be that he'll take on b4 and take on a4. And here I have the move king b3. And the point is, if he goes, let's say, rook 4 to a8, then I play knight b5. And, I mean, he's very close to losing, so he probably has to play something like knight f5. A move like d5 will simply lose to knight b6, bishop b6, and rook d6 in intermezzo. And then king c8, rook b6, and his position falls apart. So he probably has to play like knight f5, and then, knight d5. Knight f5 just loses a piece. And then I can play, just take everything on e8, take on c7, take on d6, and collect b7 in the end. And probably win this position. I think knight endings with an extra pawn are usually very difficult to hold. And I rejected this because of one reason. Because after I play king b3, he has this move b5. Rook a4, king b3, and b5. And the point of b5 is that if I play knight takes b5, he plays rook takes b4. He kind of lured my knight away from him defending e6, and now king b4, knight d5, and he ends up a pawn. And after b5, I spent a lot of time looking at various options. Yeah, it protects c7 then, which is important. Like knight takes d6. The point being bishop d6, rook d6 wins a pawn in the end. And after knight d6, he has this amazing move, knight c6, and I think he just wins.
Wow.
And everything's hanging.
Look at that.
But in the end, more of my pieces are hanging, because I'm pretty sure that every piece of mine is potentially hanging, except maybe the rook on e1. But.
Right.
And what I actually missed was that after b5, I'm winning with rook takes e7. And I was only... Yeah, knight c6, rook e6, and now bishop d6 is important, not king e6, but bishop d6. And
you can't play a knight d4.
Rook b4, rook d4.
You go back. Bishop d6.
Bishop d6 wins, yeah.
Knight d4 and rook b4 check.
And rook d4 next.
And then rook d4
That
next
wins.
move, and that's crushing. Beautiful.
But this is all irrelevant because I could have played. I mean, I could play. No, wait. After rook a4, king b3, b5, I have the winning move rook e7, and that's very simple. I don't know why I missed that one. I take everything on e7, take on b5, and collect the bishop. And 2 knights supporting the pawn should win. I'm not 100% sure it'll win, but I have a feeling it will.
Yeah.
So maybe this was a very good. I think he has a very difficult defense after king b3 if he has one at all.
Difficult defense after knight d4?
Yeah, after knight d4, I mean take rook a4, king b3.
Yeah.
He'll have to find something very very strong to hold. So I mean I saw this and then I rejected it. I thought that I shouldn't go for it, but it seemed like my best chance in the game. And then later on, he blundered, and he was very lucky to survive after that. He blundered with king c6.
Yes. Right, allowing b5 check.
Yeah, I thought after b5, I thought the game's over. Because it's, again, just by, like, only moves. He has to go back, so he gave me 2 extra tempi. And he has to go to b8, because of d8, I play g4, and I collect d6. He can't take because of knight e5. So he has to go to b8, which is not a very attractive square for black. Yeah, this is over. And then I saw this move knight c5, and I thought I was winning because if he goes to e6, I play a6, and his bishop is trapped on b8. A6 take knight c6, and then he found the only move king d8, the only square which doesn't lose, I think. And here I spent a lot of time first convincing myself that I'm not winning, and then yeah, knight d3 was my first intention. But then after knight d4, I think it's the only move. Otherwise, if I get some sort of domination, I'll win. Take, king c3, rook d5. Because rook a4 loses to knight c5, I'm pretty sure. So rook d5, and now I have to probably play rook a2. And for some reason, I saw this, but I kind of thought I could do better. And I thought I'll wait one move, and he can't do anything, and then see what next. Because for some reason I assumed after h3 he'll just play like h6 or h5 or something. And I thought, okay, he weakens his king side, and then maybe I'll get some extra options. And I just forgot that he can play knight e7, he can play d5 after. I mean, all his pieces come to life, and I already started to feel that it's easier for him to play.
Extremely instructive variations. Thanks very much for sharing that with us. So now, after all that work, you're still only at 50% after all. And you've got Onishuk tomorrow. What are your thoughts about tomorrow's game?
I think I'm playing black, and he's a very strong and solid player. So, I mean, again, if chances come my way, I'll try to take them. But I'm not going to panic because I made a few draws.
Certainly not. Only half a point away from the leader. Well, I think you're a point away from the leader right now. So there's still got some catching up to do. Wesley keeps getting those points. No thoughts about Wesley? I mean, I bring him up a lot, but...
No, I can't. I can only concentrate on my own games. I mean, I've already finished my game against him. You guys didn't even want me yesterday.
You know, the show is a long show, Bobby. It's not that we don't want you. We love you. Don't start feeling like we're discarding you.
Yeah, I mean, after I play a player, I can't really think about them anymore. It's out of my hands. I mean, if he wins the rest of his games, I'm not going to win the tournament. But, I mean, I can only play my own games. So.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you do that. Lots of games to go.
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you, Maurice. Fascinating variations.
Very
it goes to
too.
show how deeply Fabi calculates these lines. I'm always worried when, I mean, he showed us an incredible jungle of variations there, and he went through it very quickly. I'm always afraid myself when I get into these deep, deep calculations, long analysis, wrong analysis, but he was pretty sharp, and I'm surprised he didn't go for that knight d4 move. I think that might have just upset Jeffrey.
Now, we're lucky that all of these shows are archived on YouTube, because I'm sure that some of those variations, with every piece on the board hanging, as Fabiano said, went by too quickly for some of the viewers.
Oh,
but you can go back and press the pause button.
And go carefully through how many pieces are hanging in the variation.
Fabi showed.
Exactly.
All of them.
Yeah, and then try to test yourself and you know, look at all the variations he was mentioning. A real treat, and with analysis like that, we want him.
Great calculation.
Him every day.
Wow.
And we've got Nazi Paikidze, who yesterday such a tough game, but now she's right back in the leader circle.
Right, tied for first.
Yeah, sometimes the dog gets you, but sometimes you get the dog. And today, Nazi, yesterday was just such a tough game, such a marathon. How did you recover from that game to give it your best today?
Well, I was trying my best to just not think about it, but it's kind of hard to do. It's easier said than done. But then my husband told me this. Imagine like you drew first 3 games because you have 1.5. It's like, okay, that actually helps, and that's how I got over it.
Man, your husband is great. Could I borrow him for a while?
No.
Okay, sorry. I tried. You're tied for first now. I mean, it's not even like you're behind. Irina had a big loss today, and it's anybody's tournament. What are your thoughts about this going forward?
Well, I'm really happy I won my game because it felt like a roller coaster. I thought I was lost at some point. And I'm just glad to be back, and of course it's kind of lucky for me that Irina lost and now we all have same points. I think it's going to be just a very close tournament.
Yeah, it's clearly a race to the finish. Nobody's separating themselves. But how are the young players playing, in your opinion? They just seem to be growing every year, becoming less and less afraid of the top players.
Yes, I think they're getting used to this tournament and they feel more confident to play us. And they're definitely playing better than anyone would expect.
Indeed. Well, you're not playing better than we expect. We hope to see you continue your streak of winning.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Najee. Wow.
Yeah, a day that went by really fast with the drama and lots of games in both the championship and the women's section. And tomorrow, it looks like we're going to have a lot more fun in store. Usually the game before rest day is always very combative, with players knowing that they can give it their all and rest tomorrow. Although the players seem to be giving it their all in almost every game.
Yeah, the rounds have been really combative. Great stuff going on here in St. Louis.
And we've got a final thought from Maurice Ashley.
Well, we didn't have as many wins as yesterday, but it feels like we had all those wins, or at least the combative chess you guys described. These players are giving it their all in every single game. You can feel the tension in every round. I feel like 4 rounds, guys. It feels like 6 or 7 somehow. And yet we have 7 more rounds to go, but tomorrow is the first step. So we've got to see that. Wesley So, man, he is impressive. He can take chances. He can win smoothly. Whatever he does, it just seems like the streak continues. And it's wonderful to see on the ladies' side. They're all bunched up. So much to play for with so much to go, so many more rounds to go. Looking forward to it. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. Me
Yes.
either.
See you guys tomorrow, same time, same place.